All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming. Welcome to Food Summit 2024. We really appreciate having everybody here, certainly bright and early. Certainly appreciating Towson University hosting us as well. So, I'm going to go forward and I'm going to go right back. So, Tyler Abbott, as you just heard, I'm Director of the Land and Materials Administration. I've been lucky enough to run this administration for the last about year and a half, so still getting the hang of things, but I've been around MDE for a little bit, so I tend to know what's going on. So about MDE. So our mission is to protect and restore the environment for the health and well-being of all Marylanders. We have multiple program areas, so I just oversee the land and materials side, but we also have air, water, and then we have those great folks behind the scene in our Operational Services Administration too. You know, we're really working towards building healthy, vibrant, sustainable communities and ecosystems all across Maryland. We're not just working in the built environment, but working in that natural environment as well. You know, making sure that we have a great ecosystem, a great environment to pass on to future generations. So, in Maryland, we have growth. We are seeing quite a bit of population growth, and it doesn't look like it's going to slow down anytime here soon. So what does that mean? It means a lot more waste as well. You know, we have a continual growth in our material that's going to landfills. We are seeing increases in the tonnage of material that is getting recycled, but we are starting to see a little bit of a decline in the percentage. And so that's something that we are going to continue to work to address, and not just working with our folks internally, but working with you all, working with folks across the country to make sure that we have those solutions going forward. So currently we have 6 operating composting facilities that are receiving Tier 2 materials. We have 2 that are coming online, and then we have 1 commercial anaerobic digester that is receiving food residuals. You know, this number will continue to increase. We're seeing quite a bit of growth, quite a bit of interest, and we hope that, you know, with partnership with you in the room here, we can continue to see that rise so that we can continue increasing our diversion efforts. And then also, not just looking at what we recycle in the end, but also looking at that recovery and looking at that reuse. You know, it's so important that we make sure that you know, our highest focus is on food recovery, making sure that those products that still are usable are going to people who can use them and appreciate them, because, you know, we do have a problem with food insecurity, not just in Maryland, not just the region, but nationally and worldwide. I want to give a quick shout out to Towson University for recovering 21 tons of edible food since 2014, and that's just the edible food. I don't have a number on how much they've recovered overall and composted. I'm sure it's even more. And I get the pleasure of introducing our keynote speaker, which is Claudia Fabiano. So Claudia has been with the Environmental Protection Agency since 2002 and joined the Office of Research, Conservation, and Recovery's Sustainable Management of Food team in 2016, where she works to help communities prevent food waste and manage national wasted food data and related tools. She is also on the board of Washington, D.C.'s Food Recovery Working Group, and when she's not chasing her 2 daughters, she's coming up with creative solutions on how to cook what's left in the fridge. So Claudia, welcome.
Thank you, everybody. It's really nice to be here and to see so many familiar faces, and I'm looking forward to meeting many of you who I have not met before. I wanted to start off with a quick icebreaker. So I know a lot of us are probably still waiting for the coffee to kick in. So I'd like you all to turn to somebody you're sitting near or standing near, and just briefly introduce yourself and say one word. I know that's going to be hard, but just one word about why you're here. What drives you here in one word? So just take like 20 seconds to do that. All right. Okay, I'm going to ask you to end your brief introductions and bring it back up here for a second. All right, so with a show of hands, I would like to know how many of you said climate? Climate as your one word. Wow. Compost? Okay. Hunger? Waste. All right. Okay, so there are no wrong answers, and a lot of you didn't raise your hand, so I'm really curious. Can somebody raise their hand and volunteer another word that I haven't mentioned yet? Linda. What's that? Soil. Okay, that's great. Anyone? Yeah, Melissa. Diversion. Yes. Animal feed, that's 2 words, but I'll give it to you. Over here? Recovery. Okay, so there's lots of different reasons and lots of different things that drive us all here to do the work we do in the food system. And we're all coming at it from a lot of different directions, right? But I just wanted to, first of all, get everybody's juices flowing and also just point out that there are so many different perspectives in this room, and there's such a just wealth of knowledge, and you're all coming from different backgrounds, and I think that's really valuable here. So thank you for humoring me with that, and I'm going to dive right in, okay? So I am from the EPA. So I'm going to focus on the environmental and climate framing to kick us off. And not many of you, I think, or none of you maybe raised your hand when I mentioned climate. So I'm going to dive into that and just give some of the framing about why EPA works on this topic. Like, why am I even here? Minimizing environmental impacts of food waste is EPA's main driver for being here, being at this figurative table and doing this work. But obviously the benefits of achieving our goals go well beyond climate. When we waste food, all the resources that go into growing, producing, processing, distributing, retailing, and cooking food are wasted. And disposal of that material also has impacts. And those are really substantial. I know you know all this, but just a couple slides to frame that and to talk about some of those impacts in equivalencies that maybe we can all relate to. So the environmental impact of wasted food in the US is substantial, and it's equal to that of more than 50 million gas-powered vehicles or 60 coal-fired power plants, and requires enough water and energy to supply more than 50 million homes each year. So since 2021, EPA has published a couple reports that communicate the full footprint of wasted food in the US, from production all the way through disposal, along with some guidance I'll share with you today on the most to least environmentally preferable ways to manage that. So in October, we released these 2 reports you can see here on the environmental impacts of wasted food. So the first modeled landfill methane emissions associated with food waste. And this provided the first ever peer-reviewed estimate of how much landfill methane is attributable to food waste. The second examined environmental impacts of managing food waste through various pathways. So not just landfilling, but composting, anaerobic digestion, sending food waste down the drain, and several other pathways that are commonly used. And both of these reports are available on our website, along with the graphics that they contain. So when organic waste, such as food, breaks down in landfills under anaerobic conditions, methane is generated, and some of that methane is emitted to the atmosphere. It traps 28 times more heat than carbon dioxide over a 100-year period. So reducing methane emissions is really important. Reducing methane emissions from landfills is really important in tackling climate change. Why did EPA undertake this study? We suspected that the impacts of food waste in landfills were pretty major, but we didn't actually have any peer-reviewed numbers out there. We knew municipal solid waste landfills are the 3rd largest source of methane emissions from human activities in the US. And we know that from our estimates, food waste comprises about a quarter of MSW in landfills in the US, about a quarter of the waste. But we didn't know what proportion of landfill methane emissions were due to food waste. So we wanted to figure that out because we thought it was really important to understand that and to understand those impacts. So we looked at existing and widely used EPA models and data, and I think most of us who have spent time on this issue, all of us in this room, suspected that the emissions would be pretty significant, and unfortunately those numbers did deliver. So one of the important statistics that came out of this report is that food waste decomposing in landfills is responsible for 58% of the fugitive methane emissions from landfills. So those are those released to the atmosphere. So just pause for a second. That's 58% of landfill emissions are from food waste, even though only about 24% of waste in landfills is food waste. So that's pretty significant. I'll have one more slide on this because there's more to it, right? We also wanted to understand sort of what's going on overall with methane in landfills, right? So looking over time, total landfill methane emissions are actually decreasing, but the proportion from food waste is increasing. So this figure here shows MSW landfill methane emissions from 1990 to 2020. And the portion attributable to food waste is the red part of each bar. Improvements in landfill gas capture systems have decreased overall landfill methane emissions, but food waste decays more quickly than many other organic wastes, such as paper and paperboard, for example. So substantial emissions are occurring from food waste before those landfill gas capture systems are in place and doing their job. So in 2020, an estimated 61% of methane generated by landfill food waste was not captured by landfill gas collection systems. So what does this tell us? I mean, the bottom line here is we really need to do everything we can to keep food waste out of landfills. Not a huge surprise, but I think these numbers really drive home the magnitude of the problem. So we've confirmed that sending food to landfills creates a big methane problem, right? But we also wanted to know what are the environmental impacts of all the other ways that we often manage wasted food. And beyond just the ones that we had some readily available stats and data on, we really wanted to take a look at all of these. So some of you might recall our old food recovery hierarchy that was around since the 1990s. We wanted to look at all of the management pathways that were on that old hierarchy, plus some newer ones that we hadn't looked at before and that we didn't have any guidance on. So people would ask us, like, is this better than this? And we wouldn't be able to answer those questions. And those are questions that probably a lot of you are grappling with it as well and wanted some science-based answers. So we began research basically looking at these 11 common wasted food pathways. Again, the ones in orange are the ones that were not on our previous food recovery hierarchy. And we looked at this from two different lenses. So we looked at life cycle assessments, over 200 reports, and we also did a circularity analysis to see how each of these pathways contribute to a circular economy. And again, we hadn't updated our food recovery hierarchy since the 1990s. The environmental impacts have been studied a lot more since then, especially climate impacts and GHG impacts. And technologies and operational challenges have also evolved since the 90s, of course. So we really wanted to get a handle on the impacts of all of these and be able to communicate those, and so that you can communicate those to decision makers you're working with as well. So the result is this, which is EPA's new wasted food scale. This replaces our old food recovery hierarchy. Hopefully you've seen it by now. It came out in October, but if not, welcome. And this is meant to communicate the environmental impacts of these 11 different management pathways. So up in the upper left corner is obviously the most preferred, is to prevent wasted food. That has not changed. That was the case with our old food recovery hierarchy. If you go down and up in the top right, you have the pathways that you should try to avoid if at all possible. And I will say that it is not always possible. A lot of us at home, those are our only 3 options, right? But this is meant to say, if you are able to avoid it, please avoid sending food waste to landfill, down the drain, or incineration. So I also just wanted to mention, before I dive into some more specifics about the wasted food scale and what it means, it is available in 8 different languages in both a simple and detailed version. You can find all of those on our website for downloads, and please feel free to use them in your presentations and on your websites and however it works for you. I also want to note that this scale, again, is based specifically on environmental impacts. It does not take into account social impacts or economic impacts, and it is also very specific to food, right? So this isn't meant to characterize environmental impacts of other types of waste or how other types of waste should be managed. So really it's just specific to food. But I'm going to dive into a couple of the broad findings here. First, not surprisingly, source reduction, donation, and upcycling are the most environmentally preferable pathways because they can displace additional food production. And we all know how many resources go into producing food, so the best thing you can do is ensure that it is eaten. The benefits of pathways beyond those three, beyond source reduction, donation, and upcycling, are pretty small relative to the environmental impacts of food reduction. So they can do little to offset the environmental impacts of food production, but obviously they're still a necessary part of the system. And just an example to kind of describe what I'm getting at, anaerobic digestion can produce more energy per unit of wasted food than any other energy recovering technologies, like controlled combustion or gas capture at landfill. But anaerobic digestion can still only recover 20% of the energy that was required to produce each unit of food. So prevention is always going to outperform recycling. The third thing I want to point out is that sending food waste down the drain, which we might also call sewer or wastewater treatment. Here we decided to go with send down the drain because we thought that was probably the most understandable and easy to visualize shorthand for it. But sending wasted food down the drain and landfilling stand out for their sizable methane emissions. As you all know, wasted food decays rapidly in anaerobic conditions, and so we saw a lot of methane coming out of the sewer. When wasted food goes down the sewer pathway, there's a lot of uncontrolled methane releases, and then of course wasted food is also releasing methane at landfills before gas capture systems are in place. I want to note here too that these emissions far exceed the benefits of any energy recovery technologies that might be in place. So for example, you're sending your food waste down the drain, it's ending up at a water resource recovery facility that has anaerobic digestion. That's great, it's capturing some of the energy, but it does not outweigh the methane that was released in transport getting there. So just wanted to drive that point home, and that's why you also see in the red avoid part, it says with or without energy recovery. And that is meant to convey that even if you're doing energy recovery in any of those three, they're still not great, and they're still not outperforming anything else on this scale. Another thing I want to point out is that all of the pathways, except for the landfill and sewer wastewater treatment pathway, demonstrate beneficial or near neutral global warming potential. And then I want to talk a little bit about recycling. So one thing that's different about this compared to our previous food recovery hierarchy is that you'll notice anaerobic digestion appears in two places. And it might be a little bit hard to read, but anaerobic digestion, when you're beneficially using digestate and biosolids, is ranked equivalent to composting. And that is a recognition that there are nutrient outputs from anaerobic digestion that are often disposed, right? So if you're disposing those, then you're in a lower tier. So you can see that is bifurcated now. And it really recognizes that there's a lot of valuable nutrient outputs that come out of anaerobic digestion, and it matters what you do with those. It matters if you're keeping them in the system, composting them, applying them to land, or if you're just using, they're ending up in the landfill. And so we recognized that when we looked at the data and wanted to make that very clear as well. So the AD ranking is dependent on the use of digestate and biosolids. And then finally, I want to note something here, because energy recovery is a part of many of these different pathways. As the US becomes less dependent on fossil fuels for energy, the environmental value of producing energy from wasted food, whether through AD or incineration or landfilling, is going to decrease. So that's just something to keep in mind, and something we need to keep looking at as our energy mix changes. So we've discussed some recent research and some newer guidance, and now I just want to spend a few minutes talking about a few key resources that are available to all of you. You may or may not know of these, but I wanted to make sure you were aware that EPA has some tools that may be helpful. First is our Excess Food Opportunities Map. This is a nationwide tool that depicts potential generators of excess food. So those would be basically any business that manufactures or sells or serves food, so grocery stores, food manufacturers, hotels, schools, et cetera. And then it also displays potential recipients of that food. And right now we have anaerobic digesters, composting facilities, and food banks. I'll talk a little bit about some improvements we're making to the map right now that should be out later this year as well. But this is a resource that can help visualize sort of what is the landscape of wasted food in your area. It also provides excess food estimates, and I know many people have taken some of the data in this map and used it in different ways and then created their own maps. I'll also point out there's USDA data in there on food access and food security, and we also have EPA's EJ screen, which is our environmental justice tool, layers in the map as well. So we've tried to make this map more useful so that you have to do less of that data mixing manually. I also want to point out that in 2023, we published 2 different social marketing toolkits, and those are up on each side on the top. Excuse me. One is to assist communities who may want to help households prevent food waste, and the other one is to assist communities who are either getting started with a municipal composting program or who want to, who are dealing with contamination or who want to increase participation in their composting program. These toolkits basically walk you through how to conduct a social marketing campaign, and they each come with several sets of customizable campaign materials that you can download and customize, and those were generously provided by several municipalities as well as NRDC. So those are all of these are on our website for your use. We've also revamped our composting websites and recently posted 3 videos on the benefits of community composting, featuring several Maryland organizations, among others. So shout out to Eco City Farms, Hidden Harvest, and the Baltimore Compost Collective, who are featured in those videos. And I know my colleague Elana Goldstein here from EPA is going to be talking more about composting and some of the resources and work we have going on there. And then finally, I want to highlight 2 peer networks that EPA runs that you're all more than welcome to join. One is the National Food Too Good to Waste Network, and that is open to anyone who's working on various aspects of preventing household food waste. And the other one is our National Compost and AD Peer Network, which is for regulators working in local and state governments on those topics. To join, feel free to come up to me or any other EPA person here today, or you can also email smmfood@epa.gov, and that email address will be up on a later slide so you can see it. So I want to also touch on some recent funding opportunities, because up until a couple years ago, EPA had barely been able to give out any money for work on the topic of wasted food and organics recycling. So it's important to note that the bipartisan infrastructure law gave us money to start 2 different grant programs. One of them is the Solid Waste Infrastructure for Recycling Grant program, which we call SWIFR, and the other one is the Recycling Education and Outreach Grant, which we refer to as RIO. So these were available, and they're available from fiscal year 22 through 26. Congress authorized $350 million total for those 2. And we recognize that there is more demand than we can possibly fund with that money, but it's still more than we've ever had before, and worth mentioning, as I think it's a game changer to finally be able to give out federal funding from EPA on these topics. And I also just wanted to mention that prior to those 2 grant programs, we did have an anaerobic digestion grant program, which was authorized by Congress to award money to organizations for expanding anaerobic digester capacity. So over 3 or 4 years, we awarded about $5 million to 26 organizations through that program. And while it's not on this slide, I do want to mention a really big funding opportunity through the Inflation Reduction Act for EPA, which was the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program. And I think many of you are probably involved in some way in working on that, but that provided $5 billion, with a B, dollars for states and tribes and territories and municipalities and air pollution agencies for climate planning and implementation, and food waste work and organics recycling work were eligible under that. So that's all happening right now. Applications are rolling in as we speak, but it is worth noting that a lot of these connections are being made about wasted food and organics recycling being part of climate solutions and part of climate planning, and this program reflects that. So what did we award? Well, the first round of awards went out last fall, and we awarded about $200 million so far. And so I just wanted to briefly break that down so that you know what that looks like. The Swiffer grants are really going to fund infrastructure, right? So whether that's like anything from building a composting facility to buying new recycling trucks, those types of things. And so we awarded $32 million to all, all eligible states and territories, and then $73 million went to 25 communities that range from big cities to small rural communities. And then $60 million is going to 59 tribes across most of our EPA regions in the US. The RIO grants, which that's recycling and education and outreach, is funding exactly that, education and outreach about recycling programs, and in some cases includes waste prevention work as well. So on that end, we funded $33 million to 25 entities that basically include counties, cities, towns, nonprofits, and public-private organizations. But what I really want you to I guess, remember from all of this is of that almost $200 million in funding that we've just handed out, about $83 million of it went to projects that include activities related to organics, recycling, composting, or anaerobic digestion. So I think it's important to note, because Swiffer and Rio had such broad scopes, they were really available to anything under the sun related to composting, so they were not specific to, related to recycling and materials management. They were not specific to organics. But the fact that 83 million of the 200, I think, went to projects that support that, it says something. It says something about the interest and the importance there. And Maryland. So what funding has Maryland gotten from the federal government recently? So I want to congratulate the mayor and city council of Baltimore for $4 million. They were selected for $4 million Swiffer grant for the Bowleys Lane composting facility. I might be saying that wrong, I apologize. And then the state of Maryland also received a Swiffer grant for about $500,000 for infrastructure assessment and training. Region 3 EPA, which we have Melissa and Elana here from Region 3, they've also given out grants for composting over the past few years. EcoCity Farms got one in 2022, ILSR got one in, EcoCity Farms in 21 and ILSR in 22. So this is just a few examples of some recent funding that's gone out. USDA also has several funding mechanisms, and I'll just touch on the composting and food waste reduction cooperative agreements. 6 grants were awarded in 2022 to cities and counties in Baltimore, in Maryland, including Baltimore, Frederick, Edmonston, Greenbelt, and Montgomery and Prince George's for about $1 million total. So these are just some examples of the federal funding that's going out the door on this topic. So I've spent some time discussing the research that's kept us busy and some new guidance, some networks you can join, and some funding. I'm just going to spend a couple minutes talking about what's next. Okay, so a few months ago, EPA, USDA, and FDA issued a draft national strategy for reducing food loss and waste and recycling organics. The goal of the strategy is to prevent food loss and waste where possible, and increase the recycling of food and other organic materials, reduce GHG emissions, and save households and businesses money. The comment period closed in February, and we received over 10,000 comments. I know many of you sent comments in, and I really appreciate you all taking the time to read it and to send us your thoughts, and we're going through those now with the hope to finalize sometime this year. So again, thank you for your input on that. And I'll just talk briefly about what the strategy looks like in case you haven't seen it. It basically identifies concrete steps and actions that the 3 federal agencies plan to take under these 4 objectives. So I want to mention just a couple examples of just the actions that EPA committed to in this draft strategy. One is we committed to develop, launch, and run a national consumer education and behavior change campaign. This would be a national customizable campaign informed by research and effective messaging. We also committed to test new approaches in the US and abroad, identify technological-based solutions, and facilitate sharing of best practices across the food supply chain. For organics recycling, some of the things we committed to are to support the development of infrastructure through grants and other funding assistance, and to expand the market for products made from recycled organic waste, and to advance decentralized systems such as community composting. That was not an exhaustive list, but just wanted to give you a sense of some of the things EPA is committing to there. So as we look down the road, in addition to completing our strategy, we have a lot of work to do, and we have a lot of work that's going on right now. We're also going to be updating our excess food opportunities map to add a much expanded layer on food pantries and soup kitchens in partnership with USDA and Hunger Free America. We're going to be updating our anaerobic digestion data layer and our farmers market data layer as well. So I just wanted to mention that in case you are users of the map, that those things are coming. We also have some composting research underway on the environmental benefits of composting as well as the barriers to community composting. I think Elana's going to talk a little bit more about that in her session. And we're keeping our eye on future funding. So as I mentioned, we've given out one round of awards on Swiffer and Rio, but we haven't spent all our money, and those programs are authorized through FY26. So stay tuned for future opportunities there. All of the resources I mentioned today can be found on our EPA web pages. I'm sure you'll get the slides later, but this QR code will take you to our Sustainable Management of Food homepage, from which you can pretty much find everything else. And finally, thank you. This QR code will take you to a link to sign up for our newsletter in case you are interested in receiving updates from EPA. We send out a monthly newsletter that has webinars, events, new resources, and funding opportunities. So thank you for bearing with me. I hope the coffee is kicking in, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from all of you the rest of today. I'm going to leave you with one thing. I have benefited a lot, especially earlier in my career, from attending these kinds of events. And some of my most productive relationships have come out of just a random conversation at one of these types of summits. So I encourage everyone to just go up to someone who you've never met and you don't know who they are, and just have a conversation, and you never know what might come out of it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Claudia. Our next session is going to start in about 5 minutes. There's 2 breakout sessions. So 1A is food for people. If you go down past the registration desk, past the elevators, 1A is down there, and 1B is organics recycling, and that's the room in front of the registration desk. So it's 9:15 to 10:30 is session 1 for the 2 breakouts. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get started, everyone. So if you wouldn't mind having a seat, please. Okay, well, so thank you guys so much for joining us in this breakout session. This is the first of 2 for Food for People. This one's going to be about food recovery, food diversion, and food planning with the local jurisdiction implementation. So up here we have Beth Brewster. She's the supervisor of food services from Caroline County Public Schools. Catherine Nardi, who's Montgomery County's Office of Food System Resilience, and Lindsay Smith with Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. This is mostly going to be a discussion at the local and government level. So just to give you that background, in the afternoon, we'll have a session that is nonprofit and public implementation. So with that, I will pass this over to Beth.
Good morning, I'm Beth Brewster, food service supervisor for Caroline County Public Schools. If you don't know where Caroline County is, if you go to River Beach, you went through us. So we're up 404. We're a very rural area, only 36,000 residents in our county, and we're actually the 3rd poorest county in the state of Maryland. But with the best food service in the state. So we'll just start there. So the logos I have up are part of our nonprofit organization. So we've really been working on Food Connects Everyone, right? I mean, we all need to eat, all socioeconomic levels, everybody needs to eat. So we really focus on food equity, job training, youth prevention, economic development, education. We do culinary arts training, hospitality training. We work with our farmers to try to keep our farmers farming. So our mobile bus, I'd like to tell everybody, we got this donated from Maryland Department of Transportation, and then we retrofit this bus. I was at a conference like this, and one lady got up from California. She said, you know, we keep talking about getting fresh produce to people, and we decided we'll just go to them. And I was like, oh, you're brilliant. So this is our little Shore Gourmet curbside market, and we go into our food desert areas. I know that's not the right word anymore, and I keep forgetting what the verbiage is, but we go into to those areas, into the neighborhoods. We go to our senior housing that don't have access to grocery stores. So we buy from our local farmers for the produce, and then in Walmart they help us out during the winter time as well. But we also do frozen meals that the high school kids make, that we sell to the public as well, soup and sandwiches and salads. We have milk and eggs and butter on this vehicle as well. And my ladies got SNAP trained so that they can give people the resources they need to get set up for SNAP. Because we're the ones that are in the community, people that don't have internet access, we're the ones that have the flyers with Creole on it or Spanish. So these are our partnerships that we've developed over the years. I've been in this position for 13 years, and in my nonprofit I've had for 20 years now. If you do come to Denton, we have a culinary arts center. It's an old schoolhouse that we repurposed into to kitchens for our high school kids for training. So working with the library, we do free meals with them as well for summer feeding. Shanghai Health, they follow us. They have a wellness mobile, and they follow us for wellness checks. And then they also, we did farm scripts this past year too, where the kids got a $20 voucher to come onto the bus to shop. And it was very interesting asking the little boy what he was going to do with that acorn squash. So luckily we had a recipe to give to his mother. So, and then we do work with our local farmers in more ways than just this. We actually process about 10 to 15,000 pounds of local produce in the summer. My lunch ladies who only work 10 months out of the year, that gives them time in the summertime, and then it helps. My kids get to eat corn on the cob in January. We work with University of Maryland Extension for recipe cards, labeling, educational materials, and they'll come out on the bus with us at times and do demonstrations. These are different funding sources that we've had to get that bus on the road. That's what the farm script looks like down there. But we do use the bus, as I said, for non-congregate summer feeding through USDA. We did get a second, we actually got 2 more buses. One, we're gonna put in another mobile market like this because we've been going into other counties as well. And the other one we're gonna make into a little cafe where the kids can come on the bus and have their meal in a climate-controlled, safe environment. I'm gonna keep looking at my slides because Shannon was awesome to consolidate my 31 that I had. So job creation, so farmers, so all of our lettuce in our schools is from our hydroponic farmers. We pay a little bit more, but the product is so much nicer and it lasts a lot longer because it has the roots on it. Diversifying the crops. The nonprofit, we work with farmers that have lost their chicken contracts, and we work with the University of Delaware to abate the houses of the bacteria so that it can be used for climate control growing. We have spirulina in one of the chicken houses, and then we just started the mushrooms in the other, so we're growing lion's mane with a company called MICA. So we're hoping to brand the Delmarva, because there's over 1,500 vacant chicken houses in the Delmarva area. So this gives us another opportunity for the farmers who've lost their income to pay their mortgage. We're helping them to try to find another income stream. So value added, part of the culinary center that we have a small shop that does, it's a living classroom for the high school kids where people can come in and they can get soup sandwiches and things like that, but we have locally sourced items in there that you can come get, sauces, spices, kombucha. And it's also a commercial kitchen incubator, so that if you wanted to make your apple pie, you could come to our Health Approved Kitchen to be able to make that pie and to sell it. So another area for economic development. So processors, so we are, and I'll get to the next one, but we do the culinary training. This fish cake right here, blue catfish, my frustration is become an obsession with blue catfish. If everyone doesn't know, it's an invasive species taking over our bay, definitely destroying our ecological system, but it's not a junk fish. It's a delicious fish, and it's sustainable, and it cannot be overfished. But it's not a bottom dweller, so I recommend, if you like fish, to try the blue catfish. It's delicious.
And Beth, this is an option today at lunch, so if you'd like
Yes.
to try it.
That's right. So really, we're trying to brand that fish, one for the fishermen, for additional income, because it can't be overfished. There's no limit, they can fish it all year. So we designed this fish cake to have a child nutrition label that's recognized by the USDA to be able to serve into school systems. So this fish cake will be able to serve nationally into schools. And it really is delicious. So when we did the taste test, all the students thought it was a crab cake. So, cheers. Is that a sign? So we're working on another project, Farm to Freezer. So with school foods, one of the issues is that farmers aren't producing when we're in school, right? We can get stuff in the beginning of the fall, we can get things at the end of spring. Kale, you can get all year round because it will outlast the nuclear war. And the other part of the problem is that we don't have the time in school foods or in institutionalized foods to be able to prep it, right? We don't have the manpower, we don't have the skill set. So it's very hard to get a case of something to break it down. So this Farm to Freezer project, we're looking at working with a private company down in Easton, Maryland. So it'll be an aggregation center to process food to take out in raw form, but also to freeze. And that way we can expand the farmers' growing season. They can grow 2 crops instead of just one, early and later, because they will have a place to sell it. This will help with food banks too. They do a lot of gleaning during the summer, and a lot of it goes to waste because they can't get it out. This will help to preserve that so that we can make sure that people have a fresh frozen product in the wintertime versus canned. And I really believe the state should have 4 of those throughout the state, so that we have central aggregation centers for our farmers. So this was pre-pandemic, just knowing, but we were very lucky. I put up a 24x40 freezer. So if we get a pandemic again, come to Caroline County because I can feed you. We are prepared. So we just feel like climate controlled storage and cold storage is very important in the food resiliency. Farmers will use this if they need it. We also have a walk-in that's accessible to them as well. We work with their pantries. If they get loads in, if they need storage, they can come and use our facility as well. So we have very well-fed people in Caroline County. So a little bit about the cafeterias. Again, I'm going to brag a little bit about my team. So we do fresh fruits and veggie bars, and we started this because we found when the USDA guidelines changed, my girls were saying, take your apple, because they had to take half cup of fruit or vegetable. And the kids were taking our apple and they're walking out and they're throwing it in the trash. And we were like, you know what, there's gotta be a better way. So we worked out these fresh fruit veggie bars. I prefer them over salad bars. They're self-served, but they're kind of limited, so you don't have a lot of picking and a lot of food waste. So they can go and they can choose as much as they want. We really promote them to take what they're going to eat. If they want more, they can come back and get that. It's unlimited to them. And then we really focus on the entree being secondary. The focus is the fruits and vegetables, and the entree is secondary. We use limited fillers on our proteins. Our burgers are all beef. We don't have any injection in them. We started just this year bulk milk. We had it in 2 schools. We piloted it. We have bulk milk in all of our schools now. It's cut down on the waste tremendously. We don't have 6,000 cartons going into a landfill. The milk is colder, tastes much better, and the kids drink the whole thing. Like when we talk about no waste, like take again what you're going to consume. So we're really big on farm to trade to farm. We've started rolling out composting in all of our schools. So we're getting the prototype down for that, and then we're going to roll it out into all of our other schools with signage and standard operating procedures. We also start fruit-infused water, and the kids go home and ask their parents for spa water. It's awesome. So it's just kind of fun to see, and then the composting. And then connecting the farm to school and life. I'm going through a lot. Like we could talk all day, but these beautiful ladies have a lot to say because they're awesome. So we have aeroponic growing towers in all of our schools. Some have 2 or 3 of them. We have them at our libraries, our duty centers. We get sponsorships from our businesses to keep them going. My staff maintains them. We have tower keepers at each school. It's an introduction to culinary and ag education as well, and the art class. So this is them harvesting it. They'll use it for salad parties. And this is in lieu of school gardens, because we tried school gardens, but again, the students aren't there when it's growing. And then there's weeds, the maintenance gets mad, and they just mow it down. So this was our alternative to that. It grows every 4 to 5 weeks. They can harvest it with art class, really kind of cool. They've taken it, they take the leaves and they press them to make art, and we gave them hibiscus and lavender so they can make their own dyes. One class grew cilantro, and they use it on Taco Tuesday. So it's kind of neat what these tower gardens have done. They have kids with discipline issues. They'll take them out because of the sound and have them kind of calm down with the garden. Ooh. All right, come visit me. Can I?
Yeah,
Oh,
just ask your time. We'll open up for questions afterwards. Yeah. We're gonna let everyone speak, and then we really want lots and lots of questions.
Do we?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We want some educated and aggressive questions. So,
All right.
Catherine, you're on.
So these girls are very inspirational, I have to tell you that. And I get to see them not in a box.
Well, that's a tough act to follow. I don't have the fun graphics or pictures that Beth had, but we'll remember that for next year. My name is Nardi. I'm a program manager in the Montgomery County Office of Food Systems Resilience. We are a relatively new office in Montgomery County government. We were established in July 2022 through Bill 20-22 by County Council at the direction of the County Executive to develop and implement interagency budgetary, regulatory, and operational strategies to support a more equitable, resilient, and sustainable food system. We've also established our own little definition here of resilience to help contextualize the goals of our efforts, and we define it as the capability of individuals, communities, and the county to withstand and rapidly recover from food system disruptions, stresses, and changes. In all of the programs and policies that the OFSR is leading, we are guided by these 4 core values, and they are equity, systems-based, innovation, and data-driven. We aim for all of our efforts to support social justice and address racial disparities in our communities. We're looking at strategies that are at the intersection of climate change adaptation and mitigation, economic opportunity, and food security and access. We're looking to our neighboring jurisdictions as well as best practices from around the country to guide our work while also utilizing the ingenuity of our own partners and residents to seek innovation and more creative new solutions for our community. And we're also looking at data collection and analysis and creating policy and investment decisions based on the data and feedback that we're getting. These are just a few of the foundational policies that lay the groundwork for our efforts in the OFSR. In 2017, the county initiated the Food Security Plan. This was a 5-year plan developed with a goal of addressing and ending hunger in Montgomery County by 2022. And obviously, we're still having these conversations, so there's more work to do. But the Food Security Plan was really a novel legislative success in Montgomery County in terms of showcasing the government's support for our efforts related to the local food system and starting to drive collaborative efforts towards making changes and engaging our residents in the process. Funny enough, in years 4 to 5 of the Food Security Plan, there was a goal of establishing an emergency food response plan. In 2020, which would have been year 3 of the plan, we had COVID, and so the emergency response efforts had to be expedited a little bit. An ad hoc group of community partners, including the Montgomery County Food Council, Manna Food Center, and the Department of Health and Human Services and Office of Emergency Management and Homeland Security, were meeting on a regular basis beginning in March 2020 to coordinate the emergency food response for the community. And that led to the establishment of a COVID-19 food security task force. And the task force developed kind of a, for the moment, emergency plan that would help to support residents and get us through that emergency crisis period. At the recommendation of the Food Security Task Force, the county then created the Office of Food Systems Resilience so that there was an agency within local government that was responsible for continuing this work and coordinating the efforts of community partners and residents and other government agencies to support a more resilient food system in the case of a future disaster. And since the creation of our office, we've been fortunate to have government support for the Strategic Plan to End Childhood Hunger. This is a comprehensive plan that outlines 14 strategies for addressing and ending childhood hunger in Montgomery County. And this was launched in September of 2023. Soon after the launch of the strategic plan, we advocated for the passage of Special Appropriation number 2437. This was passed in December of 2023 by County Council unanimously and allocated just over $11 million to implement the recommendations of the strategic plan to end childhood hunger. And since December, our team has been incredibly busy working on getting all of those programs into place. So kind of aligned with the core values that I outlined previously, we set out these priorities for the coming year in how we are going to achieve all the different goals that we've set for ourselves. And that includes resident-centered food security and access strategies, so convening listening sessions, connecting with partners, and really listening to the needs of our residents and creating policies and programs that reflect those needs and address those needs. We're also looking at strategies that strengthen the local value chain, so integrating the local agricultural sector and food production that's happening in resident and community gardens into our food security and access work, connecting those producers with wholesale buyers, institutional buyers, as well as retail partners and restaurant partners. And then looking again at our data and what is out there in terms of the data landscape, but what areas do we need more data in? And so we are working with the Georgetown Report School of Public Policy, and that might be on my next slide, so I'll hold on to that, to create a better definition and understanding of food insecurity in Montgomery County. It's very hard to address food insecurity when you don't know exactly where it is. And then we're also continuing to engage with fellow government agencies and across the community with a variety of different partners to better understand what they're hearing from the residents that they're working with, what they're learning from partners around the country that they are working with, and not just as far as food security and access goes, but also in terms of better support for our food farmers and better strategies that are able to recover more food and get it connected to the residents that are experiencing food insecurity. Educational strategies for raising awareness amongst residents that recovered food is perfectly safe to eat and helps the whole world go round. And so these are just a few of our highlights. our accomplishments to date. I mentioned the special appropriation number 2437, and that includes 7 or 8 new programs related to the strategic plan to end childhood hunger. We just last week launched a school-based food assistance program, and this grant program is funding 8 different organizations to provide food assistance on site at 33 different Montgomery County public schools. We also are in the final stages of awarding grants through a food as medicine grant program, which will support the county's healthcare providers, including both big multi-location healthcare providers as well as smaller clinics that are working directly in underserved communities to screen and intervene with pediatric patients and refer those patients and their families to food resources. And there's a preference set within both of those programs for sourcing from local farm partners. We also are in the process of granting funds for a SNAP Outreach Award, and that will support organizations that are connecting directly with residents through SNAP application and enrollment assistance, and ensuring that all the residents that are eligible to receive federal nutrition benefits are enrolled in those programs. Simultaneously, we're also launching a retail food access program so that for residents that are experiencing food insecurity but do not qualify for federal benefits due to citizenship or income requirements, they're able to access local retailers and purchase food through local retailers, which supports food sovereignty and food choice for those residents. We'll have a resident community gardening grant program launching in April, and we're working with Manna Food Center on 2 new grant programs, one to support purchasing for smaller food assistance providers and pantries, and kind of streamline the bulk purchasing that's happening for those food assistance providers in the network, as well as a cold storage infrastructure program that is open to both farmers and organizations participating in food recovery efforts so that the food within our system can be stored safely before it's distributed to residents. We're continuing to pursue local procurement and value chain opportunities, including a good food purchasing program analysis at the county's Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, and that's in partnership with our county's Department of Environmental Protection to see what opportunities there are for more sustainable purchasing within one of the largest food institutions in the county. We are also looking at expanding contract growing for the county's Farm to Food Bank program to allow farmers to have a more consistent and reliable purchasing partnership with Manna Food Center, which is the largest food bank in the county and currently facilitates that program. And again, as I mentioned, we're making large-scale cold storage investments so that our food can be stored safely and that we are able to aggregate food in the meantime before it's connected to its end buyer. We have established metrics for our own office, performance metrics that are helping to keep us accountable for achieving the goals that we've set out for ourselves and revisiting those on a monthly basis to see how far we've come in achieving those goals and what adjustments we need to make to ensure that we are maintaining the progress that we hoped to achieve. We are also developing an impact report platform so that the grantees of all these various programs can report on a quarterly or mid-cycle basis, depending on the length of the grant program, to let us know what their progress looks like to date, what implementation has looked like, what success stories they have, as well as the challenges that they're facing so that we can proactively work with those grantees and address those challenges. As I mentioned, we're partnering with Towson University's McCourt School of Public Policy and have a group of students doing a lot of research around creating a food security index for the county that will, again, help us to more effectively achieve food security. And then we are continuing to partner with fellow agencies, coalitions, convenings throughout the region on a regular basis. Our director, Heather Bruskin, is actively involved in the Maryland Food System Resiliency Council. We also participate regularly in the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments meetings. We're closely connected to the Montgomery County Food Council and the various different meetings that they convene throughout each and every month, as well as pulling together our own interagency convenings with government partners on a bi-monthly basis. And we have had over 80 representatives from government agencies participate in these bi-monthly convenings where we share out about our successes, talk about different food system topics, and kind of just build collaboration and build synergy on these different topics that we are pursuing and identify areas where we can work better together. So that is all I have for today. It was a mouthful. Sorry to keep it all business, but if you have any questions, please hold on to them. Yeah, thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Talk about hard acts to follow. It's a real privilege to get to be on a panel with both Beth and Catherine. I was, trying to kind of take in what they were saying, and I just thought, they've made my presentation easier and faster, number one, but I was just marveling at how the panel was put together. You have Beth, who's thoughtfully and intentionally working in just about every part of the food supply chain. And then the Montgomery County, the Office of Food System Resiliency, also doing that, but a little bit, from a policy and planning standpoint, which is not to take away from all of the work that Beth also does on policy and planning, but I am going to speak to some of these themes in a little bit higher level. So my name is Lindsay Smith. I am with the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. We are a regional nonprofit that was formed in the late 50s. It brings together primarily local elected officials from around the region. 5.5 million people call Metropolitan Washington home. So there's also sort of a progression of scales here. The Council of Governments originally came together to plan for transportation in our region's metro system. And over the years, it has grown to include more areas of focus, including in the environment, which is where the program that I work with grew out of about 10 years ago, with some significant changes in the past 4 or 5 years. So these are the types of folks who come to COG to share information, share best practices, create partnerships, and look for regional solutions to the challenges and problems that we face across suburban Maryland, the district, and Northern Virginia. Probably not, unfortunately, any information that is new to all of you, but as Catherine spoke to in terms of the development of the Office of Food System Resiliency in Montgomery County, the food insecurity crisis that was exacerbated by COVID-19 was one of the things that led the Council of Governments to form a new policy committee that reports directly to the board. The board is made up, again, of local elected officials, representatives of our county executive offices from those 3 jurisdictions. And the farm committee that I'm going to talk about was created in 2020. It was made permanent by the board in 2021. But sadly, the elevated levels, very, very elevated levels of food insecurity that we saw during COVID really are not going away, as many of you know. So this was one key factor in the formation of this new policy committee. Another was COG's regional agricultural work, which started much earlier, I think in 2006, maybe, but brought together our region's agricultural marketing specialists, folks that do business development with our region's farmers, soil conservation district staff, some nonprofits, and one of their premier products was the What Our Region Grows report. So it takes US Census agriculture data and looks at the capacity of the region to rely on itself with the amount of food that it produces. And not surprisingly, that number is going down. It's largely due to the population growth of the region, but we are, as many of you know from the recent headlines, Also in the metropolitan area, with some exceptions, seeing just an ongoing, somewhat precipitous decline in the number of farmers, in the number of farms that we have in our region. And this, for anybody who's a history buff like I am, it really accelerated post-World War II with just all of the development that occurred after that period. So this is the Farm Policy Committee. The membership is open to COG's 24-member governments. So as Catherine mentioned, the Office of Food Resiliency, Heather Breskin was actually a founding member of this committee because it also uniquely includes subject matter experts in food and agriculture from around the region. We have a representative from the Maryland Department of Agriculture. Capital Area Food Bank is on our board. Fresh Farm, for those of you that may know our farmers market organization in Metro DC. And then the balance is made up of elected officials. Our members range from very large counties like Montgomery or Fairfax County to some of our smaller municipalities like the city of Bowie, Greenbelt, College Park. And one of the things I'm really excited about this year is that we have more elected official members than ever starting this year on the committee. And I think one of the uniquenesses about this group is that we really are working more directly with our elected leaders at a local level than I think may be happening in other parts of the country that are not either really large agricultural regions or have some other strong tie to food. Although I think, as all of you know, the ecosystem is changing rapidly, and this is really needed and wonderful. I was reflecting when Beth showed her slide about the farm to freezer program. There was actually a farm to freezer business in Montgomery County a number of years ago that was started by a woman named Cheryl Collin. And Cheryl eventually went on to start the food recovery program run by Mana Food Center called MoCo Food Rescue. And just kind of thinking back to all the ties that we've seen in the region and how innovation builds off itself, whether it's in the private sector with our farms and food hubs or retailers, to the program and the policy level. So it's exciting to see that the space has expanded as rapidly as it has, and I really think that in order to solve some of the big problems that and opportunities that the conference is talking about today, we really do need everybody involved. I feel this way looking at some of the climate work that's happened in our region, for instance, some of the work that's happened around the Chesapeake Bay. We need a bigger pool of folks who care about this work and the work that I know many of you are doing. This is the Farm Committee's priorities. I won't spend too much time on them, not to say that they're not important, but because I think you'll see a lot of similarities to what Catherine just showed us. I do want to highlight two things. One, there's a logo for the National Capital Region Geodata Spatial Exchange, and I know Shannon wanted me to mention this. It would have been better if I had the picture of a regional map, and I apologize that I don't. But this is an effort that was started during COVID, very early on, with our Department of Homeland Security and Public Safety. And what they asked us for was a comprehensive map of all of the food assistance locations in metropolitan Washington. We have some incredibly capable, innovative food banks in our region, like Mana Food Center, and the big one for metropolitan Washington, the biggest one, is Capital Area Food Bank. They have a lot of work that they're doing with data and mapping, but it only includes their partners in the Capital Area Food Bank network. So there's also a universe of folks who are outside of the Capital Area Food Bank network. This is a project that is ongoing. It was primarily made first and foremost as a tool for emergency managers who have become much more attuned to food system resilience, as a lot of you know, again, during COVID. we believe that this could have other applications, and I think this is also a good way to highlight the role that we can play as a regional organization that doesn't have regulatory power, but is really more of a coalition of the willing, is by creating a system and helping our local governments, if they don't necessarily have the capacity or the tools to input their data into this system, that we can be there to provide some coordinating assistance. There's a lot more to say about this tool, but I will leave it there. And then one more thing before my last slide is I just want to mention that one of the first products of the Farm Committee was the Healthy Food Access Policy Compendium for Metropolitan Washington. This was released in 2022. We need to get an update done so that we have any changes to federal legislation, state legislation, and local legislation in that membership area that I showed you earlier, so that we have all of those included through 2024. So once the General Assembly wraps up its work, we will get a start on that. I show that because it does include all policies major policies to support food security and food access. It's actually harder than I ever thought to capture all of them, but it includes the food waste, food reduction, and composting programs and policies that we have represented in the region. And suffice to say, I think that we can and should expect a lot more activity in that space in the coming years. I think that we are off to a really good start with our many partners at the Council of Governments. But what I will say, and I'm looking at Carol Jones, is I think we have opportunities to do more regionally on food waste reduction, food waste prevention, and food recovery. Kate Urbank is also here, and we've got some really wonderful leaders who I know will be talking with you more later today about how they're doing that work, and hopefully where they see some of the gaps as people working more closely on this than some of us are. But I did want to mention this is a very popular, well-attended regional meeting that we have every year. The COG has a solid waste and recycling committee. Like the Farm Committee, the meetings are bi-monthly. They are open to the public. Some are online only, some are hybrid. I'm not sure about this year's annual compost update. It's every September, and it's a great venue to get up to date on what's the planning, what are the new programs that are happening in around Metropolitan Washington. Yeah, Shannon, I think I'll stop there.
Well, thank you very much, all three of you. So I just wanted to ask one question amongst all three of you, which, because this summit was developed in support of the food residual diversion law, if I was a business or institution that was looking to divert eligible and healthy foods, and there are some folks in the audience who are part of that mandate, how could they connect with the programs that you guys work on? Or whether you would synergize their connection with the local programs, or if you would support them. So that's above. So if I'm like, let's say a hospital, and I wanted to divert some of my recoverable foods to the local systems, how could I best manage that opportunity within Caroline County, Metropolitan Washington governments? Like, what's the best way to connect people?
So I think the first thing we need to do is educate all the people producing food that they can donate the food. Because everybody, maybe? I think we need to educate the people that are making the food that they can donate the food. I actually talked to a restaurant in Baltimore, and they had no idea that they could divert their food to a homeless shelter because they thought they were still liable. So I think we need to get that education out. So we reached out to all of our homeless shelters And we got the word out to them that, and with a connection to be able to take food to them after catering jobs and things like that. I'm not sure I'm answering your question,
No,
but
you're absolutely
just in
right.
our small little world, is figuring out who needs the food and then being able to get it to them and having volunteers who pick up and things like that.
I'll echo Beth in saying that I think education and awareness is a huge component. We just had a conversation right after I started with the Office of Food Systems Resilience with the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, and they were looking to comply with the legislation at the state level, but really struggling to understand what their options were. And so in many ways, we serve as a bridge between our partners and other agencies in local government that are able to better support the challenges that community partners might be facing. And that kind of conversation served as a bridge to integrate the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation team with the DEP, Department of Environmental Protection team, that is working most closely on food waste diversion, edible food recovery, those types of things. And I think similarly, we've had conversations with Montgomery County Public Schools around this, and I know there's a huge interest within the school system to implement more sustainable practices related to food recovery and food waste diversion. And there are a number of smaller scale businesses, food producing businesses that are working with private haulers. Although they don't necessarily have the same mandate at the state level, I think the momentum that is being driven by these smaller partners and even by residents to meet these expectations helps to build that awareness for the bigger, broader community.
Yeah, I think I would echo both Beth and Catherine. Our organization is really for convening, meeting around regional challenges and issues. But we have an extensive network, and Michelle Caruso is here from the Montgomery County Food Council. She's part of one of our farm work groups. If we didn't know who to connect them with, we would go to our network, but fortunately we do, and if they were in DC, I would give them Food Rescue US's contact information.
And the next question I have, and then I'll open it up to the rest of the folks in the room. So if I was a smaller program, maybe on the western part of the state, or if I was one of the more urban programs that hasn't been established, what would you say to direct them to resources? Would you say to connect with you directly? Or would you say maybe attending some of the MetroCog meetings? What's the best way for the next level programs within our lesser developed counties and municipalities to start to move forward and progress? Is it more policy based, or is it just attending and learning before you move forward?
I think it really depends on what the interest is. Is the interest in learning about food systems broadly? Is it about composting waste residuals? Is it about food security? I'm really excited about the Maryland Food System Resiliency Council, and we also work with them a bit. We have overlapping membership on our farm committee and the Maryland Food System Resiliency Council, but I don't know if Michelle's speaking later today, but there is some work in Maryland right now to help incubate and grow other food councils. And so I'd say if you have a broader interest, maybe you find out if there is a food policy council. If you have a specific interest, or you just hear about a program that's doing innovative things, if you went to Beth right away, not to sign you up for more work, but if you went to Beth right away with something that you wanted to do within her area, she knows everybody. So does Catherine.
And for those of you that are unaware of the Food System Resiliency Council, so it's a program that is housed within the Maryland Department of Emergency Management, but is partnered with the Maryland Department of Agriculture and the Department of Health. I sit on the council board. I'm not a voting member. We do have some folks here that are in the room that are on the program as well. If you are not aware of it, I would highly recommend, if you are looking for food resiliency and food recovery, this is a program to definitely pay attention to and participate in any of the public meetings. Are there questions within the audience? I will walk around.
I have a question for Beth, and the first thing I want to say is Emerson Food System. Oh, Joe Richardson, lunch out in Phil's, but the Emerson Good Samaritan Food Recovery Act is something that people just don't know enough about. We think people know, but whether it's food service providers, they don't know. This has to become absolute common knowledge. My question for Beth is, you're transitioning to bulk milk, which I applaud and I fear because spillage. I mean, if you have kids dispensing milk, they're going to blast it all over the place. You're going to make village services people unhappy.
You sound like my principals.
Right. So, I mean, do you see a lot of that? And are the kids assisted with dispensing, because the ability to eliminate so many milk containers from the waste stream would be enormous. But what have the obstacles been? And then I have a question about your food park.
So we use plastic reusable cups, because I have dishwashers in all my schools. The littler kids will go around with pitchers, and the littles, and they'll help them. They'll pour out milk for them. And then the bigger kids, it's like a no-brainer now. One of my schools, this little boy's like this high, and he climbed up, he put his leg up over and dispensed the milk, and I thought, oh, he's done this before. I didn't even stop him, and nobody seemed concerned. And he poured it out, and they have some spillage, but not very much. I mean, because they're taking their tray, they're putting their tray down, and then they go up to get the milk, so they're not like this with their tray. So it's worked out really well, and I had one principal who was just adamant. I mean, he was at me, and I'm like, look, give it 2 weeks, and now he loves the program, loves it.
Any problem with dairy providers, like losing the business of the cases of milk containers?
So we still have to use milk containers in the morning because we have breakfast in the classroom. We have universal breakfast, so we still have to use it then. But they don't have to take the milk, so that's a whole other story. But so they had a little trouble keeping up with our volume, but they service Salisbury University, so they were doing the bagged milk already.
Okay, and then I don't mean to hog this, just your food bar, which looks amazing.
Thanks.
Which needs to happen everywhere, but who preps that? And does the food services have time to prep it? I mean, I love what that is, and I'm sure kids would be attracted to the fruit, but
So with volume comes cures all evil, right? So we have the highest participation in the state of Maryland because of the food quality. So my girls prep it, my ladies, we do culinary training with them. Some of it comes in prepared already, and like we'll do roasted cauliflower with Parmesan. So it's cut up already, they just have to, just trying to educate our kids, on everything doesn't have to be khaki green broccoli when we serve our kids. So, but yeah, my ladies do, and they take a lot of pride in what they do.
Hi, my question's also for Beth. Yep, my name is Joan Flisco with Flisco Sustainable Solutions. And Beth, you're doing a great job all over the county, and I'm wondering, you mentioned about all of the closed chicken farms. Maybe you said 150, and some of them are transitioning to grow mushrooms. Can you talk a little bit more about why they're closing and what's prompting it, and are there other models of innovation that are occurring?
So there's 1,500 vacant chicken houses on the Delmarva. So once a new chicken house is built, usually an old one will close because it's not efficient, and it's a whole system that the chicken companies calculate with the grain and energy and things like that. So if you have a old building that people haven't invested money into and a new one goes up that's airtight, and they'll drop them. We had one farmer, they got 30 days notice and they were dropped with their crops with six chicken houses. And that's their main income. So a lot of them can't be repurposed. Some of them need to be condemned because they've fallen in. Salisbury University actually did an aerial study of all the chicken houses. So now it's time to go back and see which ones need to be taken down just to eradicate the bacteria because it's leaching out and needs to be cleaned up. The mushrooms seem to be growing the best because they put them in chambers. The spirulina, if anybody doesn't know about spirulina, it's a blue algae. It's a superfood. We've had a little difficulty with that because of energy, but we've been working with the company, the organization Transformation, and they've been doing some of that throughout nationally. So we've partnered with them on looking at better electricity, so we can take down the use of energy in those. They're huge. I mean, you're looking at, 100 feet going back. So we've been breaking them up into chambers.
And my second question is, in addition to the folks that are working in the schools, how many people work with you on your staff to accomplish all of this?
So I have, my schools, I have a team of 60 in my schools. And then I have 4 people that do the farm to school. They do the buses and the tower gardens, and then make sure that we're connecting with our farmers all year to get product in. And then the nonprofit, I have 5 people on that staff. I have 3 chefs from Culinary Institute of America on my staff as well. I have an awesome team, I just have to tell you. I mean, I couldn't do what I do. Everybody's like, oh, how do you do it all? I'm like, because of them, because they believe in what we do. We economically stable families, that's what we're looking for, making them healthy, taking that poverty ring and penetrating it. If we can do our part with the hunger piece, that's in job development and job skills, that's what we're. I'm not as smart as them, I'm just gonna tell you that. I need them on my team.
I was gonna say, the session's over, right? Like you just said everything.
Yeah,
I'm just dumb enough just to do it. That's the problem.
it's just an amazing synergy. We can have all the policy, but if we don't have the implementation. So thank you. My question is about, hello, hi, I'm Daniela. I am an enthusiast of circularity in local food systems, and I live in Montgomery County. So my question is for Catherine. The logo is awesome. It talks about the food waste reduction, but I am still very curious to know how your office connects with DEP for this circularity. I'll put you an example. This program that you mentioned about the corrections, yes, it's all great and it's all happening on the food end, but what about the potential of having a small scale composting there? That's one. And then the other one is the outrageous amount of food waste that it is measured in the county. Is your office working or plans to work in the future to retrofit that into the local food systems of the Ag Reserve, for example? And thank you.
Sure. So our office works very closely with the Department of Environmental Protection. We are working on a variety of initiatives with them currently, as I mentioned, including at the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. We participate actively in the Edible Food Recovery Working Group that the DEP convenes on a regular basis, and we also participate in a variety of other environmental impact type working groups within the county. I think that it's always a learning process when there's a new partner introduced into the mix, and so DEP currently champions a lot of the initiatives in Montgomery County related to food recovery, as well as related to food waste diversion and composting. And so it's kind of a delicate balance of understanding what our role is in that process, and then what role DEP plays and what role community partners and other folks within the network play. So we have had conversations about opportunities to expand food waste composting in the agricultural reserve. There was a local bill passed a couple years ago to expand on-farm composting, which aligns with state level efforts as well. And we have had ongoing conversations with both DEP and the Office of Agriculture to understand how we can reach the agricultural community and connect food producing farmers to these opportunities to compost on site. We also are engaged in conversations related to how we can better connect our food assistance network and the food assistance providers that are serving the community to food waste diversion opportunities. Obviously, there's a lot of food recovery happening within that system, but there is still smaller scale levels of food waste within the food assistance network as well. So we want to understand what are ways that we can better connect those partners to composting opportunities. And I mentioned when I was speaking earlier about working with Montgomery County Public Schools as another big generator of food and therefore food waste. I think that there are a lot of opportunities for collaboration and advocacy amongst residents and partners like yourself that are really interested in this. And although there have been ongoing efforts, I think through partners like the Food Council and others in the county to move this forward. It has been slow going, slower than we would like to, but it is moving, and the county executive just released his proposed budget for Montgomery County last week, and there were some items in that proposed budget related to organics composting. So I would definitely encourage you to look into that a little bit more, and if there are local legislators that you've been in touch with or could be in touch with related to this, definitely stay in touch with our office and the Food Council as well on this as we continue to work with folks like you who are just as excited about the opportunities as we are.
Thank you, Catherine. It becomes the opportunity that there is a liaison between your department and, for example, MCPS. I just don't understand where the connection is. I'll put you an example. For food waste prevention, like, it will be the paradise in our county if we could have as many of these implementations that Beth already has. And I'm sure that you want them more than anyone. So in terms of food waste prevention, just to put a last example, is there something that you are planning to do? Because you have all these priorities that are really important, and I know you're setting the big game scale on policy. But the average family in Montgomery County still is wasting more than $2,500. That's above the average, and the average school is still wasting like almost 200 pounds a day. So as a parent, for example, I make my little webinars, which I love to promote through you, but is there a strategy to work, for example, with the Montgomery Food County new committee? What is the line where the average mom or dad can follow and add to your projects? Thank you.
Sure, yeah, that's a great question. So currently we don't have any working groups that are opportunities for this type of conversation, but the Food Council does. And so I think we participate actively in the Food Council's conversations. Just last week, the Food Council hosted a food recovery working group conversation. There were, I don't know, Michelle, over 25, maybe 30 folks on the call. Folks just like you that are just parents or active members of the community that are really interested in what can we do and what can we share with our neighbors to this point. And it was a really productive conversation. I know in the breakout group I was a part of, we talked about efforts within DEP to move towards pay-as-you-throw or pay-as-you-go. And that would also be a way of curbing food waste, because if families start to have to pay for their waste, their solid waste to be collected based on the amount that they're throwing, they become more conscious of how much is going into the trash can, and then start to learn about and understand better ways to use their food. I think also there are efforts through DEP to be at farmers markets and to be at community events and to share resources and materials with families. They're working particularly closely with multifamily apartment complexes, because those are places where there are a lot of people in one place that they can reach easily and they can share information about. And we also know that those communities are oftentimes the ones that are most affected by environmental impacts of our food system. And so it kind of serves a dual purpose of both educating and connecting with those families, but also building equity within the system to reach those residents directly and not just go to the residents that have greater access to that sort of education. I think also there are a lot of farm partners in the community that host events on farm and talk about the practices they're involved in to reduce food waste on farm. Some of them host cleaning events and similar opportunities for residents to get involved in reducing food waste. So those are other ways that parents like yourself or family members that are not, as deep in the weeds of some of the policy type work can be involved and can share that information with children and their neighbors and folks that maybe don't otherwise know too much about it.
Can I just interject with one thing? Daniela, those were wonderful questions, but Daniela has done so much work in the region, and I, particularly in DC with Kate and I and Claudia and a number of other people on planning and policy, and I think you're also doing research now in food waste and composting, and I just want to appreciate her. We worked together with Montgomery County and other counties for a number of years, and Claudia may have mentioned this on DMV Food Recovery Week. Manna Food Center was a big sponsor and leader of that, frankly. But Claudia was the only person that was doing outreach and education in Spanish. And I just, Daniela, yeah, sorry, did I say Claudia? Sorry, Daniela. Although, being compared to Claudia is also, yes, kind of same level there. But yeah, so I think, Daniela, what your question also brings up for me is that we can't be everywhere at once, unfortunately. We do have a lot of work to do, but that everyone's got power to make an impact in this space, and there's still new areas that we need to work in.
Good morning. My name is Richard Benjamin from Montgomery County Public Schools. I just want to make a quick comment on the progress that we're making in schools. So this year we have nearly 80 schools that are participating in the food waste recovery program in the schools. And what we're finding is that most of the food that is recovered in the school is redistributed during the day within the school itself. Although we have partnerships with Manna Food and the Child Match and stuff like that to take it out of the school if there's a need, but we're not finding a need to do that. Just simply setting up a cart and a small refrigerator in the school to store the food and redistribute it throughout the day has worked out successfully for us. So I have a question for Beth. The mobile bus that you have, how frequently is that taken out to the community, and are you recovering the food from the schools and redistributing it, or where are you getting the food from?
So the bus runs 4 days a week, going into different neighborhoods and into other counties. So the bus goes out 4 days a week. Fridays is its pop-up day. Because we use the bus, also corporations will use incentives, wellness incentives for their staff to come one shop on the bus. They'll give them coupons, so that helps with the sustainability of the bus. So we do not recover from school foods onto that bus. We are using the culinary center, the food that we aggregate there to put onto the bus. But we too have shared tables, and you're right, a lot of our food goes directly back to the students throughout the day. But the buses, we have private funding that paid for the bus to get retrofitted. No Kid Hungry was instrumental in that for us. And then we have a foundation that donates to the bus to keep it running, because it's serving our vulnerable population, our kids and our seniors.
Mm-hmm. Hi, I'm Carol Jones from the Environmental Law Institute, and I live in Montgomery County. I'm a member of the Montgomery County Food Council. So Shannon said, the main purpose of this is really to look at the diversion mandate, and I really applaud the fact that in addition to the typical focus on recycling that one has, there's a recognition today that also in the mandate is the higher priorities of prevention, which is in the next session, and recovery, which is in this session. I've heard education being an important component. And Claudia talked a lot about peer networks. I guess I'm thinking solid waste is basically a local initiative, but a lot of the education is something that should be shared. I mean, for example, the liability protections, how do we communicate about preventing food waste? So I'm thinking peer networks. What is the capability to, support what Shannon wants to do by connecting across the counties? And it's interesting, only one person is actually from government here, so obviously we need nonprofits as well as governments. But it just seems like if we could get together folks from all the counties, that there could be incredible sharing. So ideas for peer networks.
I am really sad that I missed Claudia's remarks, and I'm so happy that today is being recorded. But yeah, Carol, for what it's worth, I agree. I think there's a ton of potential. I think it's been really interesting to sort of watch the evolution of that in DC, and just think about how there's always going to be a need for citizen engagement to really, I think, help spur change and support that and show what is possible despite some really exciting new needed positions that we have, whether they're in the public, private, or nonprofit sector. But I've come to believe in my 15 years of working in this space, just in the Metropolitan Washington region, that if we really care about something, we do need to work to some type of institutionalization of a capacity or capability or a focus.
I will just say that I think the Maryland Food System Resilience Council has been instrumental in connecting folks throughout the state and across borders around similar priorities, and I've participated in, I think, all 4 of the different subcommittees just to listen and learn about what's happening. I don't know that there's as much awareness around the opportunity to participate as maybe there could be, and that's an opportunity to build on and to involve more residents who are interested in this type of work. I think, as Lindsay mentioned earlier, joining a local food council or being involved in conversations with your local food council is a great opportunity. And I think also it just takes one person, even just on a very individual level, to share that, we're having our compost collected by compost crew. Share it with your neighbors, and then the whole neighborhood gets a lower rate. And that's not feasible for everyone in every neighborhood, but in the situations where it is, I think it relies on us as individuals to share what we're doing and be proud of what we're doing, and hopefully have that trickle down effect to those around us, and gaining awareness and traction with others who care.
Yeah, I'm really thinking about governments, the policy level, those who put out the education materials, et cetera. How do we connect across those? There's the Maryland Recycling, network, but they really focus on traditional recycling. They don't really have an organics recycling, focus. So the Food Systems Resilience Council is a great avenue, but I don't think they have participation across, all that is. From your perspective.
So I just think we need to make it easier. I think we need to make it, like Shannon, when she first came to me, I was like, give it to me and I'll institute. Help me figure it out, because we're trying to run, feed 5,000 kids a day, and then you want me to figure out how to do the composting with it. The government, make it easier for us for the education, give us what we need to teach our kids for the next generation. They have a lot to clean up from our generation, unfortunately, but I think that's for us is, when that level is get it together, get stakeholders like me involved. Let's come up with the standard operating procedures, the messaging, and let's trickle it into our school systems. I mean, I was telling somebody the other day, like, my father stopped smoking because I found out smoking was bad for you in school. Do you know what I mean? So these kids are going home and saying to their parents, can you get me salad? Because they see it every day now. It's not, so to me, it starts with us getting together, figuring out what our messaging is as a state, put it into school systems to get it into the households. And then the households will get more demanding on the governments to put in systems. So that's what I'm always boots on the ground, so.
Yeah, and I'll just say that, so the QR code directs you to the Food Summit webpage, but our lovely, fantastic MDE webpage that is very much like a long-running Word document, we apologize, but that's the way it goes for government, has a lot of resources on there. So if you're not aware of what those resources are, we do have things that illustrate the Bill Emerson Good Samaritan Law, where the liability protection is allowable to donations and does protect you. We do have information relative to donations to various different entities. These are all available on the website, though again, I apologize, it's very lengthy. And we are working again with our sister agencies, with the Department of Agriculture, Emergency Management, Department of Health, Department of Education, to try to get out as much information as possible. It is a big hurdle. We are the only state in our area that does have the food residual diversion mandate, and we have a really big population that spans quite a significant area. So we're trying to make sure that we're giving as much information as possible, but not making it so difficult that it is impossible for people to understand the different complexities associated with it. But again, I see Ann from Baltimore City Public Schools here, really working with our local government and education agencies to figure out what is the way we can implement this in a realistic and sustainable mechanism, because there's a difference between mandating something and having the arduousness of executing that, and how can we do it in a sustainable, equitable, and realistic approach as well. So we are trying to figure out different solutions, and we are looking at it from our level within the state, not necessarily how Massachusetts or New York or California is doing so, because we are a different area and we are kind of like a little bit of an island just because of the mandate where it is. And with that, I'm going to wrap this session up so that we have time to transition. The next session is going to be held in the ballroom where we started, so feel free to make your way over there. After that session, there will be lunch, and then another session after that before we go back to the breakout session. So please feel free to use the bathrooms. They are on your way back towards the main ballroom. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, ladies, for your amazing presentation.
So, infrastructure. So one of the things, Claudia just showed you EPAs if you were here in the morning, the new wasted food scale that the EPA generated, which, as she noted, just looks at infrastructure and what we can do to reduce food loss and food waste from an environmental perspective. Of course, we have using food waste at the top, rescuing edible food to feed people and animals. But after that, they're talking residential food waste. Shouldn't the infrastructure be around encouraging people to own compost? And next to that, maybe keeping it local with small-sized decentralized facilities. Then medium-scale locally based, that could be the farming community. And then at the end, centralized composting for anaerobic digestion. And by the way, this hierarchy is calculated into a number of languages on our website, and there's more detail for each of these levels. In small size decentralized and medium scale could be composting or anaerobic digestion. But when we're thinking about infrastructures, I kind of wanted to set the stage today for this session. We should be looking at all of these things. It's not just if you're in a community, you need one 50-acre site to be a place where all the food waste comes to be composted or anaerobically digested. If we can
take 10% of the flowing food waste and 1 in 10 households can compost, then you've got 10% less capacity needed for a garbage facility. So keep in mind that infrastructure is all of these things. We worked with EPA on their new website on community composting, and I just want to run through, this is not just for community composting, but for all types of composting and all these sizes, there are economic, environmental, and social benefits. And the social benefits, when you keep it more local within our communities, kind of grow exponentially. You're addressing local food insecurity issues, because you're growing food locally in neighborhoods that don't have access to fresh food. You can be engaging your youth. I hope Sophia usually talked about some of the great projects in Baltimore, where this is happening right here in Maryland. Community empowerment, revitalize neighborhoods. If you're taking urban farms and community gardens and composting as an accessory activity, then you're creating neighborhoods, right? Boosting the tree canopy. The environmental benefits, I think they're a lot familiar with this. Claudia talked so much about climate in her opening remarks, but healthy soils. If you're making compost, it's going back into the soil one way or another. So I hope in the today we'll be talking about contamination and what we can do in Maryland, and that high quality compost and soil amendments going into Maryland soils, right? And then the economic benefits, again, if you're doing a distributed or decentralized infrastructure, you're building local jobs, you're keeping those community assets within your community, keep those dollars circulating, you have this business innovation, and you're promoting farm prosperity, whether it's rural farms or urban farms, both those in between as well. So I'm not going to talk a lot about policy now, but we at the Institute do a lot of work on policy, so I hope we'll be talking about local and state policy and hearing from particularly Linda on what's happening nationally. But this is an example of a report we did most recently on how model language for incorporating composting into local climate action plans. And Maryland recently released its priority climate action plans, and they did integrate a lot of the recommendations we had for integrating composting and food, reducing food loss and food waste in the plan. So we're excited about that. And with that, let me bring up Linda Norris-Waldt. And Linda she's the Deputy Director and Policy Director of the U.S. Composting Council, where she's been there for 10 years. And she lives in Maryland, and we are so lucky to have Linda with the USCC and our state promoting some of this work. So please join me in welcoming Linda. Good morning, everyone. Like it up, your feet. You went top, that's right. Set for Brenda. Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Steve from Middletown, Maryland, and I work on a lot of compost policy in Frederick County when I can, although I'm also very focused on national policy. We have Key City Compost, we have some great student outlets and programs, sponsors Joe, Stephen Finch, Joe Richardson, but we have a lot of stuff going on in Frederick, so I'm really excited and I engage at the state level with all the stuff, because I've been lots of you at this conference, and I'm excited to be here. And just a quick word before I start into my slide. U.S. Composting Council has been around since 1990. We have been working towards on commercial scale, all size composting for all of those years. So we have seen a lot happen in the last decade to be waste composting, and I'm going to tell you about that. By the way, we have about 1,000 members, primarily municipalities and private sector composters, as well as academics, consultants, equipment folks, municipal products members, and all sorts of outlets. So I wanted to give a national overview on composting to set the stage for everybody else from what we see. And right now we are in some really good times for composting. One of the things I wanted to mention is that generally we're assuming that there are about, we can tell, 4,700 to 5,000 compost facilities in the U.S., with the majority of those being yard waste composting only.
About 2,000 of them are food-based composting. So we did a survey, an industry study. It was much deeper than a survey, and at that QR code you could find information about it. But we looked at equipment, payrolls, all sorts of things in the compost industry. And one of the really interesting things we found was that the big growth in composting is at medium and small size composting. So if you can see actually the things are a little bit out of whack there, but 100,000 and more is large size centralized composting, 1,000 to 10,000, 10,000 to 100,000 there is medium sized composting in terms of tons per year. So small and medium is where we're seeing much of our growth in the compost industry. And when I started off with that, we have a sense for you. If you look at the collection side of organics, BioCycle has done studies on Elana Goldstein, and she's done studies over the years about composting. And last October, I believe, she came out with some recent data. And look at the jump in composting access, or organics recycling access, I should say, between 2017 and 2023. We just really are on an upward trajectory, especially because of organics bans like the one I'm making time in Maryland, to see more access to composting and organics recycling around the country. So I want to set the stage for some real things that we're dealing with high-level composters. I wanted to put you in the grocery stores if you are trying to put on a graduation party or some kind of an event in the neighborhood, and you think, oh my gosh, I need to get everything recyclable if I can. It's outside, I don't want to use my dishes because they might break, so I guess I'll try composters. And if you look, there's terms like eco-friendly, plant-based, all kinds of things that confuse our consumers. So one of the biggest problems we're having in composting industry nationally right now is contamination. And one of the big reasons for the contamination is what we call a lookalike biofuels, things that are ending up in our composting facilities because they should. They've never been certified, they've never been tested, they may never even have been designed to be compostable, and they're really wrecking the works for us. And so we're working on several strategies to deal with that. But just so that you know, a recent study that just came out said that about 20% of the cost of running compost facilities dedicated to dealing with contamination. So that is a real problem for us as a compost industry. We're happening to try to address it. And the first one that I wanted to talk about was labeling principles and PR. So labeling has been passed in those 5 states in some form, things to actually work towards better labeling. We had labeling was passed at a late time, it was 2017 or 2018 in Maryland. So we were one of the early states to look at wanting to be sure our things were not labeled biodegradable or those sorts of things. Since then, there have been a number of bills that have dug in even deeper. So I think that we could even do a refresh. I'm part of the Maryland DC Compost Council. I think that's something that we will take up. And by the way, if you want to be in Maryland DC Compost Council, talk to Brenda or I or Jeffrey or other folks who are in this real advocacy space, because we'd love to plug you into what we're doing. But anyway, what we did is we put together in 2022 a group of composters and compostable product supply chain folks at the national level, and we worked together to promulgate principles you can see at that QR code that really key in on what we need to do to try to solve the labeling and lookalike issues. And some of the things that we talked about that some of these bills have incorporated now, what we could do to add to Maryland's bill. Number one, make sure that third-party certification and aligned with ASTM is in bills. Make sure that they have any compostable products that are quick out into the marketplace have labeling or ASTM, whether it's lab testing, which is BPI, and then we're also encouraging, it wasn't a mandate, but we are highly encouraging field testing of US, which is available now. We also had, and it's a whole system in there, and I'm not in the compostable products industry, but we looked at Our committee looked at various types of compostables, straw layers to forms and knives to blades to clamshell containers.
Green and beige as the primary color that compostables should be so that consumers can recognize them, and different ways they would be applied on different materials. Some things you can only do a stripe, some things needed to have the ability to see the sandwich inside the plastic clamshell, etc. So we tried to compromise on those things. The other thing, though, that I think most of us came away with, and since then it has really kind of come to the top of the pile, is education and enforcement. And in the template bill that we put together, there is no greenwashing allowed in these ideal bills. So we asked for them to, number one, be sure they put money for education into bills involving labeling of compostable products to educate consumers. And number two, assign an agency to be in charge of taking reports of violators who are not producing compostable by these guidelines and prosecute them and shut them down. That's what's going to really stop this wash of non-compostable products that are landing in our composting facilities. Another thing I wanted to talk about today that is we are working to have this address contamination issues is extended producer responsibility. And that is the scheme where there may be a charge on recycled products, plastic products, and compostable products that is developed so that that money, through various mechanisms, depending on how it's arranged in that state, that those states will put the money to their municipalities to help pay for the costs of running their recycling and composting programs. And mainly, people have wanted to use this to address contamination issues. And what we started to find when we started to look at these bills, one was passed in Maine and Oregon, some of the early bills, is they were putting money, they were charging the compostable products for being part of what's going to the landfill. It's about 2 to 3%, depending what market you're in. And admittedly, it's not a lot, but it is some. And what they were doing is taking the money coming from compostables and putting it towards recycling programs, which I love recycling. I used to work in recycling, but we desperately need money for infrastructure and for dealing with contamination in composting. So what we did is we worked on several states. Colorado and California now have bills that include composting in their bills, not just recycling. And what we've looked for is some key things. Number one is to have a needs assessment. And what they do is they go out and they study the entire scheme of, recycling and composting and how it all works and decide how much money that is going to be charged on those products. That's how they figure that out. And one of the things we were seeing is organics was not included in those needs assessments initially. So we've lobbied to have it in there. We also asked for composters or compostable products, or both, ideally, to have a seat at the table on the advisory committee to the producer responsibility organization that is hired to run the program or assigned by the state. The third thing I already mentioned, which is having composting as a recipient of funding, and we are finding that they want to have it go towards contamination, towards things like that picture that you see where they're actually, it's a robotic system for picking out contamination out of compost. So that's where we would like the funding to go, and eco-modulation, higher fees on those who are doing less design to make things recyclable and compostable, and to have adequate time. So I'm going to actually go really fast, but wrap up by saying Maryland has passed SB 222, is starting to work on this, but there's a couple of problems that I see coming down the line. Number one, we did not get a seat, even though it talked about having composting / recycling as a seat on the advisory committee. We didn't get a seat. And also, they're only going to have, when you look at it, they're only going to have 2 months from what I see to have that needs assessment done. They're awarding it this month, and it's due in July. So by the time it gets on the ground, it's going to go very fast, and it may make some mistakes. So just wanted to mention that. Infrastructure, the Compost Act is out there. If you look on our website, you can learn more about it. It does put money directly to infrastructure at all sizes of composting, so we're excited about that. Zoning, we have a zoning template that you can use to take to your county or your city. If you don't have zoning in your community, it will make it much easier so that the composter doesn't have to also put in a zoning text amendment to have zoning in your community, as we did in Frederick, which is what Key City had to do. Feedstock challenges, I do want to mention that there was a situation up in Vermont where one of the early organics bans came in, and what happened was a depackaging facility for an anaerobic digestion facility opened up in Maine, and what happened is composters had contracts for taking good, easily depackaged food, bakery food, things like that from grocery stores, and all those contracts went over to the anaerobic digestion facility and the depackaging. That's fine, anaerobic digestion is great, but what happens with depackaging is all of the packaging, including the food that may be clinging to it, is going to the landfill. So unfortunately, Vermont found there was more going to the landfill than there was before the depackaging, so they changed their policy now so that even for anaerobic digestion, things must go to source separation before they head out. So that's something we always need to watch out for nationally. We're also working on kitchen composters, if you've seen all the ads out there that make unstable compost at the end. So we're working on some things to try to, in California, maybe stop that with some legal action. So you'll hear more about that later. And we're just really watching the word composting to make sure it's used to refer to true composting, not to other types of organics recycling that don't end up as compost. So there's just a quick taste of the national scope. Oh, one other thing, this was breaking news and I forgot to put it on here. The Recycling and Compost Accountability Act, which is one of our 2 congressional bills, has actually passed the Senate, and what this does is it has national collection of data and planning on composting and recycling, and we're really excited about that. It passed the Senate on last Tuesday, so a great win for us. I think I will stop there because I'm running out of time.
address food insecurity and also food waste management. And that kind of paved the way for us to work with the National Resources Defense Council and host their Food Matters program. So that started in 2018, and it was a 2-year deep dive into food waste where we explored food waste minimization, food waste recovery, distribution. We explored how we could deploy neighborhood level diversion measures, looking at small scale composting infrastructure, hosting community sites at farms and community gardens, and also took a look at what available real estate we had in Baltimore City to host mid-scale or larger facilities. And so this graphic that you see is kind of one of the culminations of our discoveries. We hosted a fall and a spring waste audit where we pulled it all apart. This is just representative of residential waste. And we pulled it all apart to see what exactly people were throwing away. And we found that 75% of residential waste is divertible. It's compostable, recyclable, or reusable. And this is when I started thinking about behavior change, which is a thread that I'm going to pull on, throughout this discussion, because now I'm in a place where I think about building public programming that'll work for people and getting people to participate and reduce contamination. And some of the other major issues that we see, especially with food waste diversion, is at the top of my mind, and how we can generate that behavior change is really essential part of my program design thinking. And one of our fun discoveries was that the annual cost of food waste for a family of 4 is $1,800. We really wanted to be able to create this narrative for people, like diverting food waste is good for the world, but it's also good for you. It's good for your bank account. It's good for your pockets. So yeah, other things I want to talk to you about today, I'll talk a little bit more about our food recovery efforts, our diversion efforts, how we're supporting behavior change, and then also how you can get a little bit creative with funding those things. And I just want to bring your attention to the photo on the right. Recently, 2 years ago, we received a USDA grant, one of their community's grants, to expand our community food scrap drop-off locations. And this is an image that was sent to us by one of our lovely partners at Hopkins University, where we have deployed, two food scrap drop-off locations. And this lovely participant biked up and dropped off their food scraps and went on their way. So trying to make it as convenient as possible. But let's start with diversion. So as part of the national, the NRDC's Food Matters program, we really wanted to see how we could scale food waste diversion. And we deployed 2 food scrap drop-off locations at the farmers markets and partnered with local farms to be able to take that food waste. So one farm is composting it, and the other is using it to feed their hogs, which it's a program that's lasted, we're now 4 years into it, and our partnership only continues to grow. More food scraps continue to get dropped off. This is Jen Paul. Her farm is in Baltimore County, and it's called Paul's Farm. And she's been able to see a reduction in cost for how much feed she has to buy for her pigs. And it's been really attractive for farmers market goers to know that their food waste is going to a circular food system, where then they can buy the food that Jen is selling at the market and drop off their food waste as well. So this is one of our most successful diversion efforts. We've also been partnering with food rescue organizations. So through the USDA grant, we also partnered with Be More Community Food and For My City, who are rescuing food waste in the city and distributing it for free to residents. Some of them do delivery services, some of them do bi-weekly collection at their sites, where people can come and kind of shop from their food waste. They're partnering with really large-scale food waste generators like grocery stores, like Amazon, et cetera, to collect tractor trailers full of food waste every month. And then all of the food that cannot be rescued for edible purposes is then composted. So as a municipality, the logistics of food waste recovery for distribution can be a little bit tricky to navigate, but we've really found that working through partnerships is the way to do it, because they can be the connection to community, they can do the delivery, they can talk people through what's available and what's not available. And so we're really using these grant opportunities to be able to support them in doing their work, and also collect more data on food recovery, like what percentage of food that is rescued is distributed for edible purposes, how much of it is going to compost, so that we can use that data to hopefully expand community level programs like that. Another thing that we have found really works for us and works towards incremental behavior change is pursuing decentralized infrastructure. So Linda mentioned that small and mid-scale composting facilities are seeing like a dramatic increase in terms of quantity, like nationally, and we found that in Baltimore those kinds of solutions are really working for us as well. So I'll start all the way on the right. Elana mentioned that Baltimore received a solid waste infrastructure, or has been selected to receive funding through the Swiffer grant opportunity. And I wanted to talk a little bit about that. We applied to build a composting facility that at its full capacity can divert 24,000 tons per year of food scraps. That is about a quarter of the total residential food waste generation in Baltimore City. That it's about 100,000 tons per year is what is residentially generated. So the facility that we've designed and funded through the Swiffer grant is it's a scalable facility, and it's solar powered. So we are planning to use covered aerated static piles and kind of add them on as we get additional funding, which will both maximize the efficiency of the composting process, minimize any odors, and make sure that we're creating a really good finished compost product. And the solar powered part is pretty cool too, because as I was trying to think of a way where we could design a program through this grant that was scalable and could operate independently of any other infrastructure around. I gotta hurry up. So $4 million, we're really excited. We're hoping to break ground on that next year and be diverting food scraps locally. We have a really good ecosystem of haulers that exist, so hopefully we'll be making their lives easier by diverting it in the city instead of going all the way to PG County. In the middle here, you'll see a map of our community composting sites. So all of these are at community gardens or urban farms. And most of them have a 3-bin system. It's like a 4x4x4 cube for hot composting purposes. A couple of them also have vermicomposting systems, and then rydans, which are in-vessel systems, also for hot composting. And then all the way on the left here, you'll see these are our DPW food scrap drop-off locations. So the ones in blue and purple are our pre-existing locations. Those are at all of our residential convenience centers. And then the ones in yellow are the ones that we supported through the USDA grant that we received last year. And we are partnering with local universities there. So those are our new pilot locations. But this is a good overview of how we are trying to hit the city and hit hotspots in the city with mid and small scale infrastructure to create that point of change, create that point of connection, and create the context for people to understand how their behavior, how diverting their food scraps can affect their local food system and can help improve climate, which is kind of where I'm going to end here. Behavior change is complicated, especially in a city like Baltimore where people aren't making enough money, where they're experiencing a lot of food insecurity, where there is a lack of access to healthy food oftentimes. And we have tried really hard to center equity and center climate justice in all of the work that we do, because we understand that until people's needs, basic needs are met, they're not going to want to do more, right? And so creating the connection between community care and environmental care and how people can participate and kind of reap the benefits for themselves and also for their community has been essential in our success in really connecting with people and helping them understand why diverting their food scraps is important and why it's part of a larger movement towards zero waste. You know, we tie in, how do you minimize your overall waste reduction? How can you save money by reusing materials instead of buying new things? And yeah, so I'm not gonna go through all of this because I am short on time, but all of these graphics can be found on our website. I believe these slides will be sent out at the end. The link was on the first slide, as well as my email address for any future communications.
Thank you to MDE and Shannon in particular, and thank you to you. We have a big task at hand, and you all are getting into the arena to make this happen. This task is to provide the needed recycling capacity for our food waste. And we all realize we don't have it now. We all realize that we have some hurdles in the way of getting us there. And we've been working on these hurdles. Next door, we have groups that are helping to reduce, but we have to recycle. But we're still gonna have to recycle what remains. And currently, we've been focused on a centralized approach for most of our efforts, and we have some barriers to that. We're all aware of what they are, is the costs of those to these systems, and then the barriers to these systems, zoning, permitting, and then neighbor resistance. And what we have as a solution to bring to bear is on-site composting. Let me put it in perspective. What I mean by this is we're going about this task with one arm behind our back. And one of those arms is this on-site approach, hyper-local approach. Is if we leverage this and untie that arm, we can also bring this to the task we have at hand of providing the composting that we need. So let me start with talking about what this approach can look like and some variations to it, and then why this approach can really help with capacity and also money, economics, as well as environment and equity. Because there's a cross-section of issues that we deal with, not just with the environment. And then we'll go to questions and answers and see what you guys want to talk about. But before I get there, let me see who's in our audience. Who here works with government? Who here, thank you. And who here works with providing solutions for government, like a vendor, a hauler, a contractor, a policymaker? Okay. Am I missing a big category? No. All right, so I'll make sure I cover some of the, I'm from the government background as well. Did infrastructure for the U.S. Navy for 24 years. So I've been in that middle management spot where I had to get the work done. So let me pivot a few things to that perspective. So let me talk about how this works and the on-site composting, how it gets past this barrier of restrictions with this picture, and then I'll get into the funding part. So with restrictions, we need large plots of land for centralized systems. Instead of buying a large plot of land, we put food waste, we put composting machines where we currently put food waste where dumpsters stand. So you see on the left side, from your perspective, a composting machine put next to these dumpsters. This is a community center in Washington, D.C., where they have a cafe, restaurant inside. And in this system, this is not grandma and grandpa's pile of food waste in the backyard. This is a machine, you stick it in, so instead of labor to do the work, the machine itself does the work. And you can, in this example, you put the food in one side, and the mechanisms inside does the food, mixing the food waste, and outside the other side, out the other side comes the finished compost. And these machines, this is just a small size version. The machines comes in many different sizes. So you can see in this picture a variety of sizes, and there's even larger sizes than what's seen here. So that's the quick how it works. Now, why does this matter? Well, these small size systems can actually provide large scale diversion. And by doing so, let's pick a example of Montgomery County in Maryland. And if we put one of these machines on every quarter mile from each other, it would provide the capacity needed for all the food waste in Montgomery County. And some of you may say, hey, what my areas I have to cover are more dense. I have some dense areas in where I am. So I'll pick an example of Washington, D.C. It's not on the screen, but instead of every quarter mile, if we put one of these car-sized machines on each block in D.C., we would have the capacity needed for all of the food waste to be composted 1.5 times. So small-sized systems can provide tremendous capacity. So this is an arm that we're not leveraging that we need to untie and bring to the game. The other part that's important to understand is what Brenda brought up, that's these machines, when you operate them and you go local, you need staff to do this work. So this would be additional jobs to do this work. So in this example, let's keep with DC, for example. This helps us get to the money part. If you were to provide all these machines, and you would have to pay for it by something. If we avoid hauling all this food waste, all that money we currently spend hauling the food waste can go towards paying for these machines. And to cover enough machines needed for DC's food waste, the money we currently spend to haul it would pay for that in 1.5 years. Now you're also going to need a lot of labor to oversee these systems. So let's say we brought 200 jobs to DC to do this. People providing oversight, providing the training that Brenda mentioned was so critical, important, because the janitors, the bussers, they have to handle all this food, and you need the proper oversight. You can't just expect people to do things right. If we paid these folks living wages, $85,000 a year, I'm talking about living wages, we would still be able to have a payback period of just 4 years to pay for all this infrastructure. So money that we're already spending can be used to provide the capacity that we need. So another key part is there's a lot of folks who are haulers who are trying to bring these solutions to us. I don't see a conflict here, I see a synergy, and a lot of haulers I've worked with see the same thing. They want to grow their businesses, they want to provide enough capacity to move more of this food waste from out of landfills and use this for environmental and equity solutions, not its problems. But because we're so slow to build this centralized infrastructure, they see these systems, you can put larger systems than what you need just locally, and if you need to haul some food waste, you can, instead of hauling it a long distance, you can haul it a short distance. So this isn't a either or perspective, this is a yes and perspective. It's not pull one arm out from behind our back and put another one back, let's put them both out on the task together. Okay. So these next ones I'm gonna go through pretty quickly because I think this is best covered with the question and answer, but I'll highlight it. On-site composting, it hasn't scaled and become mainstream yet either because it has its own barriers. So in particular, it's the cost of the infrastructure. And the best way to approach this is we need to finance it. It's the same way we do with dumpsters when you have a hauling contract. We don't buy the dumpsters, it's subsidized, it's not subsidized, it's financed and you just pay for it out of a rental. The same thing happens with the on-site composting system. For example, if I'm a coffee shop and if I buy a $5,000 composting machine, my payback's a year and a half, but as a coffee shop owner, I just don't have that $5,000. And that's true at so many locations. So help with the capital cost, help with making the system mechanized and providing the proper oversight and training, help with what to do with the finished compost. Farmers, there's plenty of farmers who are just waiting for clean, uncontaminated, and high-quality compost, and that's an easy solution that we can help with. And then finally is aligning government alignment so that old laws that were requiring landfill and incinerating the food waste are now removed, and we can actually do on-site composting. Happy to get into more detail in the question and answer section. And then some takeaways here. What was brought up earlier by Linda was the problem of greenwashing. And if we, as a decision maker, all of us in our positions, many of you are having to make policies for a region, what I suggest we consider as a criteria for making decisions is carbon life cycle management. When we do this, if we track where does the carbon go, it helps us weed out these greenwashing products that keep being sent our way, that are telling us it's composting food waste, but it's really not, or it's providing an end product of value, but it's not. If we track what's really happening with the carbon and what benefits it's providing or not, that helps us weed out these lies or misrepresentations and get us to products that are actually helpful and beneficial. Again, get into that in the question and answer. And then another opportunity is the cross-section of issues. We mentioned jobs already, but another issue that Sophia pointed out in her slide, she didn't get into details, but she pointed out that 79% of incinerators are put in communities of color, or poor communities as well. And that's the same thing with large industrial facilities. So if we can go, instead of hauling our food waste to someone else as a burden, if we all in each community can handle our own food waste, we're no longer creating winners and losers. The last part about equity is we spend millions, really billions across the US subsidizing municipal solid waste or centralized systems. If we just did a fraction of that same subsidy for on-site systems, we could start getting to leveling the playing field and start to get the same sort of proliferation and getting over these hurdles for on-site composting. So let's look at where that money goes. And then the last two items are that the on-site composting can be used to help meet that 30-mile radius requirement for Maryland in particular. And just a reiteration that size does not equal scale. Small size systems can really provide large-scale diversion. And then in closing, I hope we see how there's an arm we can take out from behind our backs and we can bring it to the task at hand, and how it's not only going to help just with our environmental challenges in hand, but also our equity challenges. Thank you.
Welcome to session 2. You guys have the privilege of listening to Heaven, Steffanie, and Luke speak about their companies and their efforts to reduce food. A couple things I would like to mention. Maryland's had 2 laws in the past that have specifically dealt with organics, recycling, and diversion. One, there was a work group in 2013 which set the precedence for the compost permits that everyone follows. And then we had House Bill 171 in 2017 and 18 was the report, which dealt with specifics, and I'll talk a little bit about that in the session afterwards, because you guys are lucky enough to hear me before lunch where you guys want to go to lunch, and then after lunch where you'll probably fall asleep when we talk to surround everything. But House Bill 171 specifically dealt with a couple things. There were 2 related topics in that study. It was the diversion of yard food residuals and other organic materials, and the prevention of organic waste to begin with. The 171 report had 18 recommendations. 4, which semi-relate to this, was expand the liability protections for Good Samaritan food, conduct targeted education and outreach to reduce food barriers, establish guidance, and promote the food hierarchy, which the first one is to reduce. So at this point, I am going to turn it over to Heaven to introduce herself, talk a little bit about her program.
Hi everyone, my name is Heaven Jordan. I work for the Prince George's County Food Equity Council. I am the program associate there. We are a local food policy council in Prince George's County, Maryland. And essentially we help residents grow, sell, and choose healthy foods, including all residents. And today I'll be presenting on our food in jails work that's led by us, PG Changemakers, and Life After Release. And these are the organizations, all based in Prince George's County, Maryland. So I first want to start by saying, okay, can I take this off? Sure. Oh, you got it? Yeah. Okay, cool. I want to be a little bit more comfortable. So I first want to start by saying Prince George's County Food Equity Council, we have various pockets of work, and our food in jails work started in 2022. And that kind of emerged out of a council member. She wasn't a council member before, but she was working at PG Changemakers, and she really was passionate about food in jails. Hearing from so many people, reentry citizens, stating, especially during the pandemic, stating their food experiences and wanting to make it better in Prince George's County and eventually throughout the state. So our Food in Jails Coalition is titled Food in Jail Should Heal, Not Harm. It's a campaign that anyone can join if you're interested in this work. And our vision is, insofar as prisons exist, the food environment in Prince George's County jail facilities, health and well-being, and respects human dignity both inside and beyond the prison walls for all who are impacted from farm to fork. Again, this work is led by PG Changemakers, Life After Release, and Prince George's County Food Equity Council. We first got funding from CSPI in 2021-2022 to do a lot of groundwork understanding the food environment in Prince George's County jails. So we gained insights from reentry citizens and their experiences with food in jails by doing surveys, focus groups, and interviews. We hosted several community conversations at Prince George's County libraries to understand what their experience was while incarcerated. And we essentially centered their experiences to build policy to be introduced in Prince George's County to essentially better the food environment. So based on our findings from these interviews, surveys, and focus groups, we found out that 45% of carceral folks relied on commissary for food intake, which we know is highly processed and has high levels of sodium. 100% of participants were unsatisfied with the food quality. A lot of this food that they are receiving is kind of like a heat and serve type of deal. So a lot of it, none of it is really scratch made, and they don't have the equipment to cook meals, unfortunately, in the jails. And then also we found that 0% received fresh fruits or vegetables, which, I mean, all of us, we hopefully love eating fresh fruits and vegetables of some sort, and unfortunately they are not receiving any at all. And then something that is probably of interest to you all, a lot of that food is being wasted. So nearly all participants reported that they did not eat everything offered on their tray because of the poor food quality and because of the temperatures of the food. So foods that were supposed to be hot were cold, foods that were supposed to be cold were hot. And then the water quality was of horrible standards. A lot of them expressed that the water quality had like a sour smell, it wasn't clear, a little foggy, and something that they just didn't feel comfortable putting in their bodies. So the impact of poor food in jails. So while incarcerated, participants described changes in their weight, digestive issues, vomiting, sickness, and hunger. A lot of, based on our community conversations, a lot of them, specifically like who had special diets, folks who were vegetarian, lost lots and lots of weight because they just didn't have access to the foods that they needed to survive and thrive. And there were some long-term effects. So this included high blood pressure after being released, diabetes, body aches, pains, digestive issues, and traumatic responses to food that they consumed in jail. And then food waste, again, is a huge, huge issue. The majority of participants, again, shared that they were unable to eat all of their food due to the poor food quality. And then the mental consequences of this poor food. Mentally, the food conditions made them feel angry, worthless, and depressed. And then some recommendations from our report. So we released a long report with the findings from these community conversations. And our recommendations are improve nutrition quality of food. So participants are advised that food should be fresh and healthy to improve incarcerated individuals' physical and emotional health, both in jail and after release. Portion sizes should be increased, especially for men who require a higher daily caloric intake. I also wanted to note that right now there are no standards for food in jails. So school foods have some standards, however, jail foods do not have any standards at all. So I just wanted to note that before I move on. Improved taste of food is a recommendation, aligning food with your culture and religious backgrounds, and also medical needs. There was a powerful testimony from someone who had dentures, their teeth, she was hiding like the fact that she had dentures because of the lower food quality that she would be receiving due to just having dentures. And she would pretend like she had teeth by getting like some form of gum or something of that nature and gluing them to her mouth so that she would get a higher quality of food, which is kind of like the normal food. But if you are in a different medical standards, then you will potentially get a lower quality of food, which is already pretty low. So we recommend that this food has improved taste and also improved commissary options. Again, a lot of this food is processed, prepackaged, has high sodium, and on the long term can affect your blood pressure, can cause diabetes and things of that nature. They really shouldn't be something that you are being consumed on a regular basis. However, 45% of participants are relying strictly on commissary foods, and that's if you have loved ones that can provide money and funds for you to purchase commissary foods. All right, so next steps. So we have released the full report for our food in jails work. So if you are interested in taking a deeper look on this is kind of like a high-level presentation, or even interested in joining our coalition, feel free to email me at heaven@pgcfec.org. And I did want to note that a bill is being introduced by Councilmember Orietta very soon. So we are going to need all hands on deck to advocate for better food environment in Prince George's County jails. And our long-term goal is to bring this elsewhere in other counties throughout the state. A lot of state legislators are actually interested in this work and interested in the impacts of bettering food in jails, because a lot of reentry citizens are getting out of jail and having health conditions affecting their mental and physical health. And if we can do something to prevent those things, then we can honestly just have lower costs in health in our healthcare system. So I welcome any questions at the end, but I'm going to pass it over to Steffanie.
Good morning. Yeah, some energy. Let's get it. Hello, my name is Steffanie Espat. I'm the co-design lead at the Maryland Institute College of Arts Center for Social Design. And I'm here today to talk about the Fresh Rescue Champions Project. So for some background, in 2021, the National Science Foundation funded what was to become the Multicale Recipes for Sustainable Food Systems Network. This is a network of various schools and institutions that bring together researchers from various disciplines, all working to address wasted food. So within the context of this network, for this project, researchers from the Center for Social Design, myself and Lee Davis, and researchers from Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, as well as Department of Anthropology, came together to partner with Albertsons companies to improve their Fresh Rescue food donation program at banner stores across the Mid-Atlantic region. And so with that in mind, we worked with 4 different study stores, 2 in Maryland and 2 in Delaware. And so across this project, not only was our goal to improve the donation program, but something really important to us in scoping this project was to center the employees, right, and really understand their experience, make sure that they're kind of with us throughout the entirety of this project and really shaping this work. So we also wanted to explore this employee cohort model, so really bringing a group of employees together to help inform the work, and evaluate what that looks like for this project, and then could that work with other divisions for other stores across the US. And then with that in mind, also wanted to challenge power imbalances that often occur in retail corporations, since there's a lot of top-down decision-making happening in those organizations. So with that in mind, that brings us to our champions. So across the 4 different study stores, we brought together a cohort of 10 different department managers, all ranging from a variety of these stores and a variety of different departments. And representing deli, meat, produce, even Starbucks. And not only did we build really strong relationships with these employees over the course of what was almost a year, but they were really in the weeds with us. They informed our interview guides. They came to the studio and helped with synthesis. They, really dedicated a lot of time, effort, expertise to this work. So not only did Johns Hopkins and MICA contribute to this, but they were a really integral part of our team as well. So to kind of get a broad picture of what our project looked like, it was broken up into 2 different phases. So phase 1 really focused on exploring and learning. So we wanted to understand, what is the current state of the Fresh Rescue food donation program within different Albertsons banner stores. Also, what does the whole end-to-end process look like of food coming into the store, its existence within the store, how it leaves the store, and understanding, employee sentiments regarding all of these processes at various levels from, associates through national level leadership. So then phase 2 really focused on using those learnings and creating potential interventions and strategies to address challenges and improve the food donation program. And as I mentioned, our champions, that cohort of 10 department managers, was really alongside us every step of the way. Starting in May with our kickoff, we met with them almost monthly, and when we weren't meeting with them at our studio, we were in the stores with them, doing observations, interviews, testing our strategies and interventions. So they really were deep in the work. So with that in mind, I wanted to share some of our key findings that ended up informing our interventions. And all of these came from extensive research, not only with Albertsons employees in these 4 study stores, but division and national level leadership, as well as those stores' donation partners, so the food banks and organizations that they donate the food to. So first off, poor and inconsistent communication, mixed messages and expectations, and insufficient guidance from leadership creates anxiety, confusion, inconsistency, and skepticism amongst associates. Lack of standardization, incentives, and low staff capacity leads to greater burden on some employees, increased loss, decreased donations, and an overall weak donation culture. Corporate decision-making and limited department manager autonomy leads to more waste, fewer donations, and associate frustration. And last but not least, associates desire more transparency with and about their store's donation partners. And we had a total of, I think, approximately 15 insights that came out of this research and the synthesis of all the data we collected. So this is really just a broad overview of all that we found. So based on these findings and everything we were hearing, we then went into brainstorming potential interventions. And again, the champions were right alongside us, really informing what it was we wanted to design in order to address some of these challenges. So in the end, we came up with 4 different strategies and 1 primary recommendation. So the first strategy is to conduct new trainings for the Fresh Rescue food donation program. And these training guides we developed really are comprehensive in that, training should be conducted from national leadership all the way down through the stores, really making sure that everyone has the knowledge they need, everyone is on board with the program to really understand that buy-in. Our second strategy was to utilize updated donation guidelines with posters and detailed handouts. So we designed a series of guideline posters specific to each and every department in the store that is eligible for donation, as well as a more detailed reference sheet so that folks can know, the specific guidelines around storage and timing for any and all products to be donated. Our third strategy is to strengthen connections between donation partners, associates, and stores. So going back to that finding around, folks wanted more transparency about the donation partners. A lot of the associates is the word for employees that Albertsons use. So if I say associates, I mean the employees in the stores. a lot of them didn't know where the food was going. So they really wanted that transparency and strengthen connections. So we came up with 3 different events and services to strengthen those connections in the form of different events, as well as immersive training with the partners, and also this donation partner onboarding form to really make sure the stores have all of that necessary information they need about their donation partners. And then last but not least, our 4th strategy is to run a donation incentives contest, which we created 2 different iterations of what this could look like based on either the quarters or a 12-week cycle to really, solidify positive sentiment towards the donation program, as well as, create that positive behavior change. And then last but not least, our recommendation to go with all of these strategies is to really enhance communication and feedback mechanisms. And not only is this something that could be applicable to all these strategies, but just for kind of Albertsons functioning in general, right? This is something that they can really embody, making sure that there's ample means for associate feedback and that those things are being enacted on, in any part of their operations. The wrong way. So I want to leave off with some reflections from our champions. So we literally just presented these strategies to Albertsons with our champions a week ago from today. And during that day together with the champions, we took some time to reflect back on what this process has been like for them, what this project has been like. And, I think from the start of the project, we were really, hoping and thinking that the associates would really embrace and understand the positives of donating food, right? That it has positive benefits in the environment, it has positive benefits to their communities. But what was really even more meaningful and powerful was hearing their reflections on how valuable and meaningful just the experience of them being champions was, as well as the value of their own lived knowledge and expertise and how important they are as experts with that lived, working experience. So in closing, I want to share a few quotes from our champions. "We are all valuable to this donation operation. How important this is. Don't let it die down. Everyone plays an important role. We got to leave our kids with something, and we can wait for somebody else to fix it, or we can take the initiative and do it. I think we are in a position for change, and I think we can do that. The hard part is over. We did the research, and it was a lot, so now we kind of leave it in y'all's hands, and we trust that y'all will do the right thing, because I think it will be impactful more than any of us in this room will ever understand." One of our champions shared some of these before and afters during our final share back, and kind of shared that everyone can feel the energy in the room. Everybody's excited to be a part of something. In 25 years, this is probably one of the biggest, most exciting things that I've been involved in. And one of our other champions chimed in and said, "I can second that," and it's been 30 years. So a lot of these folks have decades and decades of experience having worked in the stores. "The place that we donate is a place that I came up in as a child. So seeing that, I said, wow, that's back home. That's my own community. So it's full circle. So I think we as department managers can be proud of what we do because we are impacting our community in more ways than one." So thank you so much. I am excited to hear any questions, and not only is my colleague Lee Davis here, but Caitlin Harper and James Walden from Albertsons. So I'm looking forward to all your questions for me and any of them as well. Thank you.
So my name's Luke Macaulay. I work for University of Maryland Extension. I'm getting over a cold, so I'm not contagious, but I did have a Zoom session like marathon yesterday, so I talked too much and I lost my voice, but it's back enough so far, so that's why I'm a little hoarse. But we're going to cover a little bit different topic with this session. Thank you, Heaven and Steffanie, for your presentations. They were really interesting. So I work just generally in Extension. We work with public education of adults around the state. So I do wildlife management education across all avenues, all different people across Maryland. I have three main focal areas. I work on the #1 declining bird species in the state, which is bobwhite quail, and the grasslands and habitat that they need. I also work a lot on this species right here, white-tailed deer. Too many or not enough, and oftentimes too many, as well as the human dimensions aspects of wildlife management, and that oftentimes also involves this species right here. And you can see these 3 nice young bucks in a soybean field at our research farm. I've conducted research on them over the last 3 years in my position, and I thought I would bring to this session a little bit of interesting issue about the potential win-win strategy I think we have with deer in the state. When I came here, it was amazing how many farmers, and I've continued to be amazed by how many farmers face serious issues with deer damage in the state. And I think we have the potential to have food production from wild game, as well as damage reduction in our ecological systems, our forestry systems, as well as our agricultural systems. So here's an example of what can happen from deer damage. At the top right of this corner, you might see a little white square. That's a pickup truck, just to give you a sense of the scale of damage on this farm. This is a cornfield, and you can see the yields are going to be 0 on large parts of that field. This is a deer exclosure of soybeans in a field where deer basically grazed everything to the ground, and you can see what would have grown there had not been for deer damage. This farmer, who I've been working with for a few years now, he experienced 66% yield losses on his small 35-acre farm. That amounted to about $14,000. So this gets to be real money. I give talks to farmers. This year I spoke to over 800 farmers on deer damage issues, and I get responses back from them about the thousands and thousands of dollars that they're losing. So yeah, it surprised me how much this was an issue. Not only agriculture, though, we have issues with our forests and ecosystems as well. This fence here has an area where deer are not controlled on the foreground, where you have no vegetation in the understory, and they're controlled on the backside where you see all this lush vegetation. So deer also have an impact on our ecosystems. There's been a lot of research detailing this issue, from orchids disappearing from our forests to lower species diversity and other issues as well. So one solution to this is obviously hunting. And hunting can be controversial, but it tends to be less controversial if it's used as food. Most people, 84% of people agree, they support hunting in the public if people are going to eat what they harvest. And it's sometimes surprising to people who aren't hunters, but it's actually the law to take what you hunt in most cases. If you're going to hunt deer or hunt deer for crop damage, you must take that meat. You're not allowed to waste it. So that's also the law. So how much meat are we talking about? How much gets harvested every year in Maryland from wild game? And this is something I like to do just to sort of put this into perspective. This chart here shows the pounds of meat produced, assuming 50 pounds of meat produced per deer. And we use DNR numbers here to estimate deer hunting as the #1 meat producer from all our game species. The second highest is deer crop damage, which was a far second, but it's the second. After that, you have Canada geese and all the other species. So deer are really dominating the amount of food, meat produced from game. And if you add them all up, it's about 4.8 million pounds of venison. Mostly venison is probably 4.5 million pounds of venison. What does that mean? What is that? These numbers are so huge, it's hard to imagine, right? So, well, that's about 19 million quarter pounders. 19 million quarter pounders, right? So how many people are in Maryland? There's 6.1 million people in Maryland. So every person in Maryland could have 3 quarter pounders with the amount of game meat that's being produced. So just to put that into scale of how much we are producing. And in a lot of cases, we have too many deer. That's what this agricultural damage issue is. That's what this forestry damage is. So we have an opportunity to get some win-wins where we can encourage food production and reduce damage to our ecosystems and to our agricultural systems. Some people like to hear about nutritional profile. Venison is actually quite healthy. It's lean meat. If you look at the categories between venison, beef, and pork, venison comes in as the lowest calories, by far the lowest fat content in a 3-ounce portion, and these numbers are from WebMD. I also wanted to briefly mention a program called Farmers and Hunters Feeding the Hungry, and they have been working over the years since 1997 to take deer that are donated. You cannot sell venison in markets. That's against the law, under current law. So venison can only be donated. But what they do is they provide the funds to butchers they'll pay the $50 fee for butchers to take it. So somebody can bring a deer into a butcher for free and drop it off, and hunters and farmers feeding the hungry pays that butcher fee, and that food then gets delivered to a food bank. It's estimated about 50 pounds of meat per deer, and it comes in at a price of about $1 per pound, which is far cheaper than most other sources of meat in food banks. And this is oftentimes a limiting factor at food banks, is high quality protein. So we have an opportunity here for $1 a pound venison lean meat to go to our food banks. Since 1997, they've donated 600 tons of venison, so they have a great program. They are limited at this point mostly by resources for those butcher fees. So this is their website. They take donations. They're a nonprofit, fh.org, and they're always interested in resources to help expand their efforts. If you or anybody you know is interested in hunting, interested in learning more about it, what's it all about, there are a lot of courses available. There's a hunter education program run by Maryland DNR. They hold regular workshops. I'm helping them run one on April 11th, so if you're interested, you can sign up for my email list or email me and I'll send you an invitation to it. But we're going to have a Hunting 101, Introduction to Hunting, what is it all about, out on the Eastern Shore on April 11th. This is my contact information. I'm happy to answer other questions. And I briefly wanted to say one other issue with regards to this topic. I almost forgot it. Is one of my colleagues has mentioned the idea of trying to allow SNAP fees to be used for these butcher fees. Oftentimes farmers will have lots of deer, and one of their limiting factors is the ability to get them out and to the butcher. They don't want to pay for that butcher fee. And once those hunters and farmers feeding the hungry dollars are gone, which they go pretty quick, there's no more, they have to pay for it themselves to be butchered. And that's a challenge for a lot of farmers. So one has mentioned, just as an idea, can we get SNAP dollars to be able to be used for butcher fees from hunters and farmers who are bringing in carcasses to butchers? So another idea to think about for those policymakers in here who might be germane to this issue. So with that, I will say thank you and happy to take questions.
All right, we are going to open this up for questions. And I have a couple here. I'm going to run around with my microphone, so if you have a question, just raise your hand. I'll run over. Just say who you are and what your question is. And the panel will be up here and will do their best to answer anything. I don't want to step on Brad's thing at the end, but in case people have to skip out, if you see Shannon or see Christy up here in the front, thank them. They put this whole thing together, and they've done an amazing job at that point. So just want to thank them for everything. So, that said, as Phil Donahue used to say, or I don't know what he used to say, but let's walk around here and get some questions.
Thanks, everybody. That was really interesting. So, Luke, question for you. I know in Yellowstone, very different environment, but they did introduce wolves to help with deer population. Is that something we could even do in Maryland? What are your thoughts? Thanks.
Yeah, I think the first thing that's probably going to come first is coyotes, which are not very populous in most of the state. They have not yet had an impact on deer populations, but I do think eventually they could learn how to do that. There are other states where coyotes have been around longer that have had a bigger impact on deer. They're starting to see declines in the population. So I think that's probably more likely. Wolf reintroduction is a much more challenging issue in populous states like ours. There's not many, at this time there haven't been human attacks from wolves, but it could happen in populous areas, so I think that's probably less likely. But I think coyotes are probably a more likely thing. It might take another decade before that starts to happen, though.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. Thank you. That was a great presentation. I'm Meg Kimmel with the Maryland Food Bank. My question, I have a comment for you, Luke, but a question for you, Steffanie. We run a very large retail recovery program across our 22 jurisdictions and are very well acquainted with the challenges that you found around getting stores to continuously donate food to local food pantries and organizations like ours. So how did the corporation receive your findings? Super curious about that. And B, when can we talk to you all about your learnings? Because we are running this program in every retailer across the state, and the work that you've done will be incredibly helpful to us. And then Luke, I just wanted to say there's a, and I don't know, Andrew, you might know about this. There was some funding that just came out from the Department of Agriculture to help pay for deer processing, to help incentivize hunters to keep taking more deer and donating them to food banks. Seems to be working. I know we're getting a lot of that venison now. So just wanted to, I don't know the details there, but it's a little bit of progress to report.
Hello. Okay. Number one, would love to talk to you whenever, as soon as possible. In terms of receptivity, so the wonderful thing about this project is it came about through our colleague Ronnie Neff. Just so happened to meet Suzanne Long, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer for Albertsons National Corporate. And through their meeting and conversations, that's kind of how this project was born. So number one, it was really awesome to have Suzanne, and then John Bernardo is in charge of waste circularity, and he's in charge of the food donation program overall for the whole country. So so we had their support throughout the whole project. I think in sharing some of the findings, some of them they were kind of, understanding, and I think some of them were maybe a little more challenging to hear. I mean, I don't blame them. Those are very hard things to understand and grasp. But I think even if some of them were kind of a hard pill to swallow, they have been very understanding and open to, number one, our process, but also number two, hearing our recommendations for okay, great, now we have these strategies to try and address some of these challenges. Let's do what we can to make those things as actionable as possible. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Yeah, of course.
I have another question. That was a great panel. That was all very different. Thank you for that. I have a question for you, Steffanie, and if I have time, if Dave will let me, I'll have a question for you, Heaven. But Steffanie, you showed the poster with the donating produce items, and I saw there was a lot of logos on there, and I'm wondering if, not logos, but images, and I'm becoming more familiar with plain language where you can use pictures and, kind of symbols, like we're so good at federal agencies for hand washing and don't cross the road and all that stuff. So for reaching different people that English isn't a first language, to kind of not even have to be translating all the materials, but just using pictures and symbols. And I'm just wondering if you could talk about just more broadly the education for people of different languages. And I'll ask the other question if I have time.
Totally. Such a good question. And number one, that is something we do want to translate what we've created to make sure it is accessible to folks who English isn't their first language. But that was something that was really important for the employees, for the champions we worked with. They really emphasized, using imagery and making sure that everything we were spelling out was as clear as possible. So for the posters, we ended up designing different iconography that was relevant to each department. So you mentioned the produce poster. We had little bagged salad icon with an orange and a banana, so that we could kind of show, on each poster, there's a table detailing, here's these specific types of items, here's the timing requirements for when within the expiration date it can be donated, if there is an expiration date, and then what are the storage requirements. So does it have to be frozen, does it have to be refrigerated, all that good stuff. And then below it, it's kind of all of the details for do not donate if there's mold, insects, damaging on the package where the food's exposed, all that good stuff. So so yeah, the employees really were we need images. Something that we didn't get to design at this point in time, but want to design in the future is for departments where that kind of point in time between okay, I can donate this item versus this needs to be thrown away or composted, is very subjective, especially for things like produce or meat or bakery items. And so for those departments specifically, we didn't do it now, but we want to create like posters that show a spectrum of real photos of like, okay, here's an apple, and here's kind of like the spectrum of it like decaying or whatnot, and here's like the point in time, like, okay, you can donate it up until this point. So yeah, images, and then we also made sure to, for the, because there is still like a decent amount of text on each of those materials, so we made sure to go to the employees and get their feedback on all of the content to make sure the language was like as simple as possible and all that good stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Very
of course.
impressive program. So, Heaven, my question for you is, I was really interested in the, two things, is the policy that Prince George's County is going to be introducing and what that calls for, and if that like unique in the country, will that be the first one? And it seems to me, I wouldn't be surprised if of giving our prisons and jails, correctional facilities, fresh food is cheaper than importing it. And I'm wondering if you did any research or study showing that if it's local, it's actually can save money versus bringing in packaged and over-processed food. If you could comment on any of those things.
Yeah, so our bill is actually modeled after DC's Food and Jails bill. They introduced their bill last year, and it wasn't successful, unfortunately. But we are kind of using the same format, but tweaking it for Prince George's County. And throughout the country, we're seeing a lot of movement for more legislation that emphasizes food in jails and bettering food in jails, because there is a huge impact on, investing our food, and also potentially having some job training around food in jails and prisons. So it's very unique and interesting, and I could talk about it all day, honestly. And feel free to email me or message me if you want to talk more offline. And also, yes, so there's a lot of research that pretty much says if we are investing fresh foods, scratch cooked meals, we can have a financial impact that is bettering us, not only like the states that they're doing this in, but also like health-wise for those in the carceral system. And also, if you think about it, like providing fresh food to those citizens, even if they aren't eating, they can compost that food. So that's also, it's a loop, a closed loop system. So we can really just like invest in their health and invest in our food system and make it all so much better. So yes.
Great. We got a couple more questions here, and we have 5 minutes, and don't worry about them putting out lunch. They told us they'd put it out early, so there you go.
I have a question for Heaven. And first of all, I never thought about these issues, so thank you for bringing this to the forefront. I wanted to find out, I know I'm from Frederick County, and when the organics law went into effect, I actually did the calculation on the little calculator that the state had, and our detention center does fall within the limit that they should be an institution that is doing something, rescuing, whatever. And I was wondering, is that playing into, you said you're talking to some other detention centers and jails as well, or how does that play into the work that you're doing?
So an issue that we're seeing is that a lot of this food is prepackaged, like the meals are prepackaged, and a lot of the citizens are eating off of the food. So they can't necessarily donate that food because it's being eaten off of, and they're eating to pretty much survive, unfortunately. And so that's one part of it. And then another part of it is the lack of equipment in our jails. So a lack of like food storage, ovens, burners, things that you need to do scratch cooking. And we know that this is going to be a transition. This isn't like a short-term thing. It's probably going to be years to come, but we have to start with the policy, putting that in place, and then hopefully backing it with funding. Like I said, some legislators are interested in this. Our partners, PG Changemakers, they're pretty much leading that. I'm kind of like the talking head, if you will. And I'm interested to see where this goes, and we're definitely going to need all the support that we can get throughout the state. So if you're also interested in your county in this, we're happy to talk offline to discuss further and how this can be implemented in your county.
Great. Doesn't look like there's any questions, so I'm going to ask one.
One more. One more. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Question is for Heaven. My name is Greg Brown. I own a vegan restaurant in Baltimore called The Land of Kush. Shameless self-promotion.
Love your food. I love your food.
Oh, thank you. Right, MICA's right down the street. So my question, have you found a difference in, the nutrition piece for women, especially pregnant women, in the jail cells? Is there a standard? Is there, anything around that particular piece?
Yeah, so based on our conversations, the food is pretty much the same for the women's side and the men's side. Pregnant women, we didn't have pregnant participants, unfortunately, but we do know that the food is essentially the same. We know that, men have a little bit more caloric needs than women, so they're, really underfed on the men's side, and then that's pretty much from our findings. Yeah.
Great. All right. I'm going to pose this question to all three of you. It'll be our last question because we're right at the timeline. But do either of you or any of you, and you can pick how you want to answer, have a unique program you're really up for and are looking at ways to decrease the wasted food? Or what do you see coming up in the future? Take a pick on which one you answer, but I pose that to all three, and that's the way we'll end this then, right on time here at that point. Don't be shy.
All right. Okay, can you restate the questions?
Yeah, I'm
again?
just like a way to end this. Either do you have a unique program that you're doing that you're very high on for reducing the wasted foods, or where do you see it going maybe in the future that you think that you've heard about, maybe haven't, that's coming, that may be a good way to decrease the wasted food? And just end it that. It can be brief, and we'll just end it that way then.
Yeah, so movement from the food in jails piece, we would love to see more scratch cooking in food in jails throughout Maryland. Like I stated before, it's honestly better for people, and also it eliminates food waste. I mean, if you're giving someone food that they don't want to eat, they're gonna waste it. They're gonna throw it away, and they're gonna, if they're able to, purchase from their commissary, which we know is, again, highly processed and also is not the greatest for waste because of the packaging and things of that nature. But so more scratch cooking, better equipment in food in jails and in prisons, so that we can support scratch cooking meals. And also, I did want to note that we do have a food rescue program in Prince George's County that I run. So we would also like to see some type of job training for to grow food in our jails and prisons. We would love to see all of that food go back into the jails and prisons. But if there were ever to be any surplus food from the jails and prisons, we could also redirect that food elsewhere.
I think there are opportunities to improve the ability of landowners to allow access for hunting on properties. Oh my gosh, my voice is going. I'm glad it didn't happen earlier. But yeah, that and increasing the ability of hunters to get to farmers who want more crop damage. Increasing the ability of people to see the damage caused by deer and the sort of ability of hunting to be a sustainable way to reduce problems for the ecology and agricultural systems. I'm gonna stop now before I totally lose my voice. Thank you.
I guess two different thoughts come to mind. Not necessarily like a specific program or like a thing that already exists, but at least in the retail space, I think like a common issue we were seeing was, right, like these stores have food to donate like pretty much every single day with rare exception. But the donation partner capacity can't always meet those needs. So like a lot of these stores, they will have 2 different food banks or organizations coming to pick up, but that is only 4 days a week and there's 7 days a week. And so a lot of times there's food that cannot be frozen, that cannot be kept longer than 24 hours, that is then has to be distressed and composted or thrown away. So I think just like thinking more about like the donate, and a lot of these donation partners are relying on volunteers to pick up the food and do that heavy lift. So whether it's like increasing donation partner or food banks like capacity for picking food up, whether it's just like increasing the number of donation partners each store has, which is another whole rabbit hole of like where the store is located, if they have like organizations that can pick things up, within a reasonable geographic area. So that's the first thing that comes to mind. And then the second thing, I know like a lot of folks and part of this panel is like about like education and, several folks today in other sessions have talked about that piece. And I think from our project, what we really saw is, taking time to empathize with people and, understand like where they're coming from and what their needs are, is really essential, right? Like with all of our associates, we took the time to really understand like who are they, like what experience are they coming to the table with, like what are the challenges they are facing. And I think like whether you're working in the retail sector, or like any other situation, like taking that time to really build relationships and build empathy and like have an active listening ear is like really integral so that you can understand, okay, like I need to approach this education and information sharing from like this point of view. So that's not super specific, but I think it's something that's applicable to like any and all area in which we're trying to reduce waste.
Great. I think that's a great way to end. Everyone, please thank Heaven, Steffanie, and Luke.
I just need to make one announcement relative to the food. So if you do, because this is the food summit, I want to make sure everyone's aware. If you do have a severe food allergy and you are concerned about anything, please contact one of the staff members, or you can come see me and I'll direct you the right way. If you are gluten-free, it is the smallest serving tray closest to the salad bowl on each side of the service. There is no nuts in the preparation for today. But again, if you have any concerns and you really wanted direction, we're happy to address that. The choices are chicken, invasive blue catfish, for those that you were in the food 1A, and also a vegan faux crab cake is the best way I can describe it, for the Hearts of Palm. So thank you guys so much. Please feel free to enjoy yourself during lunch, and then we're going to stay in here for the next session. So we'll be Dave, Tim, and myself be up on stage. So we'll make sure you guys move on to the next transition. So thank you.
Good job. Good job.
Alrighty, well thank you everyone for joining us today. I hope you all love that catfish. You're doing your part. Stay red invasive species. This is actually going to be my favorite presentation because this is my key right here. I should note, I have a sidebar with up in Towson. Say we're going to allow you to speak at this time. We can't tell you recycling drinks. So, yes, yeah, I know, which is fine because I do know some solid waste charts about it. So if you don't want to hear any recycling jokes, I will also be moderating 4A and giving closing the nights as well. So plenty of opportunities to experience. So without further ado, we have Dave Mrgich, Tim Kerr, and Shannon. We're going to be giving some updates on some of the legislation that we are currently implementing, and give an update on organics recycling in the state, in addition to some of the stuff that we're doing with the Swerve Grant. So without further ado, I will pass it on to Dave.
My slides, we're going to keep it short to 5. Mine specifically are related to food. So if anyone has any questions on any other legislation that's occurring, we're here for the rest of the day. You can come see any of us at that point. But the main bill that we are working on implementing right now is a change to the amount of composting that's allowed to be done on farm and the exemption amount. And this is what I'm showing you here is the regulations that will be affected by that law that we are doing. Currently, the regulations have 3 criteria for on-farm composting. There's no limit, there's a 40,000 square foot limit, and there's a 5,000 square foot limit. All of them, in order for you to adhere to that, because they don't have a permit, just have to meet the requirements of Regulation 04B, okay? All 04B says is, it can't create a nuisance, it can't be conducted to insect or rodents, odors, discharge of pollutants, harm the environment, or create other hazards. That's all it says. So as long as they meet that, then the exemptions that they get for work operating without a permit apply. The first one, which is, right here, which is no, says that the facilities can only compost material that's gathered from their facility or any other that they specifically own. And then the compost generated can only be used on that same property. So you can't ship the compost out, you can't accept compost from the outside. If you do that, there's no limit, provided you meet those criteria I mentioned earlier, okay? The second set is a 40,000 square foot limit. And all that said was it has to be by operating by 17, a nutrient management plan, and what else? The biggest difference between that, soil conservation, so just some other plans for safety. So I told you I wasn't going to make you read it. The only difference between that is you can get rid of, you still can only accept by properties you own, but you can get rid of the compost off-site. Now I'm going to preface that by saying that DNR oversees all the compost, finished compost in the state, and they certify whether it's good or bad, or whatever. So you still are going to have to deal with them at that point. And the reason that there are 3 limits is, and this is where me being with the state for 27 years is helpful, is I mentioned it when I moderated the last group that there were 2 work groups that had occurred. Okay, this all came from the work group back in 2013. And what we decided when we were in that work group and going forward is that even though we were now going to come up with recommendations to create a permit, we did not want that permit to affect farmers that were already composting on their own farm. So we set these exemptions there. These exemptions weren't meant for on-farm composting to compete with, composting businesses. It was carved out for that reason. After the 40,000, the third one that was in the original one was 5,000. The 5,000 square foot exemption. Essentially, they're operating as a composting facility. They can accept it as type 1 and type 2, which type 2 is your food. Type 1 is generally landscaping debris. And then they can get rid of it outside that too, but the limit was set at 5,000. The law that passed, the Senate Bill 262 and 253, is changing that 5,000 square foot limit to 10,000. Okay? You still can only compost certain materials. You have to then record the amount of source off-site, and then it will become effective once the regulations we are writing that apply to this are published. They are written, they're being reviewed internally. I'm not going to discuss them now, obviously until it comes back and then it'll be put out for public comment and everything. But there are provisions in there to ensure the safe operations of those related to the environment. But that is the big change with this 262, which is related to the on-farm composting. And that is what we are currently working on right now. Like I said, when we're all done here, if anyone has any questions on this or whatever, I will. Just to give you a real quick update, one of the other bigger things we're working on, but it's not related to food, but I'll just mention is we are working on doing a new, I got going blank on the word. And I didn't want to discuss it here, that's why I didn't write it down. Brad, what's the word? I can't help the EPR, waste characterization study, we're doing that. And what we're doing, we're hiring a contractor to do this waste characterization study and everything else. So because our last one was in 2015 for that. So, but the main food one we're doing right now is this one, 10,000 square foot. So, okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kerr, and I want to talk to you about the food diversion law that was passed in 2021 in Maryland, and some of the resources that we prepared at MDE to help any facility get through and understand parts of the law. So, just a quick summary. The food diversion law requires, I should put persons there instead of businesses, but requires persons or facilities with limited exceptions, and I'll talk about that in a second, that generate 1 ton or more of food residuals per week to divert any of that food away from final disposal in a landfill or an incinerator, if that facility is located within a 30-mile radius of an organics recycling facility. So basically, if you're within 30 miles of an organics recycling facility and the facility produces more than 1 ton a week of food residuals, you would have to meet the requirements of this law. So the organics facility, by the way, would have to have the capacity, the willingness, and the willingness to enter a contract to process all of your food waste. So they couldn't just take half of your food waste or anything like that. So those are the conditions you would have to meet. You would have to contact the organics recycler, see if they can process all your food waste, and if so, if they're willing to enter in a contract, you would be required to divert that food waste. The MDE webpage has a lot of these resources I'm going to talk about real quick. When we get the slides, if you want to do that hyperlink at the top, it says MDE webpage. I also have this QR code here that'll take you right to the webpage. And if all else fails, you can just Google MDE food residuals. And I checked yesterday, and the page was the first result. So hopefully it'll still be the first result in the future. But those are just some different ways you can get to the webpage, because it can be kind of difficult sometimes to find it. So some of the resources that we have on that webpage for you is a map of all of the permitted organic recycling facilities in the state and the 30-mile buffer that is around these facilities. Those are the blue sort of circles right there. The pink circles are facilities that are not in Maryland, but 30-mile buffer around those facilities does reach into Maryland. So you might have a facility that doesn't have a Maryland organics recycler within 30 miles, but there is one that's in, just over the border in another state, and you would be within 30 miles, you would still be required to divert. So if you want to go to this page, you can just type your address and your facility at the top. It will locate you, and you can see what facility, if you are within 30 miles of one of these facilities or not. So that's on our webpage. There's also a compliance guide. This is just a page, a dozen pages, I guess, of different ways to interpret the regulations. It will take you through the regulations and explain what some of those regulations mean. It'll also talk a little bit more about why we divert food waste, and there's an FAQ on there as well that we receive from people. So there's if you have a question about any of the regulations or any of the requirements, this will be a good resource for you. And again, that's on our MD webpage. One of the things that a facility would have to do is determine if the law is applicable to them. So one of the first things you're going to do is perform a waste assessment at your facility. We have a resource on our webpage that takes you through the different steps of performing a waste assessment. There are 3 methods to do that are listed. One is a scale measurement. This is obviously the most accurate. You just weigh any food residuals that you generate and add that up, and if it comes over a ton a week, that would be above board. You can also estimate by the container size. If you have a hauler, for instance, that brings a container that you fill up with food waste on a weekly basis, let's say, you can either get from your hauler how much food weight that was, or you can estimate based on the size of the container. And that is also listed on our website, anything from a gallon up to a large dumpster. And the third way is estimating by industry sector. So the EPA has developed a way to look at different industries based on their NAICS, is that right? Yeah, NAICS codes. And excuse me, they calculated based on certain factors how much food waste can be expected to be generated in each of those different industries. So any one of these 3 ways of estimating food waste for your facility would be acceptable. And again, we have a document on our website that explains this, takes you through it, and it even has a appendix on it with a form that you can use to keep track of everything. This is what it would look like. I just put this up here at the top part. It says determining applicability of the food residuals diversion requirements. So this is what it would look like, and that is available. You can also apply for a waiver if you can't having trouble meeting that food waste diversion requirements. The law specifically states that if you pay or if your food waste hauler is going to be charging you 10% or more of a fee to haul the food waste away, 10% more than your garbage hauler was taking to haul it away, you can apply for a waiver if it costs 10% more. Also, any other issues that you might be having, you can feel free to apply for a waiver, and then MDE will decide whether the conditions warrant a waiver. A waiver is the maximum amount of time a waiver would be good for is a year, but you can always reapply if needed. So that's directions, and the waiver forms are on the website as well. We also have something called a business recycling form. It is a way to report your business recycling totals to the county where your facility is located. MDE has developed a form where you can go on the website and you can complete an online form, and MDE will make sure the counties get that information. Now, we encourage all businesses to recycle and report their recycling because each county has to report to state how much recycling is done in that county, and they want to get that number up as high as possible. So they encourage all businesses to report their recycling amounts. But if you have to divert food waste from the law, if you meet those requirements for diverting food waste, your facility must report your recycling totals. So if you don't deal in food at all, if you're just a regular facility, we encourage you to report any kind of recycling that you do. If you're required to divert your food waste, one of the requirements in the regulations is that you must report how much food waste and other recyclables you provided over the previous year. And that's on our website as well. We also have a presentation that goes through, I'm going through it real fast here, but we have a presentation that goes through step by step how to complete one of those forms. Really handy, I think, for businesses to use. Another part of the law is an enforcement aspect. This is where MDE would go out and inspect facilities and make sure that if they're required to, that they are diverting food waste. So there is an enforcement part of the law. The first thing you would do is just go observe your facility and see that you're keeping proper records and you're storing any food waste in any manner that is not harmful to the surrounding environment. And then just a single page, you would sign off on that. If a violation or a condition is noted on this observation, you would get a site complaint. So basically a site complaint is where you specify a violation that we noticed, and we give you instructions for what needs to be done to fix that up. And then we will follow up and check on that. And then the third phase of the enforcement is something called a notice of violation. And this is where MDE has notified you of the violation. We've given you time to correct it. And if it's still not within regulations, this is where a fine could be assessed on this stage. And you would get something called a notice of violation. To end here, I just want to promote Food Waste Prevention Week, which is the week of April 1st. And MDE will be hosting a series of webinars during that week, lunchtime webinars from 11 to 12 on different topics in the food waste world, as you could say. So you can go to the website and we'll have an update on the website about these webinars, and you can sit in and join and listen to some of the people that are here today. Talk to you about food waste. And that's it. So appreciate it.
Too short to stand next to that. So I intentionally put us here right after lunchtime because we have clearly the most exciting topic for all of you. So nobody's getting sleepy out there after this delicious lunch. Many thanks again to Towson University for all of the support they had in helping us host this event, and again for the amazing food. The cake pops are reusable crushed from last week, so definitely help yourself to getting a sugar rush from those. They're delicious. If you don't know me, I'm the one that sent all the emails around. My name is Shannon McDonald. I work under Dave and alongside Tim for the Food Residual Diversion Law and Recycling Market Development. And I'm the one that's the state work plan for the solid waste infrastructure for recycling. I'm only going to be going over, and very briefly, some of the activities we're doing, but along with some lovely humor. The intention behind this would be as if we were at a food bar. We're telling you not only to show up, bring a potluck if you like, everyone's welcome to eat, but don't leave hungry or complain later that you're hungry when you're ready for bed. Okay, so we want everyone to participate in the solid waste infrastructure recycling work plan because it is a state work plan and there are so many stakeholders involved because we want to get as much information as possible so that we can provide the best foot forward. So under the organics assessment of the solid waste infrastructure for recycling work plan, we are looking to identify where could there potentially be infrastructure in the future to support organics recycling and also food recovery for redistribution. So what I mean by that is we have partners in the state that do collection and distribution of food, and that is very, very important when we think about the hierarchy for food recovery. We want to feed people if that food was edible and can be eaten. That is a primary goal. And with that in mind, we need the infrastructure to support that and also partnerships, hence why we're all here. So we were looking to see where could this potential infrastructure be located, whether it's in every single county or maybe it's in regional opportunities as well. So that's what this is looking to see, how could we support this. And in order for us to have more organics recycling, we need the market to go with it. The market for the food, guess what? It's you, it's people. So we really don't need to create more market for food for redistribution. We need it for organics recycling. And so what we're trying to figure out is where would those places be? We've already heard from many stakeholders, the folks down in the southern eastern counties cannot support large infrastructure associated with organics recycling because of the phosphorus loadings for their soils, right? So we have to think, what's our next avenue and opportunity for those types of food residual diversion? Once we've developed these maps, which are currently in the draft form right now, we'll be reaching out even more stakeholders. So we've already met with every single political jurisdiction. We've hosted little discussions on this with them, including economic development, soil conservation, education, recycling markets, and a whole other, and commerce, right? So we've really pulled in as many folks as possible to talk about this at the local level. We've also spoken with our state agency partners. We've spoken with agriculture, economic development, commerce, health, emergency management. I mean, I could list DNR, many, many more. We are looking now next to step this down into where we potentially think this infrastructure could be located so we get the feedback from those where this infrastructure might be located to hear what are their concerns, what are their obstacles, what are their thoughts on this. And again, we think about organics recycling, we're not just looking at just the large scale, but also the small scales too. And so would there be an opportunity for community compost in one region? And would the community be interested in that type of activity as well? So once we've given once we've held those in-person and virtual meetings to hear the assessment, we'll assign a number based on the feedback. Do they think this is a good idea? Would they be interested in it? So for example, let's just say in an urban environment, we think there'd be a great location for organics recycling, but all the neighbors are really, really concerned about things like vectors of odor or vermin. We might recommend, yes, this would be a great location for it. However, an in-vessel would be a better opportunity to help mitigate those concerns within the community. And finally, and that's about 70% of this organics assessment. And then the last 30% is looking for the educational components. So when we talk to our public school systems, we've heard about the limitations of people who are doing the prep for the foods, right? There's a lot of heat and heat. As Heaven shared earlier, the same thing happens in our correctional enterprises. We don't have cafeteria staff I'll date myself. I don't have the lunch ladies that used to work there before that were making those foods ready and serving with local, nutritious, and available foods. And so we're trying to figure out what's our pathway to ensuring we do have the labor and workforce development to get us to the goals that we need. And the same thing would occur when we think about our organics recycling. Being certified as an organic recycler, there are not many opportunities for that type of in-person training available. And when we think about our small businesses, having them shut down so they can send people, right? We have an organics recycler within the state, and they're in California today because that's where they can get their closest certified operator training. We're looking to figure out what are our avenues in order to execute that. Is it working with our community colleges? Is it working with our Department of Labor? And what are our plans and moving forward into the next stage? So again, we're just starting out. This map right here is really to, we're working on the intensification of foods that are generated. So you can see here it goes down to the granular level at the zip code, but it also is indicating from each of the counties what they're generating as a whole. And then the different spots and dots all over there include things like our natural wood waste recyclers, because that's a feedstock for organics recycling, right? We also have our solid waste transfer stations. Could this be a municipal opportunity? And that's what we're trying to figure out, is where are these potential locations and where could they best be situated to help us achieve our goals? Likewise, we have the Maryland Hunger Map. I've already met with the Maryland Food Bank, and we were trying to figure out how can we synergize our efforts. And then if you were in 1A, unfortunately Lindsay is gone right now, but the Metro COG has created a survey, which I cannot do under Swiffer. EPA folks, I know, I'm not allowed to do a survey under this. However, there are programs in place that are doing surveys. They're trying to figure out where are our diversion programs, where are our food rescue programs. Mapping them is essential because it helps us plan for the future. This is my spiely slide that I've gotten for all the counties, but it identifies all the benefits to having these types of programs, because it really provides a access point, not just to one county, but across many. And it really helps us displace the costs that are already a burden to our counties. And again, in case anyone doesn't know, all these slides will be available online in every single presentation after by the end of the week. And so you'll be able to access any of the information that's presented here, along with this lovely slide, which are the outcomes that were required under this grant. And these are our emails. I went through this very quickly. It is a lot of information. It's just supposed to be a topical overview, but please come to the buffet and share your ideas and don't be hungry. And with that, I will allow, does anyone have any pressing questions off the top of their head right now?
Or did we do that good of a job?
Oh, our director does. Great.
So how many facilities currently have a diversion waiver?
We have, this is also listed on our website. Anybody that has a waiver is listed on the website right now. Some of the Johns Hopkins hospitals have a waiver. Suburban Hospital, Johns Hopkins Hospital, Bayview Medical Center, and Howard County General. Other waivers have expired. UMBC had a waiver, expired. Yeah, that's it.
So, and my point behind that was just so many of these businesses do need to divert waste. And I know I've heard from some that we've given so many waivers that we're not helping the cause, but I just want everybody to know that the need is certainly out.
Hi, I'm Christy. I am the president of Maryland, D.C. United States Compost Council State Chapter. So we were very excited about the 10,000 square foot exemption. So do you have any update on when the timeline will be, when that's going to be released, since it was passed last year?
We actually are finished with our initial, for that, we've actually also completed a compliance guide for those regs. They are now with our Attorney General. Unless our Director, Steffanie, has any update on when we can expect it back from the AG. That's all I can tell you right now is with our AG.
So we did get the legal reviews done, so now we just have to go over those, and then we should be able to go out and start the public process pretty soon.
And for those of you that don't know the public process, we have the 15-day small business review, and then following that, as long as there's not anything that is really outrageous, then we would go through a 30-day public comment period. Overall, this takes about a 6-month quick pace process.
Tim, I have another question for you. I imagine that you have a sense of how many businesses in the state fall above the 1 ton per week generation rate. Do you also have a sense, or can you share with us, I know the law passed in 2021 you said?
Yes.
And it was effective 2022?
Yeah, it started in 2022. Yes, 2022. Yeah, 2023, I'm sorry, 2023, last year was effective, January to December.
So, approximately, what kind of a compliance rate do you have for the businesses? I don't want you to call out anyone, but,
Right.
you know, just to get a sense. I mean, it takes a while for these things to
Get rolling. We've got, I can tell you this, we have got a lot of interest in facilities calling us and finding out about the law. We've done a lot of webinars about doing the law. We've got contact sheets thanks to the EPA. They have great resources for excess food. So we've isolated a lot of the businesses in Maryland that we suspect may be over and having to divert.
I would like to, while he's continuing, one of the things we did do last year, all the inspections and compliance that we did was more informational rather than enforcement last year to get people up to speed.
Yeah.
Because the big change between 2023 and 24 was going from 2 tons a week as a limit down to 1 ton a week. But now that it's been in effect for a year, we are going to the second phase of our inspections with that.
Yeah, so we concentrated mostly on educating the public and businesses on the new law and developing resources for businesses to meet the regulations of the law. We expect to be doing a lot more inspections coming up this year, very soon.
But the compliance rate.
So to answer your question, we actually won't know for a period of time because the reporting for the diversion will not be available until, to us, and publicly available until 2025. Am I correct, Dave?
Towards the end of this year, we'll have our first year reporting on businesses.
Yeah, and so it'll be published the winter of 2025 in public to see.
Hello, Daniela here. I'm going to speak on behalf of just as a resident of the Ag Preserve. So, for example, if all the public spaces, like the public pools, they do produce more than 1 ton a week, but just during the summer, are those public spaces getting the memo through the county? And I hope they don't get a waiver. How will they have to report to you? That's my question number 1. Second, the schools in our district, on average, they don't produce 1 ton, but right underneath a ton a week. But collectively, there are more than 100 schools. So are you gonna consider it as a school district in each county, or just one by one basis? Thank you.
I forgot when there were some exceptions that I had mentioned in my first slide. I forgot to go over those again. One of the exceptions is that when you're calculating your food residual tonnage, it's individual schools, it's not entire districts. So for instance, Howard County, for instance, would not find out how much waste is done at each school and add it up and see how much total waste is done in county schools. It would be a school by school calculation. So there is no cumulative result that we're looking for. The other one is restaurants are exempt from the law. So we had to define restaurants as facilities with kitchens to prepare meals and dining rooms where they can eat those meals. So as of now, they are exempt from the law.
And one more question, because I saw it up here, because I know we're out of time. Christine, did you have your
Curious. Hi, Christine Mahoy, Washington, D.C. So I was just curious, so food donation that's what's being donated. You don't count that in terms of food residuals for requiring diversion, right?
Any waste assessment that you do to determine how much food residuals you're creating is done prior to any donation or sending to organics recyclers. So you would calculate that ahead of time, and then donation is what we prefer, and if you can donate most of the food residuals that are created, that's what we like.
Great. And do you require donation first?
No. There's several different avenues for diverting food residuals that are in the regulations and the law. Donation is one of them, and the law says one or more of these methods. So donation is one method.
Yeah, and just before we wrap up real quick, that 30-mile limit and requiring to take is just to see if the law applies to you. You don't have to then use that facility to divert your food. You can do it anywhere you want. That is only used to determine if the law applies to you.
And with that, we will segue to the next set of conferences. So the same breakout room sessions. The one will be on the climate pollution reduction activities and climate action activities, and the other one is for animal and agricultural feed. So if you just move on down to those areas, we'll get started in a few minutes.
So thank you all for joining us for session 4A. When I saw this topic and who was going to be presenting, I asked to be the moderator because it involves two hobbies of mine. The first one is brewing, and the second one is animal feed regulations. So it's going to be some pretty great information that we have in this session, and I hope you learned something. So we actually only have three of our panelists here. Amy Crone unfortunately could not make it. And then we have a swap out with Tom Phillips. Phil Davidson is going to be giving the presentation. And when I first started at MDE, I actually thought that Tom Phillips and Phil Davidson were the same person because people would just refer to them as Phil. But now I know that they are different people. So then we have Claire Fitz Bodrin, who is with Forward Brewing, and then Braden Bumpers, who's with McClintock Distilling LLC. So first, we're going to be starting off with Phil Davidson with MDA to talk about animal feed regulations and a little bit about what MDA does.
Thank you, Brad. Yeah, he's correct. Tom Phillips is the state chemist. I work for Tom Phillips, but we each get each other's emails and have a lot of fun saying this one's yours, no, this one's yours. So if you ever call and say, I can't get a hold of Phillips, where is he? He doesn't reply. Well, maybe it's Tom Phillips and not me, or it could be vice versa. So you'll see in the slide coming up, Tom Phillips has two L's in Phillips in the last name. A lot of people don't know, mistake on that, so the emails bounce back. But you'll see. I'm here to talk about the food diversion and animal feed. I've heard a lot of wonderful things this morning about food that isn't eaten. Can it go to another person? Someone who doesn't have an opportunity to have any food. Nobody wants anybody to be hungry, right? So when I first heard about this, I was thinking about plate waste. Who work from the restaurants, school departments. You talk to people who in that type of business, they say people aren't finishing the restaurant meals. So where does all this material go? So I was thinking early on, what person's going to want this material? When I was a kid, we called it garbage, right? I don't know if anybody says it anymore. So the focus is, it's in the law, for people or animals. So let's talk about animals a little bit. Now, Maryland every state does this. All animal feeds are regulated by the state, okay? And actually, FDA over there in Montgomery County are all the administrators. They have their laws too. You have federal laws and you have state laws. So we have to do what FDA says, and then we have the Maryland laws. So animal feeds have to be registered with the state chemist section in Annapolis. Let's see if I'm on the first slide or not here. Back a little bit. All right, here we go. There's Tom Phillips. So you'll see his email in a later slide. He put the slide presentation together, so I'm going to drag you through it with me. Okay. At the state chemist section, we have 6 different sections. We're there at the bottom, state chemists. We're the ones that regulate the animal feed. And by the way, I know a lot of you from the compost end of things. Thanks for coming. It's good to see you. Good to have you. And as you know, as everybody knows, some of this plate waste and material that no one else wants, it can always go to composting. That's not why I'm up here talking about that, but it's kind of a win-win. You can make compost out of it. People want it. They want to buy it. And it finds a home. You have a home for this material that nobody else is going to eat. Okay. Once again, State Department of Agriculture in Annapolis, along with all the other states in the country, they oversee the feed laws along with the fertilizers, pesticides and agricultural lining materials and compost. Okay. In a nutshell, the state chemist section, you have to make sure the consumer gets what they're paying for, both in formula and efficiency, protect consumers, animals, and the environment from unsafe products. Provide the regulated industry with a competitive marketplace, provide support for sister programs and agencies. Anybody here raise animals, farming background possibly? Several people, okay. Now, I'm a suburban guy. I don't know that much about animal feeds still. I started doing some of this here, okay. Most of these ingredients, it's like kind of, animals have certain nutritional requirements, things like that. There's certain things that might kill a horse that won't kill a chicken, so on and so forth. And we register a lot of animal feeds come in from all over the country. Everybody has to know what's on the label. It's a very controlled situation. So what I got involved in this, and kind of glad I'm here instead of Tom, I guess, because they say, once again, my focus is these things that no one else is going to eat. Rotten bread, plate waste. You go buy chicken at the restaurant, you're not going to eat all the bones and the skin. Where's it all going to go? Okay. And someone can say, well, let's give it to the farmer to feed his animals. When I was a kid growing up, it seemed like you could give hogs and eat everything that we eat. Okay, and people used to, I think people used to do that. Give it to the hog farmer. Pigs will eat anything. Okay. Now you can still do that. However, okay, you have a federal swine act, okay, involved here. So if in your travels, if somebody says, well, people aren't going to eat all this food, what are we going to do with it? Well, maybe we can give it to the farmer down where we raises hogs. Okay. If there's any meat in there, there's certain temperature requirements you have to put the material through. Okay. It's part of the Swine Act. So you want to look that up. I don't have the website for the Swine Act, but it'd be easy enough for everybody to find these things these days. And think about, and I keep thinking, who separated the meat from everything else back at the source, at the restaurant, at the school? Maybe people are going to do that. I have no idea. So I'm kind of throwing questions out there instead of giving you answers. Okay. So you want to think first before all these additional materials start going. Well, give it to the farmer. Maybe we can give it to his animals. I don't even know if he's going to take it, but I'm not a farmer. And I don't know what the cows eat. I know what the pigs eat, but the cows and the chickens and everything else, they might have certain dietary restrictions. Okay. Anyway, thought I'd put that out there. Once again, state chemist section. I'm in charge of the registration unit on your left. Register products, review labels, handle fees, handle customer complaints. I do get involved in animal feeds to a certain degree. Tom does most of them because of his feed background. I handle the renewals mostly. But, we have inspectors that go around and inspect facilities that sell animal feeds. Okay, they can bring back samples in a store, in a marketplace where any of us would shop. Okay, pet food stores, southern states and things like that. And they bring it back, and we have chemists and an app and say analyze all these ingredients. Okay, there's the process. Now, if somebody's going to register an animal feed, okay, state by law you have to know the protein, fat, fiber. You're not going to know that on your own. You have to send it off to a laboratory. Okay, they will do that for you. You need a label. If it's bulk material, a piece of paper, something has to go along with whatever pile or whatever's on the back of that truck. Okay, it can't be just an unknown material going down the road. Okay. I've heard a lot of people over the years with all the commodities say, well, it's bulk, I don't need a label. I don't know where they heard that. But now you have an invoice. If anybody knows a little bit about trucking, the driver is supposed to have a manifest of what he's got in the back of his truck. He's not going to have a label floating around with material in the back of the truck, so he keeps it in his dashboard. That will suffice. But you have to know what the material is. Okay. Label review, label approval. Tom Phillips does all that. Okay. Sometimes he denies things. Sometimes it's an easy fix. You just have to fix the label a little bit. Sometimes it's a material we're not familiar with. Materials can come in from all over the planet. We're watchful of that. We find out things from FDA, and that's how thank goodness for the emails and things like that. And everybody's very transparent. We're transparent with all the other states. Everybody shares information. So sometimes we have to block things based on an unapproved ingredient, or if there's a fear that might be deleterious. You don't want a bunch of dead animals out there. You're going to wind up you're going to see it on the 6 o'clock news. Okay. Now, you've got also involved feds, FSMA, Food Safety Modernization Act, excuse me. It goes back to the Obama years, okay? That was signed by Obama in 2018. It's been around a while, okay? Designed to protect human and animal disease by strengthening food safety system in the U.S., okay? Now, it's interesting how they get involved in things. I don't know if you heard a few years back, it's a little sidebar here, but it's worth knowing about. People sometimes see on the news people got salmonella, people got sick. One big one a few years back was cantaloupes. They traced it back to Colorado. Okay, were the cantaloupes bad? No, they're good food to eat. But apparently, farmers, not to pick our farmers, I guess they water their plants when they have to, whatever pond they have at the bottom of the property. Might be cows hanging around near ponds. You know what I'm getting at there. So they're going to water the plants, and you may have salmonella outbreak. What looks like a beautiful cantaloupe, maybe the skin wasn't washed properly. Okay, so people got sick. That's the kind of thing that gets on the news. So Food Safety Management Act was actually going to go around, and it may have passed. The farmers are supposed to, they were going to have the water regulated, okay, that they were going to put on the crops. Didn't sit well with them, and I guess it passed. I don't get to talk to farmers, so I don't know. But they take that very seriously. So this FSMA also spills over to animal feeds, okay? I was told when it first came out, if you printed it out, it would be 800 pages long. So I barely got started on it. I never finished the 800 pages, okay? But it ties in with animal feeds. You can't have something that's going to harm the animals out there. It's basically a summary, okay? Once again, this is the end of the slides, not many here, okay? I'll be around for the afternoon if you have questions. If you have questions about your animal feed, you want to send an email, send it to Tom Phillips, 2 L's in Phillips. He's there every day. I suppose you could call him, but I think he likes the emails more. He's in Zoom meetings all day long. He gets pulled in a lot of different directions. This time of year, he's working on legislative sessions. That's a killer for us in Annapolis. There's never a dull moment. There's no moment to rest, okay? Are we doing questions after the panel's finished? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, let's see here. So, hi, I'm Claire Beaudrin. I am from Forward Brewing, which is in Annapolis, and I'm here to talk about something that most breweries do. Whenever we brew, we produce a lot of spent grain, which we can then send to farms, and they can use it as animal feed. So a bit about Forward. We opened up in Eastport, which is near downtown Annapolis, in 2020, right after the pandemic hit, which is why we have a lot of outdoor dining here. The front part of our building is a tap room, and then the back part, which is a second story, is our brewery. So we have a 7-barrel system, which is puts us in the category of a nano brewery. We stacked our fermenters. So on the bottom there you have like 15-barrel fermenters, and on the top you have 7-barrel fermenters. So what that means is when we brew a single batch of beer, a 7-barrel batch, we're gonna put that in one of the fermenters up top, one of the smaller ones. If we brew a double batch, it means we're brewing in the morning, we're brewing later that day as well, and both of those batches can get combined into one of the lower 15-barrel fermenters. So for a single batch of beer, we're using anywhere from like 500 to 650 pounds of malted grain. And basically you heat that up with hot water, you create wort, which is basically sugar water. It's the first step of making beer. And then you take out all of the solids, all of that spent grain. It's called graining out. So our brewers there, my husband, Cam, is like pulling all of that grain out of the brew house, and that grain weighs twice as much once it's gone through that process. So if you're doing a double batch, that's like you're starting with over 1,000 pounds of dry grain, and you're ending up with a couple thousand pounds of wet, heavy grain. So right after that happens, anywhere from that day to a couple of days later, we have been working with farms that come pick up that spent grain. So lately we've been working with a bison farm out in Davidsonville. We've worked with several farms though, including Amy Crone's farm, the woman who couldn't be here today to speak. She's actually one of our farmers who's come to pick up our grain several times. It can be a coordination headache at first. I feel like it was actually very hard to find farmers in our area that were willing to, not just willing to work with us, but willing to coordinate, right? And now we have a really good relationship where this bison farm actually comes and they pick up this really heavy grain. It makes it really easy for us. It makes it a win-win for us because this is a product that we want to get out there. We don't want to compost it. We've had to a couple of times, but we don't want it. We want to do that. We want to send it out to farms. But it's also a win for the farm because this is a ton of food. It's a ton of nutritious food, and it helps the bison farm dramatically when it comes to feeding their animals. The animals seem to really like it. My husband, a couple of times when he was like delivering this spent grain to farms, he actually had goats climb up into like the cab of his truck because they were so eager to get to the spent grain that he was trying to scoop out and put into their feeding trough. So it seems to be a popular thing on these farms. In terms of timing, when it comes to coordination, that grain can go immediately to a farm. It can also, we've stored it for 3 to 4 days before. In warmer months, that's kind of the max amount of time that you have before it starts to ferment and then mold and then be inedible. Luckily, we do work with Annapolis Compost, which is an Annapolis-based composting service, and we actually have once a week pickups with them. So all of our basically from our kitchen and our restaurant side of things, any plate waste, any inedible food, food waste goes into the compost, and they're able to pick up, spent grain in the event that we couldn't find a farm to work with. But for the past couple of years, that has not happened. It's all gone directly to animal feed. And then the last thing I wanted to show you, so we are a full restaurant in addition to a brewery, and I thought this picture captured a couple of things about our sustainability initiatives. So that's kind of the side that I work more so on. I've got a background in public health and food systems and nutrition, and so the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see like a vegan sandwich, a vegan BLT. So we always have vegan and vegetarian options on our menu. And those have performed really well, not just among the very small vegan population that we have in Annapolis, but among the wider public, right? The goal there is to make things so delicious that people order them without really even caring or knowing that it happens to be a vegan food item. Right up above that, we have a smoked fish spread, and that's made with Chesapeake blue catfish, which, as you all are familiar with now, is an invasive species that we need to be getting out of our bay. To the left, we have our crab roll, and that is only available in the summer because we only buy Maryland crab. We are True Blue certified, which that's a Maryland Department of Ag program that basically we've committed to only buy Maryland crab. And in Annapolis, honestly, we're surrounded by places that serve a lot of Maryland-style crab cakes, and most of it is from Venezuela or it's Asian crab. And so we do that, we make that commitment to support our local watermen and our local food economy. So that crab won't come back onto our menu until we can buy it fresh in summer months. And then right up above that, oysters, we not only serve Chesapeake oysters from time to time, they're not always on our menu, but we do a kind of a special one-off events. But we also, we donate 2 plant oysters in the bay, essentially. So we've partnered with both the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, we've brewed a beer with them called the Save the Bay IPA, and 10% of all of the sales from that beer go to CBF, and largely into oyster restoration programs within CBF. And then we also have partnered with the Severn River Association with a goal of planting 5 million oysters in the Severn River, which is where the river that Annapolis is on. So with that, I'll turn it over to Braden and available for questions afterward. Thank you.
All right, who's been to a distillery before? Awesome, okay, so we have a good background knowledge. I knew Claire was gonna do a great job talking about a lot of the animal feed programs, which we do, so I have some other stuff that we do, as well as kind of the agriculture industry that we work on. My name's Braden Bumper, I'm one of the co-founders of McClintock Distilling in Frederick. I'm also on the board of the Maryland Distillers Guild, and I chair the Sustainability Commission for the American Distilling Institute, which is our national organization. So we're really passionate about this stuff. And one thing we are always working on connecting with guests when they come to our distillery is that we are an agriculture-based industry. everything that we are making comes from agricultural products, from the grains that we're using to make our whiskey, from the oak that we're timbering to make our barrels, to the botanicals that go into our gins. And it always, I've been in this industry for 13 years, and seeing people now starting to make the connections when they go to a restaurant and requesting to see, where was this steak raised? Where is this coming from? We're really trying to make that connection to the alcohol side of things. I've seen people, arguing about like where their fresh produce is coming from, and then grab a 30 rack of Coors Light, which is made from ingredients from South America and Asia, and then made in Colorado, and then warehoused in Texas, and then to a distribution center in Hagerstown, and then it comes to your store. So we're really trying to showcase at our distillery that not only are we agriculture inputs, but we're also agriculture outputs, which is what we'll be talking about today. If anybody hasn't been to our distillery, I'd welcome you to come visit us. I'm a born and raised Marylander. We have an amazing history here, particularly about rye whiskey. We are one of the largest rye whiskey producers in the world in the 17 and 1800s. And even up until Prohibition, we were widely regarded as the best American whiskey and the only one that was being exported back over to Europe in the early 1900s. So our goal is to tie that heritage and that history in what we do at our distillery. So we work with local farms and local farming ecosystems to buy our grain, to use our grain, and to recycle our byproducts all as close to our distillery in Frederick County as we can. So when we started, we basically made a big flow chart of what we were coming in and what's going out. I could talk for a really, really long time about grain varietals and what makes the best whiskey and a bunch of other stuff, but we're gonna keep the waste products for today. So we looked at our top 4 waste products identified by weight and volume, and that's spent mash. It's similar to spent beer, but ours is kind of like a slurry, and ours has alcohol in it, which is really fun for the cows as well. Spent botanicals from our gin. Our used barrels, a lot of people don't know, to make bourbon and rye whiskey, you have to use a new barrel every single time. That is a federal law if I want to put bourbon or rye on the label. So I can only use those barrels a single time. And then probably the biggest problem with our industry on a national scale is our water usage. So we took those and we really tried to turn all of our waste products into something of value. This is Farmer Phil. He's the best. He takes all of our spent mash, and he has an organic farm where he is raising cattle and pigs. I buy a half cow every single year. It's some of the best meat I've ever gotten. It's really good. And it's a win-win-win because this slurry, we don't have to put down the drain, and our municipality doesn't have to treat it or change it or address it. It goes directly to Phil. He uses it for feed, which we give to him for free, which organic feed is really, really expensive if you are not getting it from a producer. And then that alcohol content and that acidity, they really like the grain. So the cows and pigs live a pretty happy life for feed animals. So that's a pretty common way that a lot of people in our industry get rid of product. One thing we struggled with a lot was our botanicals. We're probably best known for our gin. We produce probably a few hundred pounds of spent gin botanicals every year. And we have found lots of different ways to redirect those botanicals out. We work with a local ginger beer manufacturer, and she uses them as flavoring in manufacturing ginger beer. We've worked with restaurants all around Frederick County who've used them for marinades, for rubs, for other culinary uses, which has been really cool. And then our used barrels, we try to keep in the local ecosystem. So most of those have gone to breweries. So we've worked, I think at this point, we've produced over 1,000 barrels. We work with almost all breweries who are doing barrel-aged beers. And some of those are delicious. And when they're done, they can reuse them for other products in the beer world. We've also worked with furniture manufacturers and other people that are able to turn those barrels into something that they can sell for a profit as well. And then water has been a really big one. We designed and built a wastewater recycling system at our distillery. So all of our cooling water, we can either take hot water, redirect it into our mash tank, and use that hot water for the next day instead of having to pay to reheat that water with our boiler. And we also have a closed loop recycling system that's run on an electric chiller that basically we're able to run basically for the whole year without having to dump. That's reduced our waste by about 500,000 gallons every year, which is like 2 Olympic-sized swimming pools worth, basically. So it's been a really cool way to do that. So any excuse I can have to put my dog on the screen, do that. By doing this, we found that we're able to keep the transportation as local as possible. All of these farms are in Frederick County. We're finding, working with these farmers in a value-added agriculture way, we're able to give them avenues of expanding their agriculture, especially in Frederick County, where dairy has traditionally been our #1 agricultural industry, which is not doing super hot these days. So a lot of these farmers, these are 4th and 5th generation farms that are able to switch to either growing for us or working with us, and we're able to keep that money in the community, which is awesome. Yeah, and we're able to really like showcase all of these sustainable efforts and use that as a marketing avenue as well, and connecting with people who are interested in it, which 10 years ago was not a ton of people, but nowadays is a lot more, which is pretty awesome. So a lot of good benefits from doing these programs there. I think that's up for questions.
Alrighty, how much time do we have?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. All right, so I'll ask the first question, and then we'll try and get to some audience questions. So I actually had a different question, but as I was listening, I've come up with another one on the fly. Let's see if it comes out in an articulate manner. So there's a very famous saying, if it's not grown, it's mined. So when you're working with people and trying to, and talking about what you're doing, how do you talk to them about the balance, and what are some things that you tell people, like, hey, it actually makes more business sense to be sustainable, to protect public health, to protect the environment, stuff like that. And it's not just seen as a cost.
Is this one on?
I don't think so.
Got it. Yeah, so I think I understand your question. So we're looking at how to explain this as more than just a cost-saving measure, but as intrinsic value as well, kind of. Yeah, so this is something that has come up when we do the Sustainability Summit every year for our industry as a whole, in that a lot of these measures, like when I gave the plans for our wastewater recycling system out, everybody wanted them because no matter where you are, that's going to save you money. And so every distillery, whether they're intrinsically interested in environmental stewardship or not, are interested in it. Beyond that, there is a growing community of distilleries, at least from my end, I'll let you talk from the brewing side, who are interested in it both from a mission-oriented perspective and because the future target demographics are going to be interested in this. And when you look at the people who are leading our industry in sustainability and developing new technologies to reduce the environmental impact, it's Johnny Walker, it's Sunatori, it's Jim Beam, it's these giant companies that understand 20 years from now, 3 of the top 10 buying decisions that consumers will have will be about company mission and company environmentalism. And so even though that's not one of the major buying factors now, if you are looking ahead at the future, it's something that every company will have to have as part of their programming.
Cool. Thank you for distilling that information so that we could digest it. That was a twofer. Not a recycling joke. All right, next. Yeah, if you want something.
I mean, I would not have a lot to add to that. I completely agree. I think, I think it really is finding the customer that cares about these issues, and they're everywhere now. And like you said, I think maybe in terms of when it comes to the actual decision about what to buy or where to go, maybe we're not quite there yet, but I think the customer of the future is going to be there, and so I think it's laying the foundation for that to happen. I also think, I mean, just we're a small brewery, we're a small restaurant, we're in Annapolis, and we've been able to kind of, I think, succeed and distinguish ourselves as a place that cares and communicates about these issues. And we happen to be in a town where that's a bit newer than it is in larger urban settings. And so we've seen a lot of people that really do feel strongly about these issues find forward because of that. So it's been a positive for us.
Cool. And if you want to add anything.
I don't, well, audience is small. I don't, I mean, everybody wants to know what the Department of Agriculture is doing about agriculture. It's always been that way. So, and, you know, if I have an opportunity to bring this up, you know, people think of us as, you know, policemen, and we do have to enforce, okay? But, you know, you want to do what's right for everybody. You saw on the one slide about the animal feed coming down from the feds. You know, you don't want deleterious materials out there. You don't want dead animals, sick animals. I mean, heads are going to roll if that happens. People be put out of business, maybe the compliance issues, everything. So I don't knock myself out to make sure the rest of the world understands that we're doing, you know, we're doing the right thing environmentally. It's just kind of, I think people kind of expect that with departments of agriculture. They can ask anytime they want. We don't do a lot of outreach in that area, saying, look at all the wonderful things we're doing for you. You talk about Carolyn output, such as this county has so much agriculture in this county, and how many, so many millions of tons of corn grown. But that information is out there for people. Me personally, I don't get those type of questions, but it's kind of inherent, if I can say that.
Cool, all right. Any questions from the audience?
I have a question. I'm hoping this is on.
I hope it is. I think it is.
Okay. I have a question that hopefully you all can answer. I'm just trying to get a handle on the difference between donations and selling in the animal feed area. And so if I have a compost and I just give it to my neighbor, which some of it may be what you're doing, kind of neighborly action, I don't need to register it. I can just give it to my neighbor and they can use my compost in their garden. Versus if I'm going to sell that compost, then I'm going to put it with the state soil chemist and it's going to be registered. Now, when we go in the donation, I think it goes back to the venison discussion today. We can have venison for donation as long, and we have Good Samaritan laws where we don't have to register that. It's not USDA certified. We don't go through that process because we're donating. So I'm just trying to get a better handle on, in the animal feed space, if we are just giving, or farming space, if we are just giving this to a neighbor, do we have to go through that process? And are there similar kind of Good Samaritan laws, which I think they're not, for donating for animal feed that would reduce liability? And have you kind of thought about liability from that perspective?
That's actually an excellent question, because it comes around to one key word I'd like to take. The one takeaway word here today is going to be distribution. I'll start with our fertilizer and compost. You mentioned an excellent question. I'm just giving it to my neighbor. She has a garden. I just gave it to her. Where's the harm in that? We had problems in the past where people would tell us
they said, well, I'm not selling this product I made, I'm giving it away to my brother-in-law, he has a farm down the road. In our law, we have what's called distribution. We want to have to send you it's in our law, if you can't find it, I'll email it to you. Distribution is all encompassing. So if you bartered, you gave it away, you produced, it covers a whole lot of territory, and we have to call that registration. We didn't used to have that in the soil condition or the compost and things. We had so many problems. That always was in fertilizer law. Most people aren't giving away fertilizer because they went to the trouble to make it, so they have to sell it. A lot of people say, well, I'm giving away compost, saving the planet, okay? So that's called distribution. Now, do we hunt down neighbors, giving things to the next door neighbors? Be honest with you, no. We have bigger fish to fry, if you will. But by law, that product should be registered. Are we going to come knocking on your door? We don't have time for that. Now, on to animal feed. Well, here's a perfect example here. If they're giving the material to a farmer, okay, who's going to, I have had farmers take brewer's grains and distillers grains and use it for animal feed. Not many. Most of them, I think, they go to either animal feed or a compost operation. On paper, that's distribution. The boss hasn't said too much about it lately, and I can't speak for him. I could find out. But we don't have on paper, you'll never find anything that says, well, it's this amount, you can give it away, it's that amount, you have to register it. You have a certain size property, so on and so forth. Just like you heard earlier today with the 10,000 square foot new change, I'm sure that's music for a lot of people's ears. We still have to register the product regardless of the size of the property. We don't have everything in our regulation that way. I don't mean to rain on anybody's parade, but it falls under distribution, which is in our statute.
Hi, Christine McCoy.
I guess it is working.
Well, anyway, Christine McCoy, I'm with Washington, D.C., and I'm responsible for commercial food waste diversion, and I know we have some distilleries and breweries, so I definitely want to get your cards. But the question I had was related to donating to feed. So the farmers are coming to pick this stuff up themselves, is that right? What kind of truck are they using? Does it have a lot of water in it? Would it leak water out into the ground if it's being transported, or what kind of trucks are being used to transport the materials?
Just a pickup truck.
Okay, so it's not as wet as it's wet obviously, but not super wet.
The grain itself?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in covered bins.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's not really liquid leaking out of.
So is it like Baylor boxes that they're transporting? When you say bins, what kind of bins?
It's like a big, like a tote, almost like a trash can. It's used only for feed.
Okay. And is it the same for you as well? How do you?
Ours is a slurry. It's a liquid.
Okay.
It's transport. We do 1,000-liter totes that our farmer comes and picks up eight at a time. Basically.
Okay, and he picks them up and then it's a slurry. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a big tote with a nozzle at the bottom that will grab the feed out.
Right. And since you're involved in the association or whatever it is, do you deal with folks in the district also?
I know almost all of those guys down there. They're great. We're very sad with I think a few of the recent closings, but I know the cotton and reed guys are still going.
Okay.
There is, just as a point of clarification, I think you guys have one rum, one specialty spirit, and then Don Ciccio, just like Italian liqueurs and stuff.
Okay.
So I don't think there's much grain production that I'm aware of. 1-8 was the last ones I knew of in DC doing grain, and they, I think, are done as of next week, unfortunately.
Wow. All right.
So.
All right. I still want to talk to you. And do these animals get drunk on your stuff? Is that what you're trying to tell us? Is that why they're happy?
I have a good story for this one, actually. We, in addition to giving out as part of our waste reduction, we've also done a bunch of experimentation of trying to take other people's waste products and using them in a productive manner to make products. One of which is called a eau de vie. It's a similar to an apple brandy, but it's made using basically peels and cores. So we have a local organic orchard in Frederick County he was processing all of his stuff into cider juice, and his leftovers he took to us, and we basically soak it, add a little bit of sugar, and then ferment that mostly water mixture, and it'll take some of the flavor from the peels and the cores, and then you distill that. So as opposed to grain, where we might have like 2 to 2.5% alcohol content residual after, the eau de vie, because we're using a cider yeast, had about 9 or 10% residual ABV. So I knew that it was going to be high, so we did not give it back to the animals. We put it basically in a big box to drain overnight. And my dog really liked the flavor of the liquid that was draining out. And I got him home and he just started crashing into the walls. I took him to the vet. I was like, I think there's something wrong with him. And after like 4 hours, they were like, what do you do? I was like, oh, run a distillery. He's like, he's drunk, give him some water, and then he'll be fine.
No wonder why he looks so happy. Thank you.
We have a mic that works now.
And we're out of time. It is, no, seriously, I think we're out of time. So we're ready for 5A, or we have a networking break at 14:45. Whose idea was to do military time?
Me. I also write my dates, day, month, 3 character, and full year. So.
Okay, yeah. Now we know. Well, we have a networking break. If you want to pick our panel's brains, then yeah, you should be here for the next 15 minutes, and then we're going to be moving into the 5 section.
So what is the Maryland Pollution Reduction Plan? It is MDE's plan to reduce statewide greenhouse gas emissions 60% by 2031 from 2006 levels, and set us on a path to achieve net zero emissions by 2045. MDE was required by the 2022 Climate Solutions Now Act to produce such a plan and ensure that the plan creates net economic benefits for Maryland. It's an exciting read, y'all, so I encourage you to go on our website and take a look at it yourself. I do want to give a highlight and some snapshots from the plan and the report. It does model 42 policies. Again, really exciting reading, if anybody wants to jump in there, that if fully implemented will achieve Maryland's goals as required by the Climate Solutions Now Act. The modeling done in support of the development of the plan shares the current policies, which you all can see on the left-hand side of the screen, that are current policies in the state of Maryland, and the plan itself recommends new policies to layer on top of the state's current policies to meet that 60% reduction by 2031, and again, set the state on a trajectory to reach net zero by 2045. As you can see by this visualization, to reach our climate goals, which are some of the most ambitious in the country, we need to work across every sector of our economy. That's greenhouse gas emission reductions in electricity, in commercial, residential, industry, transportation, waste, and certainly looking at our carbon sinks as well. We've already come a far way in reducing climate pollution and pollution more broadly in Maryland. Maryland once had some of the worst air quality in the eastern half of the US, and we are continuing to build on the success we've had, from the dirtiest air to the cleanest. In 2022, Maryland met the national air quality standards for the very first time since the Clean Air Act was established over 50 years ago. So we're building on momentum that we have to reduce climate pollution improve our air quality, and bring tremendous benefits to us in Maryland and globally. Maryland's Climate Pollution Reduction Plan calls for investment to make these greenhouse gas emissions a reality. The plan calls for at least $1 billion annually to incentivize the types of activities we need to see across the state in building electrification, transitioning to EVs, industrial decarbonization, decarbonization of the waste sector, investments in our forestry, improvements of land use, and workforce development to make sure we have the industry and the skilled workforce of the future here in Maryland to make sure that we're able to make good on this climate action. As required by law, we need to find a plan that also generates economic benefits for the state. And the Maryland's Climate Pollution Reduction Plan lowers household energy costs and creates jobs, increasing personal income by $2.5 billion and Maryland's gross domestic product. We also modeled in the plan that there will be a delivery of $142 million and $321 million of health benefits compared to the current policies we have, and that those health benefits will be driven predominantly in disadvantaged communities. But obviously, climate action that we take in Maryland has benefits beyond Maryland, right? We are all working in this climate action space to not just for Maryland, even though Maryland first, but for the whole planet, right? So what do we have to do to implement our climate plan? One of the big topics, and I think you've heard it as a theme here today, is maximize the federal funding opportunities available to us, launch and implement regulatory processes recommended in the climate plan, coordinate with the Maryland Commission on Climate Change, and find additional funding mechanisms to drive that investment to make good on the climate action. I have actually old school handouts too. So about some of the incredible technical assistance and grants available through MDE across our administrations. And again, just emphasizing the importance of climate action taking shape across disciplines, across silos. It's so wonderful to be here with all of you today from so many different parts of Maryland and from industry, from government, working together. So within MDE, we have our water infrastructure financing programs and have a wide range of funding opportunities for predominantly for governments to invest in water infrastructure. We also have programs through our land and materials program, as well as where I work in the Air and Radiation Administration. And sorry for going fast, but I do want to get to the part where we're talking with one another. And if anybody's curious about some of these specific programs, you can come up and take an old-fashioned handout from me. And obviously, Shannon has mentioned that the slides will be available afterwards. I do want to spotlight a particular grant program, as I mentioned, that we're working on in the Air and Radiation Administration, but with folks from across the state, regionally, and around the country, which is the EPA Climate Pollution Reduction Grant. So you've heard a little bit about it today, but the EPA's Climate Pollution Reduction Grant is a new program through the Federal Inflation Reduction Act, and it has two parts. First is the planning grants that were distributed by formula funding to states and metropolitan statistical areas. MDE is the lead for the state of Maryland for this grant program. And then Maryland counties are included in 3 of the local, regional, metropolitan statistical area grants, one led by the Baltimore Metropolitan Council, another led by the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission, and the other supported by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. The first of the deliverables under that planning grant were our priority climate action plans, which were due to the EPA on March 1st. And the second part of this program are the implementation grants for which governments of all types are eligible, and MDE is leading statewide applications. We, as a part of our delivery of the, I'm going to talk a little bit about our method and the delivery of our PCAP to the EPA. We're really proud to have submitted a PCAP to the EPA on March 1st. It's also available on our website. It builds off of over 15 years of climate action planning and greenhouse gas inventories for the state of Maryland. But it's really remarkable to note that a record 45 states, plus DC and Puerto Rico, and dozens upon dozens of metropolitan statistical areas submitted climate action plans through those PCAPs to the EPA on March 1st. It's pretty cool. Climate action across the entire country as a part of this program. The next step after the implementation grant, which is due on April 1st, is the delivery of a comprehensive climate action plan under the program, which are due in the summer of 2025. And we'll be updating our website on what that stakeholder process will be and what our steps will be to get to that CCAP. We're at the closing hours of submitting our competitive grants under the program, and MDE is coordinating statewide applications to advance 3 particular applications that I have listed here. One in support of medium and heavy duty zero emission vehicle charging infrastructure, another in support of Maryland's building energy performance standards, and then another application which is multi-state in nature on agricultural resource conservation, afforestation and forest management, and coastal wetland restoration. One of the things, and I appreciate there's lots of folks in the room that submitted feedback as part of our PCAP development process. We did have a call for a feedback as part of the development of the PCAP, and through that stakeholder engagement assembled over 300 greenhouse gas emission reduction measures that help to inform the development of our PCAP and are laying the foundation for what will become the CCAP under this program. The project types that were submitted covered the wide range of activities we know need to happen to reach our ambitious climate goals, and were submitted by lots of different types of stakeholders across the state. We did hear some really important feedback as it relates to organics on climate smart agricultural measures and wasted food reduction, and I will say that Shannon had to edit my slides. I've been working in food waste for a really long time, and so I was using the wrong lingo. And so if I trip up and in getting to use what I think is a very important reframing around wasted food, but please forgive me if I slip up with my words. But we heard lots of important feedback about the importance of these efforts as they relate to our broader climate goals. Hand in hand with the launch of the CPRG for Maryland, MDE is launching the Maryland Local Government Climate Action Support Program. We are really excited to be partnering with the Environmental Finance Center on the launch of this really impactful, what we think is going to be a really impactful program to build capacity across the state for climate action. The program will include county-specific outreach, technical assistance, consultation, and grant writing services for counties in Maryland that did not receive their own MSA planning grant. That's those Metropolitan Statistical Area planning grants that I mentioned at the top of my intro to the CPRG. So the 12 counties that are covered by this new local government climate action support program are listed on the screen, and we'll be working one-on-one with those counties to, with the help of the Environmental Finance Center, to really spur climate action across the state of Maryland. I'm excited to get to the Q&A and hear your ideas and questions in just a few minutes, but do want to make sure that you take a look and snap a picture of our website where you can see the PCAP, you can see updates about the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program, and we do have a central email address. If you're in one of those 12 counties too and want to talk about the local support program, we really encourage you to reach out to us and talk more. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Liv to hear a little bit about Sustainable Maryland, and then we'll take some questions.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Are we good? Okay. Hi, I'm Liv. I work for the Sustainable Maryland, which is a program out of the Environmental Finance Center. And I'm going to be giving you a rundown on what we do and some fun projects we have that we're working on related to food. So we're going to be talking compost and beer. Woohoo! All right. So the Environmental Finance Center was started by the EPA, and we work with the Mid-Atlantic region, both with the states and federally recognized tribes in the region. We work in three main areas, largely related to capacity building and training, policy analysis and financial assistance, and then community outreach and facilitation. And so within the Environmental Finance Center is Sustainable Maryland. So we are a volunteer no-cost certification program in which municipalities can complete a certain number of actions in our sustainable action menu and get certified at either the bronze or silver level. Here is a map of our registered and certified communities. And within the certification as well, we also provide volunteer trainings, as well as we're a clearinghouse, so all of our reports are open to the public. So municipalities can share resources with each other, can connect through us or through direct contact, and just build a network of communication and collaboration around projects that might be working on a regional scale or are related to specific natural resources. So it's a great opportunity for collaboration. And none of the things on the side went up, but that's okay. We have a certain number of actions related to climate as well as food. So you can see this is an older version of all of our actions, but we have a very large natural resources section as well as energy, greenhouse gas. We have the community-based food system section as well that I'll be getting into. And as we continue to grow our program, we're trying to make a more robust climate resilience section as well. So stay tuned for that over the next few years. Oh, there they are. Yeah, and then you can also see we have planning and land use as one of our core areas as well. And so within that, we are going to talk about food related. So we have been trying to expand and update our food actions to kind of encapsulate more of the food system on a broader scale and what that looks like. Some of my personal favorites within this section, you can see we have a food forest one. We've been getting some really exciting projects coming out of that, as well as the backyard chicken ordinance. You get some really fun names for what people call their chicken coops, and that shows up in our reports a lot of the time, so that's always fun. And then as well, we have an innovative demonstration project section where we kind of have a catch-all. So you get all the projects that may not fall into these specific categories, but are still worth knowing, and in turn sharing with other municipalities throughout the region. There's a lot of really creative stuff coming out of municipalities right now. So it's a great way to capture that for people to see. And then we also have within our local economies, we have organic waste composting. And I'll be getting into some of those projects. But so for Sustainable Maryland, I'm focusing on compost as part of the wasted food vibe that we have going here today. But here are a few examples of some of our certified communities from throughout the region. So you can see we have groups or municipalities that are working either in certain partnerships with groups like Veterans Compost. We have, as part of our requirement for our certification, the creation of green teams, which are volunteer coalitions who help the municipality accomplish some of their goals in these certain project areas. So some of these municipalities will rely on green teams to do community pickups, or community gardens as well are a large part of the composting initiatives that we have. But you can see there are a variety of models. Some, like Greenbelt and University Park, are expanding their municipal compost initiatives, whereas Havre de Grace is doing more of a volunteer version. But we are getting more every year related to compost and food waste generally, so very exciting time to check out our website and see what people are talking about. And now for an EFC example, This is just a fun one that I like to point out because breweries are everywhere in our region, and this is just a cool project. But EFC has received a grant to work within Delaware and Southeast PA to help craft breweries in the region minimize wastewater, solid waste, reduce their energy use, and find low-cost solutions to large problems related to pollution. And so basically what my colleagues are doing is they're going around offering either in-person facility checks or online consultations in which we provide recommendations for how to improve best practices. This is part of a larger national movement that is happening to improve brewery standards, to create a more closed-loop system for waste management, and also just improving water use specifically. So it's a fun one that most people like to hear about because it's breweries. But so yeah, these are just some examples of the work that happens at EFC and Sustainable Maryland. But we have some events coming up throughout the next 4 months. We're going to be hosting some Wednesday webinars related to climate action. Each one has a different theme, so if you check out on our website as those get posted, you'll be able to check them out. We also are doing one specifically on Climate Action Planning 101 that is going to be on March 27th. So yeah, please come say hi, come check us out. And yeah, I think we will move into questions.
So I promised Shannon that this was going to be better than a webinar. So help me out. What kinds of questions can we answer, or what kinds of ideas do you all want to share about climate action?
Here, I can be mic runner. Get my steps in.
Just a clarification question about the Sustainable Maryland programs. So I live in an unincorporated community. How many of those you have, and how can we make them sure that they also have a sustainable unincorporated?
Yes, so with Maryland, we have a very unique situation with unincorporated land. I think it's close to 40% of the state is unincorporated, don't quote me on that. So we currently do not work in unincorporated areas as there is no municipal government structure to kind of direct that work. We are piloting an HOA program where we're working with HOAs specifically to try and get that going. But there is discussion moving forward of how do we kind of bridge that gap, as it is, there's a large majority of populations that we just can't address through the current framework that we are using. But it is something we're thinking about. So, yeah. I'm coming. No, it's not.
I was just wondering, you mentioned bronze and silver levels. No gold? No. And also, how do you reach bronze and silver? What are the point values you have to score to get to those levels?
So bronze and silver. So bronze was the one that we started with and had for about a decade. Silver came about recently. We are working on a gold standard. We recently expanded. I was the expansion. But we're trying to figure out what the gold standard would look like. As for bronze and silver, we have priority actions and mandatory actions that are required for both. So depending on which level you're certifying at, you have to accomplish those. I think for bronze, I can't remember the point values for bronze versus silver. I know silver is close to 1,000. Bronze, I think, is 400. No, I might have those numbers wrong. I should know that. But yeah, we are working on gold. It is something that will probably come down the line. But for now, bronze is definitely obviously far more accessible. And then silver, what is cool to see is increasingly now that we have been offering the silver level for a few years now, that more of our participants are really aiming for silver. So it's cool to see that energy and commitment towards going above and beyond what we originally set. So.
You stay back there.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry for making you run, but yeah. So I wonder. I love the concept of Sustainable Maryland. Why not make this available to private sector and nonprofit organizations too, self-imposed?
So Sustainable Maryland is actually part of a larger organization called the Sustainable States Network. So there are other states throughout the country, like we're modeled after Sustainable Jersey. And these programs all kind of operate on a similar standard of certification with variation as to how those programs work. We currently do not have the capacity to expand into private and like organizations, but the model does exist. Sustainable Jersey also has a specific sustainable schools certification as well. So you see variations between states on how that program actually works out. For us right now, we're not there, but it's definitely something that we would love to explore in the future.
And I'd make a little plug. MDE does coordinate the Maryland Green Registry, so there are some other types of programs that kind of apply for other types of businesses and things like that. Different structure, but another way to kind of share information and benchmark against others.
One thing I can also add on that is that we do encourage, like there's a lot of municipal partnerships with businesses to get certified. So there's always, those partnerships that we encourage to ensure that municipalities are working within their communities as much as possible and supporting their business communities as well within that. Yeah.
So do you have any like carrots for those that become bronze or silver? Like is there a tax like rebate for them or something like that?
So there's no specific financial incentives as of now. I don't really think there will be. There are a few programs throughout the state where if you are Sustainable Maryland certified, it's definitely a credit towards you in the grant process. We are currently in the process of designing our own grant program, and there is consideration for, do we want registered communities to kind of have any, like, should there be an influence of that in our grant making process? For now, largely the resources that we provide, as well as the social capacity building that comes from the program, right? Because we work throughout the state, so we're able to connect municipalities to people, businesses, organizations that they may not have heard about due to their region. So that's largely where a lot of the influence comes from. We were also talking earlier that people love a sticker. So we have a lot of municipalities that really like being certified because they get a plaque and something they can put on their website that says, we're doing good things. So that's largely where the benefits come from, yeah.
Can I give you one feedback advice? In our town in Poolesville, it's announced and there is a sticker, but I've been there for 2 years. There is not one single time that the meetings are announced, either in the public meetings recording or that there is access for the general public to attend. So I don't know how many of them have, but now that I'm taking the training on open meeting records, I think it'll be a nice thing for you guys to review. And I don't know if there is capacity to have those recordings for a month or so. But I believe that those meetings that do get recorded and share with the other residents, even if it's temporary, can help to build more interest of the regular population.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. We rely on our municipal, we don't do much facilitation with community members unless the municipal government is organizing that. So advertising events, we recommend ways of how to do that and best practices for reaching your constituents, but we don't do that direct facilitation unless that community member happens to follow our Facebook page or things like that. But we're always looking for ways to improve better communication, share ways that municipalities are expanding their resources or communicating that things are happening, to share those experiences and best practices. Very true. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, this is a question for Allison. I don't know if you can go back to the slide. I'm Elana Goldstein from EPA. I don't know if you can go back to the slide where you talked about what you just submitted on March 1st. There were 3 things. Yes. I was wondering, for the very last sub-bullet that says agricultural resource conservation, if you can talk to what aspect of that, if any, has to do with improving soil health.
So the measure overall that reflects in our PCAP does have substantially more to do with soil health. The specific implementation grant application that bullet is referencing is much more around agroforestry and afforestation versus just soil health. Alicia's in the corner. We're working on this together. MDA, DNR, and MDE are collaborating with states to our south, Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, on a regional coalition application for the CPRG application. So it's a little bit more narrow, the focus of the competitive grant application, but the measure itself in our PCAP around agricultural resource conservation is much broader around soil health to be much more inclusive, but the particular grant is a little bit more focused on forests. And yeah, Alicia, let me know if I got that wrong. And yeah, those 3 applications are underway, about to be going into the EPA on the 1st. So very much a work in progress right now.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Allison, for all the work you've been doing on this CCAP and CPRG. I've been following it. I have a question about the $1 billion a year in new investment that's in the plan that's needed, and the focus on opening is just what's mentioned as getting federal funding, which of course at some point is not going to be there, and we still need the investment. And I don't know to what extent you can talk about it, but there seems to be an aversion in the governor's administration because of budget considerations to have fees to fund some of these programs. We have a bill that's going through Maryland now that would have added a $2 per ton surcharge on waste being disposed that would then create a $14 million grant program for cold storage, food rescue, on-farm composting, all this good stuff. And the funding mechanism was removed. So what's the point of passing a bill for a grant program that's unfunded? Why can't we move some of this so that we're actually creating the self-sustaining funding mechanisms within the state, rather than, I mean, we should definitely go over them, get the massive federal funding on the table for sure, but we also have mechanisms available to us to fund some of the infrastructure we need, but we're not doing it. Just wondering if you can address that.
I'll do what I can with that one. And I will go back a couple slides here because our next steps on the climate plan, Maryland's climate plan, includes step 1, because the federal government is giving us some pretty immediate deadlines, trying to capture as much money from the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act to bring those dollars to Maryland to the extent we can. That's driven largely by just the rapid fire of those deadlines and why it kind of pops up number 1. But the evaluate the funding mechanisms overall for the sustained work is a much broader question, and certainly one that is going on, I think, across the state government. My focus, since I'm lead on our CPRG effort, is kind of narrow around that particular federal funding opportunity, but it is not in isolation. And so I would say, you know, all of our state agencies in Maryland, we're all coordinated through the governor's office, has a federal investment team, which I participate in, and colleagues from each state agency to talk about that number one on that, right? So now that there are these incredible federal funding resources available to us, how do we take advantage of them? But I think that is not to say that those broader conversations are not necessary. So they are both, it's yes and, not one or the other, because the federal funding I think can assist in catalyzing some of the work that we're talking about, but it is not going to sustain the work that's needed. And the you know, just looking at the funds required or that we're, you know, expecting in the plan, that is for, you know, an extended period of time. So it's going to be beyond what's available through the federal funds. So I hear you on that. But yeah, just definitely wanted to say that's still on the table, but the drive around the discussion around the federal funds is really driven by the deadlines, which are fast approaching, my EPA friends. Yeah.
So I know there were different levels for funding that the state could go under. I can't remember if it was the tier A, B, C, and like, you know, what tier is the state applying for? How many millions are you going for?
Oh yeah, no problem. And I will give a plug. We'll be doing a at the web link that I had up there for our CPRG page for the state of Maryland. I'm going to be doing an info session and Q&A just on the CPRG grant on Thursday. So go into a little bit more detail on that. But what you're referencing in the implementation grant competition, because the implementation grant under the CPRG is competitive, all government agencies at different, any level of government are eligible applicants under that grant. And the EPA is running the competition in tiers so that folks that apply on a specific funding tier compete against that funding tier. So if you're applying for a $10 million grant, you're competing against other eligible applicants that would be applying in that same tier. If you're like we are participating in a multi-state coalition application, that application what they have as a tier A, I think that's $200 million to $450 million, that those applications are going to compete against applications of that magnitude and not against applications that are in a different tier. MDE is submitting an application in tier B that is advancing our work on the building energy performance standards in a coalition with Washington, D.C. And then we are joining multi-state coalitions in tier A. So the state is competing in both the tier A and the tier B tiers. And then there may be some folks here in the room who are participating through the Metropolitan Statistical Area Planning Grants. And I know there are applications going forward to advance activities in Maryland at tier C and tier D as well that are being led by local governments or other planning organizations. So our approach in this competition for Maryland is to have no way for EPA to say no, right? There's going to be something in every category of the tiers of funding, and there's going to be measures across all the different levers that we need to drive home to spur the climate action we need, so across every sector. So I think from what we see is going to be going in on April 1st. If we get all those applications in, there'll be both applications in almost every tier and across every economic sector to drive climate action. So I think that's we're pretty happy with that approach. But yeah, the state is leading applications in tier A and tier B. Sorry if that was too much jargon for everybody who's not been following that grant. There's a lot of moving pieces. Other questions?
Hi, thank you so much. As organizations, I work for a nonprofit. How can we connect with the state in terms of these grants, the CPRG grant? What are our best practices sort of going forward?
So the CPRG grant, the implementation grant is due to EPA on April 1st. And so it's been a very rapid fire kind of timeline to get those applications in. So at this point, I would say sit tight and let's see what comes in for Maryland as it relates to the implementation funds. Should any of the applications that I just talked about be selected for funding or to advance with the EPA, I see a lot of opportunities for folks to get involved in those projects. The types of work that we're moving forward at the state level are to add resources or expand existing statewide programs that then can be leveraged across the state. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity, should they be competitive and be selected for award, that there'll be ways to be involved. Because this is a two-part program, we still have more work to do on the planning side of the grant. And so, as I mentioned, we submitted our first required report, which is the Priority Climate Action Plan, but then we are just going to be kicking off our process to develop the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan. And I see that as a really much more meaningful way, honestly, for nonprofits and others across the state to get engaged, because the timeline is longer to develop what they call the CCAP, the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, versus the timeline that we had to develop the PCAP was kind of like, get it done. So in the development of the CCAP, I think there'll be a lot of ways to give additional feedback and to really build on what we've already put forward to the EPA. And see, like through what we're launching with the local support program, to try to find ways to drive the actual implementation at a local level or regional level and as close to where the activity is going to be happening. And I think that's going to need all of us, right, not just government, to get that work done, for sure. Other questions? Other ideas? She's like,
between Daniela and I, we'll just keep putting our hands up. In the interest of answering your question, other ideas, the chart that you had of the greenhouse gases from Maryland on waste management was like a little thin bar, and it didn't really change too much over time. And that, I think that's kind of a paradigm shift that needs to happen. I don't know if that can happen in the comprehensive action plan, or even if you looked at that, but that's just like end of pipe greenhouse gases. So for instance, if we were to get rid of all single-use food serviceware in the state and move to durables, we would employ so many more people, have less trash, and the greenhouse gas benefits of that, aren't just felt in Maryland, they're felt where all those manufacturing plants are. How, because it's consumption and it's production and consumption and reducing unnecessary consumption. So how, I guess the question would be, are there opportunities moving forward to kind of change that paradigm so it's not just like waste management, but kind of, you know what I'm saying.
So the graph that you saw and the way that our ultimate scorecard for whether or not we are achieving our greenhouse gas emission reduction goals is by the delivery of our greenhouse gas emission inventory for the state. And so that's something that Maryland MD is required to do, and we've been doing for, I think, over 15 years. And so that is going to be like that end, the end calc of how that all works. I think one of the things that's been really an exciting opportunity by some of these new EPA grant programs is to facilitate additional dialogue across what may have been otherwise siloed activities between the EPA and the states, within the states, or within even an agency like MDE across administrations, to think about creatively how to problem solve faster collectively. And so certainly, we've been working really closely with Shannon and the team that you guys heard from just before in land around how the results and the ideas that are generated from the Swiffer analysis can be informative of our climate action planning. It's not going to solve that overnight, but I think that opening up those conversations is certainly helpful. And then all of the additional technical assistance that is coming now at the federal level, at a national level, to help support our work, I think also is going to make a big difference there. But how it all plays out and then gets into the scorecard, we'll have to wait and see about how that can be measured. But because the MDE's climate plan is responsive to state law. And so we have to calculate things in a certain way and sometimes, but then we also have opportunity to take more action. So I think it's something we should all be thinking about, is how to elevate other co-benefits or things that might be external to Maryland but impactful nationally. So I think there's a lot of good dialogue there to be had for sure. And I think there's probably some good thinkers in the room about that too. Awesome. Yeah.
So just following up on Brenda's question, I'm wondering whether or not any of the grants that you're aware of outside of MDEs are including solid waste in general and food waste in particular. I mean, EPA did in fact not require the use of the GHG inventory methods. They said you can propose any method. So you could use REFED's calculation, for example, for food waste. And REFED actually shows that food waste prevention education for consumers is the top, well, actually it's Project Drawdown that shows it's the top over all sectors. REFED shows it as the top food waste. So anyway, the question is anybody else submitting grants for waste and food waste in particular that you know of?
Are you asked about for the CPRG implementation grant specifically? So I do think our colleagues in Baltimore City and the Baltimore Metropolitan statistical area have quite a bit of food waste reduction, or wasted food, right? Wasted food reduction and composting as a component of their application. And then I have heard that that is also something that the District of Columbia's application is going to be advancing as well. So there are efforts along that way going forward as a part of the CPRG implementation grants. They are just not reflected in the state's multi-state applications. Yeah, great question, but they're definitely in there. And we heard there's lots more grants on the way too, I hope. Awesome. I don't want to speak for others' applications, so I think if there's anybody in Baltimore City in the room, or I think they're on another panel trying to flag some of those folks, or come see me after and I can try to do an intro.
So this panel is on climate action and food waste prevention. I wanted to know, if you had like an Aladdin lamp, what are the big shaped needles that we don't have yet today? You said there are other people in the room. Right now, I'll put you an example. The RSP legislation at the state level that is still funding incinerator, part of the renewable energy portfolio. It's hard for me to comprehend that area. So if I could encourage here people and legislators to take that out of the way. So as you are now in this state level climate, what are the biggest solutions that you would like to see happening beyond all these great funds that we talked about today?
Well, I think the thing that we have learned through the development of and publication of Maryland's Climate Pollution Reduction Plan is that our state's goal of the 60% reduction by 2031 actually requires pretty much all levers, all action to reach. So there's not actually any one silver bullet. It is really the combination of all types of activities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and that deploying that rapidly with the support of significant investment. I think that's really where the big takeaway is that it's going to require a lot of action in pretty much every area of our economy. So that's not just a one thing. It's all of us working in all of our areas and trying to come together like this in ways that really help mobilize that work more swiftly. But I wish I had, I'm getting a time check. And any last questions? I appreciate the time with you all today, and if you want to come snag me or ask a question or offline, or if you want one of my old-fashioned handouts, come up to the front, and I'd love to visit with you. And thank you, Liv, for your presentation and all the great dialogue as well.
All right, well, good afternoon again, everyone. My name is Ava Richardson. I am the Sustainability Director for Baltimore City's Office of Sustainability, and I'm so excited to be here for this Food for People session during the Maryland Food Summit today. We have an amazing, phenomenal group of speakers providing food for people every single day across the region and across the state. And so we'll get started with our first speaker. And again, I just want to thank everyone for coming and our speakers for being here. So we'll start with Jackie Winsek, who is with the DC Central Kitchen, and she'll share more about her programming.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me here. This has been a really interesting day and some great resources so far. So again, yeah, I'm Jackie Winsek with DC Central Kitchen. I've been with the organization for about 5 years, but the organization itself has been around for well over 30. So we got our start recovering food from the DC area, a lot of restaurants, catering events, clubs, and pushing that food into redeveloped meals for homeless shelters in DC. That was decades ago. Our operations have transformed dramatically since then. We have a number of different programs now. Still, our base is on making delicious food that can be used as a tool for bringing community together. Our job training program still exists. That has been around since our start, where we are training individuals who are just transitioning from homelessness, addiction, and former incarceration, training them in the culinary arts, and supporting them in job placement within our organization or around the area afterwards. We still do a lot of the food recovery, and I'll speak more to how that's evolved over the years. We also have a school foods program that was started in the 2000s, where we're on a contractual basis providing school meals to a bunch of DC public schools and private charter schools in the city. And then finally, a Healthy Corners program, where we're bringing snacks, healthy cut fruit to corner store markets where there isn't as much access to grocery stores. So through those different social ventures, some of the paid programming helps to support some of our other initiatives that don't have those income streams. Wanted to speak to some of the food recycling and meal production that we do. Currently, we're producing about 18,000 meals every single day. So we've come a whole lot of farther away from the couple hundred that we were doing initially. We're lucky enough to have a nutrition team on staff that builds structured menus for us. And now that we've joined forces in one facility as of last winter, our community meals program and those school foods team are able to produce what is a very similar and well-rounded nutritious menu at one facility. So in some ways it does give us a lot of buying power and make sure that every single member of our community is getting that healthily, locally sourced broccoli, for example, that our school kids are getting too. We deliver food to about 80 partner agencies, so still those homeless shelters that we initially started working with, rehabilitation clinics, but the schools as I described, so it's a pretty diverse programming. Some of those meals are paid for and some are not. For our food recovery, of course, this might be known for most of the group, but only our community meals programs are able to accept those meals that are made with donated food. So it is part of our operation to separate out the food that we are purchasing and the food that we're getting donated, and our nutrition team works very diligently to make sure that our menu is set but flexible so that our shelters can incorporate something that would come in at the last minute, and so we're able to avoid that food going to use while still having the set menu with the fruit, vegetable, grain, protein. With that in mind, we are a production kitchen. So our biggest focus on recovering food has transitioned a lot from anything and everything, a lot of prepared food to a lot of fresh and raw proteins. I think that we've worked really hard over the years to develop relationships with partners around the DC area and elsewhere, many of the people who are up here, and making sure that the donations are going to the best hands. We've found that one of the challenges, and I'll speak to a little bit later, and one of the keys to success in making sure the food is not ultimately wasted is making sure it's getting to a partner that's a good fit for that donation. We have a centralized kitchen. We produce a lot of the food on site with scratch cooking. But we are not distributing the food to the end user. So a lot of time food is coming into our facility for a meal that's going to be going out and served in a day or two. So with that in mind, it's very important for us that we have the shelf life of that food donation in mind when it's being brought over to our facility, because it needs to last for a couple of days. Something that maybe has allergens in it or it doesn't fit as flexibly into our planned menu can be a complication for our facility. Again, we have 18,000 meals that are going out of our facility as well. So if we get leftovers from a catering event that can serve 20 of potato salad, 20 pizzas, 15 sandwiches, that's very, very difficult to accommodate the huge operation number of meals that we have going out. So all to support the reasons why we really are looking for partners that are a good fit for us and have that fresh raw proteins that we can incorporate with our chef's production. So with that said, a lot of our recovered food is coming from a little bit higher up on the supply chain. We're looking at a lot of manufacturers, wholesalers, farmers, farms directly. I'll talk about our gleaning program a little bit. We still work with some restaurants. Capital Grill comes to mind. They're a regular donor of meats. Banchan Chicken donates a wonderful amount of chicken to us. And then our local food bank partner as well to move some of their donated food into our operation and incorporating some of the donations that they have accessible for their community partners. So one of our department's responsibilities is our gleaning program. We partner with around 8 local farms from May through October to visit their farm and glean produce that they wouldn't otherwise be able to sell in the market, or maybe they don't distribute commercially. So this is only a portion of the year that we're able to do this, but we are a production kitchen, so it doesn't matter to us the small, the ugly, the massive. We're able to bring all of that into our kitchen and cook it into our meals. We have been lucky enough to have a lot of longtime partners that we're able to lean on, expose our staff to products that are locally grown, especially for our culinary job training students who maybe haven't been educated on those produce items. And it also helps our volunteer community as well. We have volunteers who come out and glean with us, and then also people who help us prepare meals in our kitchen. So a great way to involve the community, and a huge help to us in the labor piece of it. If anyone's cut a butternut squash, they know what I'm talking about. We also are really focused on local sourcing. Our school foods program that started up really is a driver for this initially, but especially now that we're all in the same facility, we have a tremendous amount of buying power and able to support the local farms in the food that we're bringing in. So oftentimes we're able to purchase not just for the schools, but for our shelter programs, all the community meals programs as well, so folks can get that same high quality item and we can push those dollars into our local farms. We have a big focus during the pandemic on expanding this effort. Our primary focus then is, and continues to be, on BIPOC farmers that we can support. And as we've worked on food recovery for so long, we've really been focused on our prevention efforts as well. So for our local farmers, we're trying to forecast as far in advance to support them in their growing efforts so they can plan. We've been able to provide our summer, fall forecast based on what our community meals numbers have been in the past, what we're planning based on funding, and also that nutrition team that's already been able to build out a menu, so we can give them an idea of what buying power DC Central Kitchen can have so they can rely on us as a customer. I alluded to this a little bit earlier, but that flexibility I mentioned for our community meals is really something that we try to always have in mind. So we're providing breakfasts, lunch, suppers for some partners 7 days a week. If everything shuts down, as folks know from the COVID-19 days, our shelters are still open. It's really important. So we're constantly working to think about these menus in things that are not just going to be thrown away. We want things that are delicious for every single person who's going to be eating it, from our kids' menus to the adults who are eating them. Any dietary accommodations is really thoughtfully incorporated into the menu. And then the donations that we know we can regularly rely on are incorporated in on purpose. So we have bagel donations that are regularly brought over to us. We have breakfast sandwiches that are on the menu every Saturday, incorporated as a side every Tuesday, I believe. are that banchan chicken that I mentioned. We've got a stir fry that's able to incorporate it in our curry. But these are purposefully incorporated into our menus on a recurring basis so that we have those donations that are able to arrive on our doorstep. Again, it's that raw product that we're able to push into any dish and know that it's not going to go to waste. I hope that we can talk a little bit more about this with everyone's feedback and hear from the panelists as well about all of your successes and challenges, because to be honest, it really has been an uphill battle for a lot of us. I mentioned earlier that it's so important to find the best partners, and one of the silver linings of the pandemic was that we were able to grow our already existing partnerships around the area in order to find the best partners for the right donations. So I'm on the same email strings from some of those manufacturers and wholesalers as some of the folks who are up here. Whoever has the transportation resources, the storage capacity, or even just the people to eat the food. Folks have been flexible and able to jump in and making sure that we're all not going to show up at the same dock looking for the same pallet of chicken. We're using our resources wisely to make sure that it's going into the right hands and ultimately not wasted. With that in mind, we also are trying to use our resources wisely. A lot of folks up here, speaking from the nonprofit world, we just have limitations on the financial resources. We have a limited number of trucks who can go out and recover food too. So I think being honest with our partners about what our abilities are, if we are a good fit for them or not, to make sure that it can be a recurring donation if that's a possibility, so we're not recreating the wheel every single time, has really gone a long way as well. And it also avoids situations where everyone puts in so much effort trying to do the right thing and then the food's ultimately wasted anyways, which is always a sad story to tell. And then finally, one issue that we continue to face and are trying to find workarounds for are storage issues. Almost all of us probably have heard conversations on cold storage limitations. That's something we continue to manage. We've tried to find creative workarounds for it. One example of this is working with our food hubs, Common Market in particular, trying to find ways for them to distribute directly to our school facilities. We have 26 different DC public schools that we're working with, and they've been able to work with us to develop a plan to distribute some of our frozen vegetables that we get year-round, or chicken drums from Locust Point Farm, so that we can still serve those local products, but we don't need to store it. It can go right to our school facilities instead, to cut out us as the middleman. Then finally, transportation. Food recovery has gone successfully in a lot of instances because we have our own trucks. For a lot of people, they're not able to pick up 10 pallets of donated beef when it becomes available, and we are, because we have an amazing transportation team and the vehicles to do it. So that's one hurdle we've been able to successfully combat just because of that additional resources, and anyone who's interested in getting the food recovery game, just start with a truck. I'll pass it off to the next person, and we'll be up here for the panel and afterwards for any questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Jackie. I think you really painted such a beautiful picture of what it takes to get food into a stomach. When we talk about food rescue, from the farmers to the nonprofit organizations to the community groups that you'd work with. And so next we'll hear from Kate Urbake from Food Rescue US, who is a site director there. So Kate.
Yes, it's been a fascinating day. Networking, meeting people from the DMV, and I'm very pleased to be here. I am the site director for Food Rescue US DC. Food Rescue US is a national nonprofit that was founded in 2011. We now have 39 locations around the country in 22 states, including DC. And I started the site back a lot to do with the fact that we have the DC Food Recovery Working Group, and so many of us met through that working group that was started back in DC in 2015 as a networking opportunity to, and it's just so interesting to be here today and see so many familiar faces. So let me move to this slide. So Food Rescue US is an app-based, volunteer-driven nonprofit that uses technology to connect volunteers to opportunities to self-select food rescues matched between a donor business and a nonprofit. We've actually broadened that with new liability regulations, mutual aids, senior housing, any place that is able to accept donated food and put it to good use. We will make that match from the businesses, whether that is a local bakery or a major food distributor where it's 8,000 to 10,000 pounds of food. So what I do as the site director is I make matches between the varied businesses, keeping in close proximity to the nonprofit that is interested in receiving that food. So we disrupt the cycle of food waste by doing this diversion. And our metrics are pretty good to date. We started this DC site in 2016, and up to now we've rescued 10 million pounds of food. We usually say we keep it out of, were it not for us. I'm sure that much of this food would have been diverted to other good nonprofit agencies, but that is what Food Rescue US has done so far. The way we do that is our technology, which is something that we're on version 3 of our app. We improve it. It's proprietary, so we get to build it out. It is such that volunteers can self-register, as can food donors. Right now, I'm the one as the site director who registers our receiving agencies, but it's a quick process. And once we're contacted by donors, I will put the donor on the map. I'll determine whether they have raw food that needs to go to a place that could cook it up or put it in grocery bags, or if it's prepared food, which is what we do an awful lot of. It seems we're kind of the corporate cafeteria team that scurries around the DMV picking up food from the World Bank and Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and Boeing and National Geographic. So these are some of the groups that we rescue prepared food from. Because our volunteers use their own cars and bicycles, more and more we have bike rescues, which is very exciting, keeping the carbon footprint down. And we're able to dispatch our volunteers nimbly, quickly. For some of the larger donations that we hear about, I have a group of many agency personnel that have their own small trucks and vans and vehicles, so I'm able to say, on a quick, if I get news of, I'll give a good example, what was it, 53 pounds of pallets of ground beef that was passed on to a tip from our friends at DC Central Kitchen, and I was able to, putting that through our app would have been very cumbersome, but I knew a couple places that could dispatch quickly, and within one afternoon, the rest of that ground beef was able to be rescued because people were able to go get it on their own. So back to our volunteers, they self-claim rescues. All the instructions for pickup and drop off are there, including my phone number at the end of every pickup and drop off. So my phone is always at my side in case somebody's stuck at a bakery and needs to get in, or something more dramatic. And then we ask our volunteers to close the rescues by reporting an approximation of how much weight they picked up. And then we are able to calculate. That's how we got to our 10 million pounds. And yeah, it's a very simple process, and we just encourage everybody to use our app, and if you can't make a rescue one day, you can unclaim it. Every night at 6 o'clock at night, if there's unclaimed rescues the next day, an email goes out. We don't do a lot of push notifications, but just to have you understand the process. If we have open rescues, we have a notice that goes out at 6 saying, can anybody help us with these rescues? So we do no warehousing. I'm not sure if I made that clear. We do not have any. I have one refrigerator that I'm able to get access to by my co-working space, which sometimes helps for evening events, which is a whole, we talk about issues, festivals, galas, etc., bar mitzvahs, green weddings. I mean, it's really a dilemma when it's 8 o'clock at night, never mind that, 10 o'clock at night on a Saturday, and the nonprofits that we serve are closed, making it very difficult to figure out what to do with that food. So we're constantly trying to figure it out. We work with the cold storage working group to kind of find ways that we can, as a community, find places to store that food just overnight so that the next day it can actually be delivered to folks. So that's one of the challenges of having no warehousing. But one of the good parts about that is that we can do things very quickly because we're delivering fresh food very quickly. Okay. key partnerships. Our main partners are our food donors, our receiving agencies, and our volunteers. I mean, that is the program. We have over 2,200 people registered as volunteers. I don't like to admit that all the time because it would seem that we don't need more help, but we probably have between 300 and 400 people at any one time whose names I know who are out there doing the work for us, and they rotate around. And because we go all the way from Fairfax County to parts of Montgomery County, all of DC, and a little bit of PG County, it might be that there are rescues, there aren't enough rescues in the part of the DMV where you live, so there's a lot of reasons why people might sign up to be volunteers, and we haven't gotten them out there yet, but I'd like to think that they're all like ambassadors who care about food waste and food insecurity. So we communicate with them, and we're trying to bring them on board to get their first rescue done. But I said, the spotlight on DC Central Kitchen, I just have to say that without, when I started this back in 2016 with the help of the DC Food Recovery Working Group, and it became clear that this new model, I mean, there's so much food rescue that happens in the DMV, but this model of using an app, it was a little bit new. And so we were able to kind of work with some other big players in the city who saw that our model to have our volunteers pick up prepared food from a lot of these corporate cafeterias and get it directly to smaller agencies was really needed. So we are very, very fortunate that I get referrals from DC Central Kitchen practically weekly, and some of them, just the other day it was 6,400 pounds of soup. It was the pallets of ground beef, 240 turkeys. I mean, it's just amazing. I get to help complement the amazing work that DC Central Kitchen does by virtue of our nimbleness. So these are some other of the organizations that we rescue from. Really strong partnership with Wegmans right now. Some of the earlier panels were talking about, working with staff at Albertsons, et cetera. We have that same kind of enthusiasm from the Wegmans employees. They're having a sustainability day so they can learn about what more they can be donating. If there's a bushel of apples and literally 2 bad apples, and then the whole thing goes to the compactor. So we're trying to encourage them to donate as much as possible whenever they can. I'm also very happy to be working recently with Department of Public Works and Department of Energy and the Environment in the district, because as they're implementing the Zero Waste Omnibus bill, there's real directives that people start to have donating their food, whether it's food donation on one side or making sure that it's been donated to the point that the composting can happen safely. So it's been interesting to get referrals from these organizations as we're out there on the ground trying to make sure we're rescuing as much food as possible. So let's see, final slide. We are, I just found out that we have started a Baltimore location. I think it's just fledgling and it's getting up and running, but Food Rescue US Baltimore is happening. There's a gentleman named Ari Stern. I don't know if people know that name, but he's the guy that's behind it. He's not on the slide yet because this is news to me. We're in Anne Arundel County, Howard County, PG County, Heaven, who spoke on an earlier panel. Their program uses our app to do food recovery there. And my work is DC, parts of Maryland, and a principal part is Northern Virginia. So yeah, with that, I will pass on to the next panelist, and thank you for your attention.
I just want to ask everyone to pull out your phone and sign up for Food Rescue US right now as a volunteer. Thank you so much, Kate. We heard about DC Central Kitchen and their centralized approach to food rescue, and then this kind of like very distributed approach with thousands of volunteers across the DMV region to support food rescue. So now we'll hear about something we all love, which is food, and we'll hear from Sue May about love in cornbread.
Well, thank you all for being conscious at this point in the day in a conference. I know that's not a small task, and it can take a lot of cake pops and a lot of coffee to really get your blood flowing. So I'm actually going to give you an opportunity to interact briefly. I have 2 questions. So as you can probably tell from the name of my organization, Love and Cornbread, There are two things I love. One is Baltimore City. So who is a Baltimore person here? Okay. Okay, good. All right. It's good to know where my people are. Wonderful. And we're kind of a micro organization. It's been really interesting to hear about the work happening so close and yet so far in DC, my former home before Baltimore. And I think what we're doing is uniquely Baltimore, and I'll talk about that in a second. My second question is, who loves cornbread? Yes, okay, and I want to hear, the two questions I get wherever I go are, why I love cornbread, which I'll explain in a minute. The next question I get is, and did you bring us any? And unfortunately, the answer is no, not today. But I want to know what cornbread evokes for you. Anybody, just yell.
Comfort. Comfort.
Comfort. Yes, yes. What else? Family. Love it. Yes. What else?
Grandma's kitchen table.
Yes, yes. Thank you, thank you. That is the space we're in. That I'm like the warm and fuzzy constituency up here. And you can tell by my slides that have hearts and stars. And I'm also sharing with you all my favorite photos from our work. So these are all photos of the people I've been building relationships with in West Baltimore's Penn North neighborhood over the last 4 years. So as you see here, don't worry, I won't read my slides. We started in August of 2020, and it's really interesting for me to be here because my background and my driving force was not food waste, and it was not environmental. It was more personal and mental and psychological and community minded. That if you take yourself back to that horrible space, which was August of 2020, we had the pandemic, we had the murder of George Floyd, and we had a series of unrest throughout and kind of a reckoning through that summer. It was a really isolating, difficult time in the world for many people, wherever you're coming from. I think we all remember that as a pretty rough chapter, and we're stuck at home. And so my love language being food, I was a higher education search consultant who spent the last 20 years on the road and never spent any time in my community, right? I say I love Baltimore, but I spent all my time in the White L. Do you know what White L? Folks know this? Yes. So if you say I've been to Baltimore, but I've only been to the harbor, right? That's our White L. There's a really fascinating and interesting history as to how Baltimore was constructed and the intentional disparities that were built into the geography of Baltimore. But I was someone who existed in the corridor of kind of affluence and whiteness in Baltimore. The contrast to the L is called the black butterfly. And that is the northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. And I didn't spend much time there. And so, long story short, I decided that I was gonna get off my butt, get out of my house, and go hug a human, hug my city, do something in this kind of moment of desperation. And of course, everything I do is through food. So I picked up a bunch of homemade mac and cheese, and I went down to the intersection of Penn and North, which is a really important historic and meaningful intersection in Baltimore City, going back 100 years, and also through current unrest. And I just parked myself at the little folding table and started handing out mac and cheese. And people, were like, just giving out mac and cheese, it's good. But what was amazing is that people stuck around and talked to me. Like, it disappeared really fast, I mean, I'm an okay cook. I'm not as good as our chef. But the amazing thing was if I had gone out handing out PB&J, which I love a PB&J, nothing wrong with that. If I had done that, people would have taken it and gone. But because it was homemade, because it was this vulnerable gift from my heart to theirs, people stuck around and talked to me. And they talked to me about grandma's table, and they talked to me about comfort, and they talked about family. And I realized everybody's just as isolated and struggling as much as I am. And it began this series of conversations that has not stopped in 4 years, partly because along with did you put Old Bay in this? How much Old Bay? Use more Old Bay next time, sweetie. It turned into, the next question was, so what are you making next week? And I was like, oh no. So I have, as an organization, we have not missed a single week of serving homemade delicious food in Penn North over the last 3.5 years. I've only missed 3 weeks in that time. So, you know, we serve in a year what DC Central Kitchen serves in a day. We are micro. But we're loving that because it lets us do some other things. So the picture I had up there previously, that was my co-founder, Coach, who came out of the barbershop and said, who is that crazy lady standing there by herself handing out food? And he said, let me join with you. Became my partner and co-founder. And what I want to stress is that our role has been to really think about the prevention of waste of food at one particular part in the continuum, and that's for the most vulnerable citizens. I think you could probably make a case that Penn North is one of the most vulnerable and disadvantaged areas in Baltimore, and we are serving many of the folks who are most disadvantaged. We're also serving folks who work at the barbershop, work in the CVS, who drive the bus, who work in the library, because our food is delicious. And we've always said, we're not a soup kitchen, we are a pop-up cafe that happens to be free. So there's no stigma to our food. Everybody eats our food and enjoys it because it's incredible, especially once we got our chef on board and it wasn't just me cooking. We believe that there shouldn't be two classes of food. There should not be the food that you serve to people in need, which is good enough and they should be happy with, all in quotes. And then the food that we serve to people we love. And so our mission has been to cook from scratch, to cook with love. And the reason we're called Loving Cornbread is that the cornbread is that little bit of comfort, is that little bit of extra that you don't really need. You know, I knew my mom is from Memphis, and I knew she was feeling particularly good, particularly happy, particularly loving when she made the pan of cornbread that she didn't have to make, right? It's not your protein, it's not your veg, but it's that little extra that says you care. So what we are doing with our friends at So What Else is trying to step into the spot for the very most vulnerable citizens and neighbors and friends of ours in Penn North to say, tell you what, that all of the thousands and thousands of pounds of produce that you're distributing around the city, my friends in Penn North, my closest connections in Penn North tell me they can't make use of it. They live in a rooming house, they live in sober living, they are living in a place where the gas was cut off. They're living in a place that never had gas because it was kind of a, not the most legal place, right? So we are taking on the labor of turning that donated produce into ready-to-eat meals and serving it back up to people. So our deal, the eternal question of transportation, the eternal question of warehousing, the arrangement we have with So What Else is, hey, once a week, deliver 1,000 pounds of produce to us instead of putting it out in the community as a produce box, which may or may not be useful to some folks. We're here to stand up for the folks who aren't able to make use of that produce box. And I hear you on the butternut squash. Like, even our chef is like, I need a positive mindset to go after that butternut squash. And so we are feeding the ready-to-eat meals back to the community by adding our labor. And adding our labor means we create jobs. We also get to do fun things and create deeper connections with community groups. Just like in that first conversation, I was able to immediately connect and build relationships with individuals because of the power and the vulnerability of sharing the food that you've made with someone. We've been able to create relationships with multiple organizations just organically and naturally in Penn North, like our friends at Umar Boxing, the queen of the neighborhood, Miss Bernadette, who wants me to bring bingo to her seniors building. For us, it is powerful not to waste food. And we see it also as an incredibly powerful tool of building community, particularly in a place as interconnected as Baltimore. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Sume. Again, reiterating that point of how it's so important to get food to people without that stigma, getting food in a stomach regardless of what the socioeconomic status is. Really appreciate that point. So what else? So now we will hear from So What Else, an amazing nonprofit that is supporting food rescue work across the region.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Chris Shawnashanis. I'm the Deputy Director of Hunger Relief at So What Else, and happy to be with some of our partners here today. We originally started 13 years ago as a youth programming organization. We ran after-school camps. But once COVID hit, we realized there was a bigger, more immediate need to address food insecurity in our communities. We operate in Baltimore, DC, a little bit in Virginia, and we're headquartered in Montgomery County where we have our warehouse. We take in about 300,000 pounds of rescued food every week. This is by the truckload. So for instance, if a shipment of bananas arrives at a Costco, they stick a thermometer in a banana. If it's 39 degrees instead of 38 degrees, they'll reject the whole truckload, and it would go to the landfill if we didn't intercept it and get it distributed. So we have a huge network of donor organizations, which can be everything from a little bakery to the Whole Foods warehouse. They give us food every week. We have a fleet of trucks and volunteers and 90 staff, and we go out and grab the food ourselves, or we receive it at our warehouse, and we then turn to our network of community partners who help us distribute it. And this could be churches, mosques, schools that we give to. We also distribute in our own pantries on the street in Baltimore, DC, and Montgomery County. We have pantries every day, but we've grown to the size where we can't personally hand out that food to everyone who needs it. So we do a lot of support to other pantries. If a church is running a pantry, we'll show up with a truck, drop pallets of food for them to distribute, and go on. This is where we're anticipating our growth in the future, is this kind of arrangement. We have a warehouse where we can receive 5-6 trucks a day, but then we need to get the food out to our community. And because of our community partners, twice in the last year, we've been able to receive like an entire truck, 26 pallets of frozen ice cream, and get it distributed within an hour to other organizations. So it's actually getting out to people, even though it needs to be frozen. We're getting better at it, but we're always trying to improve that distribution network we've got going. We partner with a lot of the same people that you've already heard in slides: Trader Joe's, Amazon, Sudanos. The Farm Link project is extremely supportive to us. We can, if we identify a shipment of food somewhere, they'll ship it to us. They'll bring it to our location as long as it's a certain number of pallets of food. Because we have limited drivers. So these partnerships, they've enabled us to serve our community, and one thing we're trying to do better is target our produce to people who can actually use it. Sometimes we'll receive a literally 1,000-pound bag of tortellini, one single bag with 1,000 pounds of frozen tortellini in it, and we're not giving that out at a pantry. We get shipments of like 5-gallon buckets of soy sauce. We can't give those out necessarily to someone on the street because it's too heavy to carry home. But we've been able to partner with Shepherd's Table, with Loving Cornbread, to try to get food to people who can actually make use of it. Right now we're sitting on 2 pallets of super expensive Swiss baking chocolate. Like we could give it out at a pantry. We can give it out at a pantry, but some kid is going to be eating a $75 bag of chocolate. It'd be much better to get it to a chef who could turn that into a wonderful meal for hundreds of homeless people. So we're trying to tailor our relationships more so that we're getting the right food to the right people who can use it.
Y'all brought me cabbage today, I'm just saying. Eat that chocolate. Eat that chocolate.
I'll get you the chocolate. We're starting to expand more into schools and trying to identify the unreached niches of food insecurity. Demographically, about 95% of our clientele in Montgomery County are Latino or Chinese, which is weird because that's not the makeup of Montgomery County. So are we missing people? We recently got robbed a few times by a certain European ethnic group, and so we started reaching out to their local churches to get some translation help, but also, how can we start pushing food to that group if they need it? Because we want to make sure we're addressing the gaps in our food distribution system. And Loving Cornbread is a great partner for us. We're really happy to have people who have specific needs that we can try to save food for and fill. So we're not just giving random food, but actually giving what someone wants. Some of the problems with food recovery is it's very unpredictable. We don't know a lot of the time what we're going to be receiving tomorrow, what we're going to be receiving throughout the week. It's tough to plan ahead and say, okay, Loving Cornbread needs this much of this type of food. How can we make sure we get that for them? One interesting solution could be a more organized system of food recovery. I've toured Houston, Texas, and some of their food banks, and they have a lock on the food donation system where they'll identify a food bank that can handle a certain amount of donations, and they'll say, okay, you own the 5-mile radius around your food bank. Every single thing that gets donated goes to you. Whereas here, you mentioned the rabbi, we have this patchwork of personalities and relationships where, if you're friendly with this reverend, he'll let you collect at that Trader Joe's this Tuesday, but maybe not next Tuesday. We've got a lot of relationship-based collection, which is not the way anyone would design this system if you were going to design it from scratch. So that's one thing we're trying to work in Montgomery County is to create a more rational way for us to recover the food, because that would allow food banks to be more predictive in what we do. We could then say, all right, we know this school is going to need this much of something. We know we'll be able to get it in because we have this many locked in, dependable, confirmed donations that we're going to accept. I think that's the last slide. And just, Loving Cornbread is one of our favorite partners.
You're amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. It takes a food recovery organization to get robbed and then reach out to that community to see police. That's great story there. So next, we will hear from Gregory Brown with the Land of Kush. If you're in Baltimore for the day, I have to highly recommend checking out what has been such a staple in terms of vegan food across Baltimore and across the region. So Gregory, I'll pass it to you.
All right, let's see what we can do. There we go. Let's get it up there. So I am Greg Brown, owner, creator of the Land of Kush and Vegan Soul Bistro. So we are a vegan soul food restaurant in Baltimore. We serve vegan barbecue rib tips, smoked collard greens, candied yams, vegan mac and cheese, smoothies, juices, vegan crab cakes, which is pictured right here. We have been in business for 13 years. We just celebrated 13 years in January. That's good, guys. Man, this has been a long journey. Really, this all started from a journaling, writing something in a notebook. So I wrote down this idea in a notebook. I wanted to open a restaurant. I was becoming vegan at the time, so a church elder came to me and said, write down your questions for God, listen for the answers, and write down the answers. And out of that came the land of Kush. So one year, I ended up doing an event called Jazzy Summer Nights in Baltimore. That was every first Thursday in the summertime. And we put the food out there at 6 o'clock. The event was from 6 to 10. We sold out of food at 7 o'clock. And every time we did the event, we would sell out of food in an hour for a 4-hour event. And so that's when I knew it would be there's an opportunity there. So I went to work for Verizon Wireless. I met my lovely wife, Naja Wright Brown, and she encouraged me to do a soul food theme. So I was like, okay, yeah, cool, soul food. And being black from Baltimore, you would think I love soul food, but I never really ate soul food. I grew up in a household where Frosted Flakes and a lot of processed foods. So, this was, being vegan was something, a brand new journey in terms of food, eating different foods, fresh foods. So it's a whole new thing for me. So when we kind of got this started and we did AFRAM, or the African American Heritage Festival, we did Artscape, we did different community festivals. This was all brand new experimentation for me as far as cooking was concerned. Obviously it turned into something that people loved. Eventually it was too much. I was doing catering, I was doing vending, I was doing personal chef services, plus working 50 hours a week at Verizon Wireless. So I had to make a choice. I went to see a therapist. The therapist said, what do you want to do? I said, I want to open this restaurant. She gave me 30 days off from work and said, figure it out. I came back to work, put in my 2 weeks notice, found a location, and 6 months later we were up and running. A month after we opened, we did food for Russell Simmons. A couple years later, we had some guy, what's his name? Stevie Wonder. I don't know, but Stevie Wonder came through the restaurant. Matter of fact, he loved the food so much he came back the next day. We've had Angela Davis in the restaurant. We've had Danny Glover. We had the young lady who played the Little Mermaid. Her and her sister came through early on, so we gained a lot of popularity. But one of the things that we wanted to do as a restaurant is we didn't just want to be a business. We didn't want to just be a business. Obviously, we're in business to make money and to see a profit and to grow and all of those good things, but we also wanted to be a social enterprise. And so, how can we give back to the community? That was a big thing for us. What can we do to give back to the community? Well, one thing we can do is we can hire from the community. Okay, so we started hiring from the community. We went to Job Corps. We got students from Job Corps. And we started training them in not only the culinary scene, but also we trained them in vegan and how to eat healthy. Not that they actually listen to me, but they're at least exposed to it, right? So they at least love smoothies and juices, and they love fresh fruit. Okay, they love the yams. Okay, great. Okay, cool. You're good to go. The other thing we wanted to do is how can we feed people? So what we started going out and doing is teaching people how to cook or presenting food to them. I know nobody likes butternut squash and cutting into butternut squash, but I love winter squashes. Let me tell you something. Kabocha squashes and acorn squashes and butternut squash. I love that stuff. So I cook with that stuff all the time. But one of the goals was to teach people what to do with it, because a lot of times they don't know what to do with it. They're just scared to even cut into this hard rock thing. So we started going out to community events and teaching people how to cook and what to do with the food, putting it in soups and stews and how you can use it, teaching people about quinoa and food and things like that. And then a company came to us and they said, oh, look, she put the awards up there too. Okay, we got a bunch of awards too. Okay, my wife is great with this stuff. So, let me see. Okay, cool. All right. My wife is really good with this stuff. So one of the things that an organization came to us called Food Rescue Baltimore. Food Rescue Baltimore came to us and said, hey, we take food that people were getting ready to throw away. And, you know, where these supermarkets, like you said, you know, it's 38 degrees or 39 degrees and we can't use it, so, you know, toss it in the landfill. They go to pick this produce up and they give it away. They give it away at different locations. So every Tuesday from 4 to 5 p.m., we give away free produce. And so, which has been great for us. One of the things that I want to do with this particular organization is I want to go out there and freestyles. One of the things that I'm thinking about is grabbing the produce, because I think a lot of times it's a variety of things that come in, right? So it might be jackfruit, it might be squashes, it might be arugula, you know, so it might be, it's all these different things that come in. Most of it is fresh. Sometimes we get prepackaged stuff, but I think a lot of people just, you know, they're grabbing stuff, you know, it may go to waste in your refrigerator, but what do you do with that produce? I mean, this organization has been really great. We get a ton of people out there, they're lined up outside of the restaurant, and I really didn't realize how much of a service it was to the community until recently a young lady walked in. She was Latino, and so she said, you know, she came in on Monday, but we'd only give it away on Tuesday. All she was concerned about was feeding her child, this whatever was available. So, you know, one of the things we want to do is really show people how you can use this produce and really cook with it and do some different things. Sometimes it's plantain out there, but I feel like what you can do with a plantain, you can do with a banana, right? So, so just going out there and delivering to the people what they need. The other organization that we work with, Too Good to Go. So I don't know if anybody has heard of Too Good to Go. I think this is probably the best thing for us in particular, is because Too Good to Go, what they have done is created an app where you can order food that restaurants would get ready to throw away at the end of the night. A lot of times we have leftover food because we can't predict what volume we'll have in a particular day. And because we have a hot bar, we have food left on the line. And so they'll say, hey, I tell you what, you discount the food at the end of the night, you determine what time people can come get it, and you know, we'll put it out there. So people go to the app, they determine, you know, it might be $4 or $5 to purchase the food, and we give them what's left over. A lot of times, there's decent meals that are left over. We see a lot of students coming in. We see a lot of people from underserved communities that come into the restaurant just to pick up, you know, a healthy meal, a fresh cooked meal, because we have fresh cooked this meal. We prepare stuff from scratch, where people can pick up a healthy hot meal at the end of the night, and maybe that's enough for a family. You know, I mean, to my dismay, sometimes we give away too big of a portion, but you know, I've seen 2 people eat off of a platter, but you know, maybe that's what somebody needs one day. Maybe they need that just extra kick. Hey, let's you know, service it. You know, I have a big family that comes regularly, and they help sometimes clean up in the back of the restaurant. Sometimes they help clean up where we keep our trash and everything. So we help, you know, that really helps that big family. They really have a family of 10. So that really helps them, you know, kind of get through a tough situation. So this is one of the things, ways that we give back. And that's the goal of the restaurant, is finding ways to give back. We want to be a social enterprise. We want to be helpful. Yes, we want to make money. Yes, we want to do great things. We're also hoping to bring these things to our new location. We're opening up another location in East Baltimore, where we tore down 2 buildings. We're building it back up from scratch. It's going to be a 80-seat restaurant. And so that's one of the things that we want to do, and maybe possibly because we have no storage space right now, right? So the new spot, we have a whole basement, and we have a big area for refrigeration. So maybe we can partner somehow for a little bit of food storage in that particular basement, because we want to bring these exact things. The Food Rescue Baltimore, we want to bring the Too Good to Go. We want to bring these things to the East Baltimore community. Right now we're located more central West Baltimore. So we want to bring those things over to the East Baltimore community and see what else we can do, because we want to prepackaged foods. And I really thank you all, because I I've got about 4 or 5 pages of notes here of really creative ideas that we want to do. And one of those things is possibly prepackaging foods, and like how can we distribute prepackaged foods to underserved communities, poor communities. How can we serve the homeless? And I feel like we can't really do that in the space that we're in because it's so small, but this newer space will allow us to do a couple of different things. So this has been a great day for me, for ideas, and I love this kind of stuff. We would love, obviously, for everyone to come see us. We're located at 840 North Utah. I'm usually selling, that's what I do, I sell. Okay, so 840 North Utah Street, right downtown Baltimore. You can find us on the web, landofkush.com. I'm open for questions, suggestions, and anything else you need. Thank you.
One more round of applause for all of our leaders. And so everyone has a couple of homework assignments. Download the Food Rescue US app. Download Too Good To Go and order something for Land of Kush, or just visit Land of Kush. We did want to leave some time for questions, but I think we're over time. I don't know, Shannon, if we have to close up.
We have a few more minutes and some questions, but before we do close up, there are snacks available in the main ballroom, so make sure that they don't go to waste. And even if you need to take them home, they're available to you.
Yes. All right, so I'll bring the mic around for folks that have questions. I saw
Thank you. I'm Leanna Hauser. I am the Sustainability Manager for Zero Waste at Johns Hopkins University, not hospital. We are composting and have been since 2010. But back in 2017, we created, and I presented at a previous food summit, our free food alert. And so the work that you guys are doing is amazing, large scale, and what our program tried to address is like that really small amount of food that like adds up really quickly over the course of a year of events that you would have on a college campus. And so, we developed an app that is a platform to connect event planners with students or staff or anybody who signs up. They get text alerts when there's an event on campus. We've got 15 minutes to come get pizza, salad, blah, blah, blah. And it's great. Anecdotally, we can say it's been successful. What I'm really curious about is how some of these apps are able to estimate the portions of food that are rescued in quantitative terms and calculate it so that we can better tell that food rescue story in more than just like how many people hosted events, but it doesn't tell us how much food. So I don't know if any of you have any ideas on how to estimate those smaller portions, like a pallet or whatever of butternut squash has a weight, right? But how many 100 slices of pizza, what does that weigh,
And we have the mics up there. Feel free.
Because with a lot of data collection, I feel like we're making our best effort without the collection, creation of the data, just dragging down the overall value. So for us, we are looking at still poundage. So whether it's raw produce or a final meal, we're looking using the USDA guidance. It was 1.1 pounds for a meal equivalency, and transferring everything from pounds into meal equivalency in order to compute that. We have so many different programs. Our grocery bag distribution program, which I didn't get to talk too much about, has that whole pounds. We also have the meals, so that's one way to be able to translate across programs for us.
I mean, for us, that's another piece is data collection, because we have so many, we have so much stuff that we try to collect in terms of getting the staff to do inventory, how much food waste do we have. So that's another piece is training them on that and trying to figure out how much food are we actually giving away, how many containers of food are we giving away, what does that look like? Because it could vary. Like if we have a big blowout on Saturday, it might not be that much. So it might just be. So data collection is probably a piece that we really need to scale down, dig into and find out. I think that's a really good point.
We'll come down the street and have some.
Yes, please, anytime. 7 days a week.
I was just thinking too, that I use the USDA food buying guide a ton. When we're getting inquiries about donations, I don't know if others do this, the USDA food buying guide will tell you this amount of raw produce will translate into this many quarter cup raw servings, cooked servings, however many. So when we get donation inquiries, and for us, when we have so many different programs of different sizes, I want to know if I'm going to be able to feed this many people and how much I can get donated versus buying. So the USDA food buying guide is a really good resource too. If anyone else uses some of the nutritional analysis tools, ours, Mosaic, also has some of that capacity as well for if she's doing the calculation for you.
Hi, I'm Carol from Montgomery County Food Council. Really amazing stories, all these different organizations. My question is for the organizations that prepare meals that you hand out, what kind of packaging do you use? And is it recycled?
Is that me?
Well, and also.
Yeah, we use a variety of materials depending on who we're serving. So for one of our main giveaways, we use, it's interesting. We started out using cardboard containers for soup, but given that we're working with a housing unstable population, that really wasn't practical or sturdy enough for folks on the go. So we started using 16-ounce deli containers, which are reusable. We do, I get this question a lot about sort of what is the packaging and how can you do it. And I'm always open to more suggestions and would love to know about any kind of innovative packaging solutions out there. I think just the nature of kind of the rough and tumble of getting items from our commercial kitchen into the hands of folks and then them getting where they need to go. I think if anybody needs a sturdy to-go container, it's some of the folks we serve.
Do any of them come back to you?
No, it's funny, we started a kind of a multiple meals to go program and got a bunch of tote bags with our logo. And, we had incentives like, bring your bag back next time. Yeah. And one of our neighborhood volunteers looked at the bag and said, oh, you're never seeing that again. That's too nice. Nobody's giving that back. I mean, there's also a hygiene issue of taking the items back. So, yeah, it's definitely one of the areas in which we have yet to find the best solution. As we move into catering, I'm interested in, maybe you're doing some interesting things in catering. I was just going in circles with the chef talking about providing fully washable and returnable, real silverware, real plates. Let's, give folks a better dining experience that then they were bringing that material back to us. But there are other, there's transportation costs in that and labor costs in that. So I don't know, what have you run into in that area?
So a lot of our programs function differently. It is something that we really value. Oh, you can't hear on this one? There we go, the light's on, it's promising. So I was saying this is a big priority for us and something we're working on right now, actually. We had to entirely transition our food distribution effort to unitized meals at COVID. We basically threw it together in a couple of days. And some partners loved it and wanted to stick with it. It has been an ongoing discussion, and we finally have been able to push some of those partners back to bulk meals. For a number of their operational challenges, it's a lot easier to get recyclable, huge containers rather than having to use single-use plastics for those partners. So that's a transition we're looking forward to for a lot of our community meal partners. For our distribution though, we've been tackling packaging from a few different levels. So not only do we have the meals going out, but the containers that hold those meals. So these big Cambro containers that weren't always in place. That's something new that we've put in place to hold the hot meals and the cold meals in order to distribute without having to, say, box it up in cardboard boxes. And that we can bring those Campos back to our kitchen to continue to use them for partners that we have a recurrent contract with, and we're gonna be there multiple times a week anyways. We have been looking at replacement packaging for the meals that need to remain unitized. It's, again, a project we're working on right now. A challenge that we have been facing is finding something that works across the board. Some of our meals are created on a belt system, so it needs to fit into our belt, otherwise we increase our label costs. Some of our programs heat them on site, some of them receive them heated. Can this item be oven safe? Do they heat things nicely in the container without damaging the quality of the food, so it ultimately doesn't get wasted? The film that goes on top of it, make sure it's secure and sticking so it doesn't make a mess for our partners. All these challenges we're still facing. And hopefully one day we'll get to the point where it's a compostable tray maybe, versus an item that we can reuse over and over again, even better. For our school programming, we've been looking at dishwashers. You know, we heard that really cool idea of the milk dispensers in bulk earlier, but many of our school partners don't have dishwashers. So they can't wash trays, they can't wash cups, any of that stuff. So opportunities to get dishwashers installed and partners with our schools and city in order to make that happen is something that we want to explore. And then even if we're buying the compostable trays, it's really putting the onus on the individual school to make sure it's actually getting composted rather than being put in the trash. So that's still a hurdle that we face.
A lot of it just depends. A lot of it, you know, even for us, because we've been working on that issue for a minute, but a lot of it depends on the partners that who are you partnering with, who are you catering for, you know. So it just, a lot of it just depends on that, and it depends on your operation. What can you actually hold? We tried to do dining plates and forks, but then as soon as COVID hit, that was out the door, you know, and we haven't been able to go back to it just from a labor standpoint. And you can buy a dishwasher, but those things tend to run $10,000, $20,000, and $15,000 depending on what you're actually getting. So a lot of it just depends on what you're doing, your capacity to have recyclables, and then who are you partnering with? Do they care whether you have that? And a lot of it is uniformity, because you can't buy compostable here, non-compostable here. Everything has to be in line with what you're doing, and everything has to be, you know, the same size, and it's got to go out the same way. So a lot of it is education, and then the industries that provide those types of things, are they providing what you actually need? And are you the only one? Are you the only one, or of a very few? So a big company maybe like Acme or Linen Paper, or whatever the other companies are, what's their end of it? Do they even have a market to, you know, distribute those type of products? Maybe those products are out there, but can they distribute those products? Can you use it for catering? So, you know, a lot of it depends on the full cycle of what we're doing.
My question was for Love and Cornbread. I wanted to ask if there's a way that we could connect. I work at Strength to Love too, which is the farm not too far from where your initiative is. So I just wanted to know if there was any way that we could help you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I got carried away and I didn't talk about how much we love our farm partners. And in the summer, we are all about getting beautiful produce from a couple of organic gardens within Baltimore City, First Fruits Farm, which is a large farm outside the city. But yes, you're right around the corner at Strength to Love, and yes, I'd love to talk. That would be amazing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have any more questions from folks? If you have a question, keep your hand up. We'll get the mic to you eventually.
I know we're wrapping this up. My question is, Love and Cornbread, like, I think Landa Kush, you got a successful restaurant and making some money. How do you support yourself? How does Love and Cornbread function? Because you're taking all this food, you're feeding a lot of people. How do you afford to do that?
Yeah, I ask myself that daily. It's a great question. Yeah, so a big part of what makes us function is our partnership with So What Else, that we're getting produce for free that previously we were buying. And in exchange, we give them 100 prepared meals a week to share out as they like within the community, within the folks they serve. So that's crucial. When basically we're pivoting from what had been sort of being perceived as a soup kitchen by potential funders and donors, we were pivoting to social enterprise. I didn't like being in the soup kitchen space because all of the grant making is about how many people do you serve today? If we give you money, how many more people could you serve tomorrow? And we're not about quantity, we're about depth and connection. And I could feed 100,000 people today, and I'm gonna have to feed 100,000 tomorrow. And we're not about scaling up. So what we are actually doing is pivoting into a lunch catering business that will be able to serve. It reinforces our mission of food equity because we are going to serve exactly the same food, the breakfast burrito, the chicken tortilla soup, the mac and cheese, exactly what we serve in the Penn North community. We're going to turn around and serve that to the business community in kind of a minimalist lunch catering business. So that's what lies ahead for us.
Hi everyone, I'm Graham Browning. I am the Sustainability Manager for Dining Services at Johns Hopkins University, not the hospital. So I had a question about food donation from our side. So we run 3 all-you-care-to-eat facilities, which is kind of the stereotypical cafeteria style of service. And the control of the food service is on our students, not our hourly staff. And so at the end of service, that food that is left on the line, which is not much, granted, because we have switched from a bulk service with our previous contractor to now we are self-operated. So all of our hourly staff are all Hopkins employees now and not seasonal employees, which is great. But when we do have things left on the line, they end up in our compost because I've received a lot of different input on if we would be covered by the Good Samaritan Act because the control is in the students' hands, not the hourly staff serving. So if any contamination or risk happened, there would be no traceability on that. And I've heard yes, I am protected, no, I'm not. And so it's been this big debate, and it's definitely something our students are passionate about. We do host donation events during off-season and at the end of every semester where things that are in the kitchen that would go bad over that time when the students are gone from campus is donated to Good Harvest. But on a weekly basis or an end of service basis, if anyone has any ideas of how I could improve our food donation from that perspective and what would be covered and what wouldn't be covered, that would be awesome. Yeah.
Well, for the Good Samaritan Act, you are covered as long as you're donating to a nonprofit organization. The health department in the past for Baltimore City has reached out to Eds and Meds to provide some specific direction and guidance on that, and their regulations were looser than people had anticipated. So I think you'll be fine, but we can definitely connect you with the health department to get any specific feedback and details. And we had a question over here.
I just had a comment. I'm Towson's president of Food Recovery Network, so you can start one. It's a national thing. All universities, many universities in Maryland are a part of it. We're student run, so we're run on volunteers. People come for service hours and some are just volunteers. And we operate because of that Good Samaritan law. So I would encourage these people, these ladies are from the Office of Sustainability and they help us do it. So I would look into it.
Any additional questions? Okay, over here. We do have snacks, so we'll make this the last question so everyone can go and grab some snacks.
I really appreciate the chance. I am amazed, by the way, just thank you for all you do. When you mentioned Mr. Land of Kush owner, that you are trying to get the guest of the food that you provide, especially the fresh produce, to be more adaptable to their diets or that they actually want to eat it. I'm very curious about this. sometimes, like food banks give people things that are not necessarily the healthiest, and when we give them the healthy food, they don't necessarily want to eat it. So I want to know what kind of mechanisms, and if you all want to chime in, you have to be more recipients of what, like tuned to what your guests need, but at the same time, these healthy elements is so important. And is it like a funny video or a recipe? What has worked for you? Thank you.
What I cater to the audience that I'm in front of for the most part. So if I'm in front of Latinx, then it might be a sofrito, it might be, arroz con pollo, vegetariana. So I might do something like that. If I'm in front of more Africans, then I'm going to do akara, I'm going to do things like that. But what I like to do is mix and mingle as I educate. And I try to make things entertaining as well. So I'm not just a stiff board by, you probably can tell that by my personality. So I try to make things entertaining for people and make it easy. And I figure, I made mother's not vegan by any stretch of the means. She didn't eat any of my food until after I opened the restaurant. And she was dead set against me opening the restaurant in the first place. She just didn't want me to quit my job or anything like that, but it was already in the works. So I did a cooking demo for her and some of her friends, and I did the thing that I did butternut squash. But I did butternut squash with a quinoa, and they never even heard of quinoa before. But I made it entertaining. I threw a little coconut milk in there. You flavor it up. So for me, it depends on who I'm in front of. I try to take into account cultural backgrounds and things like that. If I'm in front of West Indians, then okay, we'll talk breadfruit, and then I have a conversation about culture. So I try to know a little bit about culture, people's background. Are you from West Baltimore? Are you from East Baltimore? Where are you from? And create a conversation as I'm cooking the food and preparing the food, so that we can have a conversation. Tell me what you like, what you don't like. Okay, everybody likes some sort of vegetable. Everybody likes some sort of fruit. They like something. They may not eat it all the time, but they like something and may not realize that it's a healthy way to do it for them. And so I try to make it healthy and say, okay, well, on the side, have a little bit of this. Okay, oh, you don't want to go vegan? You don't have to go vegan, but you like fruit, don't you? You like, what's your favorite fruit? When I go talk to the children, I did four 9th grade classes one time. And I just went through they were like, we don't like vegan, we don't like none of that stuff. I was like, what's your favorite fruit? Oh, I like oranges, I like mangoes, I like pears, I like this. I'm like, okay, well that's vegan, that's healthy. Let's play around with that. And I brought a kale salad to them. Our kale salad has a garlic and avocado dressing. Oh, they love that. A day or two later, their parents were in the restaurant, wondering if something happened. They went home, they said something to the parents, and I see a couple in the restaurant, and they're looking around the restaurant trying to figure out what is going on in here. And I realized I just talked to their children, a day or two ago about this, my son came home and telling us about this vegan chicken salad and this kale salad, and okay, bang, that's the clip. So it's just how you relate to people. What conversation can we strike up, and not being oppressive about our education. A lot of times we're passionate about this stuff. We're passionate about food. We're passionate about food waste. We're passionate about environmental issues. But we can't be badgering to the people that we're trying to educate. We gotta find my wife. How she said, meet people where they are. Whatever little piece it takes, okay? I started her on recycling when I was in high school, right? I started recycling. She recycles to this day. She does a better job than me recycling, So it's just it's those little things and how we have conversations with each other, as opposed to pushing people away or forcing people or badgering people about, what we want to educate them about is creating relationships.
I'm kind of surprised running food pantries, people get really excited about the fresh produce. That's what they want to see. Like, we got 40,000 pounds of candy a couple months ago, and we still have it hanging around because people don't want that. They want the fresh produce, and they get really excited about it. So that's pretty easy.
What about the other direction? People are telling me what they like, because I see the same folks week after week, and they're like, you know, bring back that tortilla soup, that was good, and I didn't like that veggie burger, don't do that again, so I'm getting educated. Thank you.
I don't think I should end this. I think we're gonna keep it going, but I do want to give a plug for the humble butternut squash. You can't always bake it whole. Bake it whole, and it's so much easier to make.
For the record, I love all winter squashes. I want someone else to cook them for me.
I don't know. That's all I get is winter squash, like all the time.
You can bake any pumpkin whole, any winter squash. Yeah. Well, thank you everyone for joining. One more round of applause. And please help us avoid food waste by grabbing some snacks and taking as much as you can. Thanks.
All right, everyone. Well, thanks for joining. This is the session for organics recycling. So I know we've been sitting a lot and listening a lot, but this is meant to be a very conversational and discussion-based system. So I want a raise of hands of anybody who is a farmer. You work with the end products. You're a farmer. You're a food waste collector, composter. You're doing stuff on the end anaerobic digestion. Anything on the end product, raise your hands. All right, got a few people. Great. What about the front end? Do you do anything with law, legislation? You enact the law, you enforce the law, you create the law, anything on the regulation side of things? Big hands for that one, thank you. Okay, with your hands up, no, keep those hands up. Yes, Justin, you're up here, please. For everybody with their hands up, have any of you not touched food scraps before? Keep your hands up if you haven't. Like done a waste audit before. Any of those? If your hands are up, please come up. Thank you. Please come up. Not a joke. This is part of our show and tell. There was like 3 of you. Come on. Come up. Yes. Well, I had one over here. Thank you. Andrew, come on down. You're over here. This was my preemptive. Were you one of the people with your hands up? Yes, wait, you've never done a waste audit. No, never done. Come on up. Thank you. Yeah, both of you. No, have not done it. Okay, you're the only one. Thank you so much. A round of applause. No, everyone's too scared. What is your name? Charles, tell us what you do.
I'm a regulator for Delaware.
Great, regulator for Delaware. All right. So as an organics recycler, so I work with collecting the food scraps and also composting it. As somebody that works a lot with trying to enact regulation to make more of what I do possible, it's very important for the regulators to know what we handle, what we do. So even though I did get a little bit of anger for what I've done today, here's a show and tell of what I do every day. So we have a front of house collection system. So we have anything that the consumer can put into a bin to recycle. Then we have a back of house compost collection system that I took from this conference right now. So that is all of you. So raise your hand if you think that all of this is 100% in the right location. What about 50%? One person? One person said anything 25% is accurate? This is like, you guys are the cream of the crop. You would think this is accurate, right? Yeah? All right, we're going to find out, show and tell. Let's see how well you guys did. Because that impacts me. That impacts Justin, wherever he was here somewhere. Where'd he go? Come on, you're a presenter. Come up here. Yes, please. And it impacts Andrew. It impacts Fred. It impacts Kyle. We are all the organics recyclers. Because this impacts us. And that impacts what we can do for you in the end product. That impacts the quality of my compost. That impacts the anaerobic digestate that we can then reapply somewhere else, right? So if you don't mind being our test subject, we have gloves. So we're going to touch this stuff. So first off, back of house. Do you think that this is less or more contaminated than front of house? Less. Why is that? And presenters aren't allowed to respond. Thank you, Bradley. Go ahead. They get paid to put it in the right bin. Okay, so they get paid and they put it in the right bin. Why else would back of house be better? Shut it out. We're tired now. More training. Yes, they are there every day doing the same thing every day. They're trained to do that, right? So you would hope. So come on in. If you don't mind pulling out something that you think is not supposed to be in this bin. Hey! We found the gloves that we're currently wearing in the bin. So do you think this is pretty common? Yes. This is something that we handle all the time. So we give some of our back of house clients, we give them little bins for them to put specifically for gloves, just gloves, because this happens so much. Thank you so much. You can throw that back out. Pick out anything else. Thank you. Sorting already. Pull out anything else that you think might not be organic in there or not in the right spot. Okay, good. All right, so pull that up. Can you read that, what that says?
This says eco products. It's BPI compostable, commercially compostable only. Yeah.
All right, what do you think? Yes or no? In the right bin? Yes, this is a certified compostable product. So it is actually the right bin. Good job, team. So this is important because it does look like a good product, but it also is certified, and we were able to see that, which is very important. When it comes to a compost site, we might not be able to see that label because it's all chewed up and mixed with something else, so we wouldn't even know that, which is something interesting about the industry. Okay, great. Can you pull out something that you think you could eat right now? Nothing edible. Okay, there you go. A hot dog. That's pretty good. So we actually find there's a lot of hot dogs in here. So something we also find, unfortunately, is a lot of food that could have been eaten as well. It could be eaten by humans. It could be eaten by animals. We see a lot of that, right? So that's something that we need to also focus on when we see it in the back end. So thank you very much. Would you mind just last thing, we see a trash, recycling, and composting front end of product. If you don't mind just coming over to the compost side, can you pull out anything that you think is non-organic? Okay, that's a good one. All right, yes or no? It is a, what we had like a muffins and stuff this morning. This paper. Yeah, so this is hard to tell, right? As a consumer, it looks papery, right? So is this organic? Is it not? On average, it's probably not organic because it's something that's trying not to be soiled, right? So it has something to prevent it from being soiled. That's a big topic right now is paper-based materials that prevent soiling from happening, which sometimes has a chemical called PFAS. That's a big topic right now. We don't like those. So we don't want this in our compost bin, unfortunately. So there's a fun slogan. When in doubt, throw it out. Well, leave it out. Anything out, right? Because if you are a wish cycler, like, it could be compostable, right? That affects all of us. It affects potentially the whole entire pile, right? So let's not do that. Anything that you find that is organic in here. This is our show and tell. Yeah, that's good. Okay, paper. There's a lot of paper-based products in here, by the way. What do you think? Yes or no? Paper straw. Yeah, this is fine. So these are hard. Paper-based materials, one of the most confusing things for consumers because they're not labeled, they're not certified, they are paper-based, but some things might have like some kind of ink that might not be organic or not. It could be chemically not great for the compost, even though it could physically break down, right? So there's a lot of confusion. So everybody, round of applause for Charles. Thanks for coming out. Great. So that was our way of make sure all the presenters and everyone's here and everyone to be in the space. So thank you all. My name is Christy Blummer. I will be your presenter today. I am the Senior Director of Composting at Compost Crew. I'm also the president of our local state chapter for the United States Composting Council. Technically, we're Maryland and Washington, D.C. If you are ever interested in working with us to change composting or food waste prevention and all these things, please contact us. There's a lot of us in the room that are helping to make that happen. So let's get started. We have an amazing panel, and we want a lot of discussion. So I'm going to try to make sure we kind of keep everything on schedule. And I'll let all of these beautiful individuals introduce themselves so we can just get right into it. But I'm going to talk a little bit myself because I've been allowed to, so thanks, Shannon. So, Compost Crew, what do we do? So, first off, myself, I am from Maryland, and I went to Towson, so this is a fun place for me to be. Never been in this building before, so predates me, but I'm excited to be here, and I'm excied to be able to create more availability for food scraps to be recycled. First off, pet peeve. I know Jeffrey Neal, who might be in his room, has a pet peeve about saying small scale, because you can make a large scale impact with small sites. For me, it's food waste. I hate food waste because food is not a waste product, right? There's food residuals, there's food scraps, or there's wasted food. But food isn't a waste. Just because you bite a piece of apple and throw it on the ground doesn't mean that's immediately a waste product, right? That's something we want to use. So let's stop using that word, thanks. So a little bit about Compost Crew. We're based in Rockville. We started in 2011. We collect food scraps for a lot of customers, and we also compost. We started composting because we wanted to get our trucks closer to the food waste generators and the place where we could recycle our food scraps. So to do that, we wanted to create this closed loop system of where the potential farm or municipality that's closer to our food waste generation could actually process the material to go right back to our local community. So that created our compost outpost system. So what we've done is we've created small size systems that compost, so that's aerobic digestion, right? So we use carbon material like leaves and wood chips and hay, mix that with our food scraps to create finished soil amendment, which is called compost. And we do that within used shipping containers, locally sourced in Baltimore, at different sites throughout the DC metro region. So we have actually 7 different partners throughout the DC metro region. I can't even name, these partners are so amazing. But this shows how you can create a decentralized system, ideal finished product back to customers while still diverting a lot of material from your local community. And so let me give you one quick example. We just started Greenbelt, which has been really amazing. That is a system where we collect food scraps directly in the city. All of our food scraps from the city of Greenbelt, which is a very small city in Maryland, goes straight to a site in Greenbelt. That gets processed into finished compost, and one of the locations we take is a cold storage. So one of the food recovery organizations right next door has potentially wasted food that couldn't go back to their participants, so we can take that material too, and then that produces finished product that then goes right back to the city's gardens, all in an extremely closed loop system. Because it's so closed loop, we had such tiny amounts of what we call is contamination, which is something that's non-organic or not allowed in our system. We barely need to decontaminate because we are so close to our front-end users because we work with the city. The city emails their residents, and immediately we have change. I mean, this is an amazing way to have very clean feedstock in a very closed-loop system to make really high-quality compost. So that's what we do. This is my contact, so if you have any questions, let me know. And then I'm going to pass it over to some of our amazing panelists. And so this is veterans. Come on up here. Thank you so much.
I feel I'm like doing an open mic night here. All right, how's everybody doing? All right, so I remember when I was in the Army at like the DMZ or in Iraq, a bunch of name drops, that we would have people come visit us from the Pentagon. They want to hear it from the boots on the ground. They want to hear what's going on. And I would pour my heart out. I'd give them really good feedback. And then they'd say, sounds good, man, and get on the plane, and we'd never hear from them again. So when I was pitched on the idea of this session is, hey, tell us what's going on the front line. People want to hear about it. I'll tell you, and then if you get on the plane, my feelings aren't hurt. So we were told to do 4 slides, so I have little kids, so all I did is count down from 4. So each slide will have 1 less bullet point on it. So the 4 things I think are holding back composting in Maryland, number 1 is access to land. So we have a challenge here in Maryland where a lot of the good industrial land is now full of warehouses, where all of our Amazon goods and things come from. So we don't really have access to affordable land. And even when we do find it, NIMBY is a big concern. So I run a company called Veteran Compost that employs veterans and wants to compost to save the planet. And everywhere we go to try to open a facility, everyone says, we support the troops, we want to save the bay, but take it somewhere else. So we have a real challenge with finding access to land. Next up is zoning. So the words innovative and planning and zoning don't usually go together. So we run into a challenge throughout the state where composting in most jurisdictions isn't allowed, or it's not on the books, and people don't really want to start to put it on the books. So I'm from Howard County, and when I came back and wanted to start composting, I was told, don't come home. So I'm in Hartford County, where we have been allowed to operate. So I think if counties and municipalities want to see growth of the compost industry, we need to find places where that would fit with land and with zoning access. Unfair municipal competition. This is why I don't get invited to speak very often, because these aren't popular bullet points. But unfortunately, the pricing here in the state is unfair because I'm a private for-profit industry, and my competition is taxpayer funded with that outside the laws of economics, right? So Howard County, Alpha Ridge, Prince George's County, Western Branch, built with taxpayer money. So access to capital is free money. And then the tip fees are very low, in my opinion. So it would be great if every 2 years, municipal facilities had to price check, had to make sure that the pricing that they're doing is not harming composting industries. So for example, I don't process yard debris. It is financially impossible for me to operate a grinder in the state of Maryland to process yard debris given the current economic conditions. Also, the price at which compost is sold is very, very low by a lot of our municipal facilities. In some cases, it's given away. So when consumers and residents get compost for free, they associate compost with having no value. So I think it's important that we look at what are the pricing our municipal compost facilities are offering, and how do we make that so that we're not pricing out for-profit businesses. And then finally, labor and leadership. It's great to see a lot of the people here, a lot of familiar faces. It'd be great to see a lot of new faces and see people from all kinds of different backgrounds here in the state participating in the compost industry, whether that's working at facilities or, the entrepreneurial talent we would need to see this grow in all parts of the state, the Eastern Shore, out west, in the city, things like that. Looking at how we as an industry could start to make sure the tent is big and bringing more people in. 3 notes about compostable items. Things that are BPI certified do break down. So like Christy said, if it says BPI certified, hey, that's good to go. So if some composter somewhere tries to tell you that that's not good in a composting facility, hey, they can call me. I'll give free consulting advice to anybody that is having trouble breaking down that paper cup. One of my passions in life is I really don't like single-use plastics. So I would love to see reusables and compostables take the lead here in society. So I'm really committed, our company, to taking BPI items, and we've had great success, breaking those down in our pile. Number 2 is, it's kind of funny. I was saying at lunch to some people, if I take a dumpster of bananas, Chiquita bananas with a plastic sticker right now, and I compost that, I can sell that as organic compost. Even with the plastic stickers in it as it goes on down the road. If I take a dumpster load of bananas with compostable stickers that break down into nothing, I cannot sell that to an organic farm because compostable items are not allowed in organic compost. It doesn't really make sense, but that's the way it is right now. And so there's a petition to the USDA to change that, to allow compostable plastics. And that would allow organic farmers to get great compost from lots of different suppliers, and that would allow composters to have new markets opened up to them. So if that's something you're interested in, let me know. I can get you the link to sign on to the petition. And then finally, there's some studies that just came out from the Composting Consortium, if you're ever interested in things that have to do with compostables. But sometimes people think that compostable plastics are the reason that there's contamination in these bins. Really, it's greenwashing and conventional plastics that are causing the problems, not compostable ones. And I didn't realize that this one is 2 frustrating items. I just want to bring someone's attention as we talk about items that we see and things that we encounter. On the left, you see compostable, or what does it say? Enviro Cooler. I was at a Wise Market buying a 6-pack of beer, and I saw this display. I spent like 10 minutes looking at this and Googling things, and everyone in the supermarket must have thought I was an insane or very drunk individual holding a 6-pack of beer staring at a box. But I could not for the life of me figure out what to do with this cooler. Is it compostable? Is it recyclable? What do you do with it? And that's what we run into, is how do consumers who don't have a background in this make the right decision? We're making it really, really tough for them. And then on the right is a compostable cup with a non-compostable lid. So I was enjoying a delicious hot chocolate with my kids, and all I could think about was the poor composter that was going to have to separate 10,000 lids from 10,000 cups when they receive this mixed load. So it's very confusing as the consumer to know what to do with this. And for the poor, restaurant that bought these cups, they bought them from the same supplier, but the supplier happens to sell plastic lids and compostable cups from the same brand name. So along with that would be my one big ask or simple request is we do have a law in Maryland that has to do with labeling of items. And I think it's time for us to really relook at that law. So at Washington State, Minnesota, other places, they're really strengthening their labeling laws. And that helps composters because it helps us get the right items. It also helps protect consumers because it makes sure that people that are taking that extra step to buy something are getting what they think they're paying for. So if there's anyone has any interest in this, I don't often like to go to Annapolis and talk about laws, but this would be one that I think would be very important here in the state to try to take the lead in having better labeling on our items here in the state. So there you go.
Thank you, Justin. That was awesome. So next we'll have Fred with We Care Denali.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all. I have a lot of nervous energy, so I move around a bit. So I'm with Denali. I'm the Vice President of Sales for our retail division and emerging business. We call emerging business for us more hotels, restaurants, things that we haven't done before. We have predominantly been in the retail business. I have to stand up here to change this, don't I? So you're making me stay. I can run around with the clicker. Perfect. Okay. So I want to use the word tragedy. This is tragedy right here. 80 million tons of food that's produced is wasted, goes in the landfill. 33% of all the food produced. That's my definition of tragedy. We got to stop this, right? The one thing that I really think about up here on this board, 22% of the fresh water used to make that food, and it goes away. We don't use it for good. So how are we going to fix that? How are we all going to work together and do that? Some of the things that we do every day trying to make that work is just working with retailers, consumers, food manufacturers. It's actually hurting us because we're in the job of collecting and then processing, but we don't want to collect as much. We want to make sure that they're using it the right way. So how do we make sure that retailers aren't ordering 6 boxes of bananas when they only need 5? So education, you'll hear me talk about that a bit. Let me move this way. Okay, so us at a glance, we operate around the country, coast to coast, border to border. You can see a lot of the people that we work with, a lot of retailers, Hilton, City of New York. I know this is Baltimore and you probably hate the Yankees, but we work with the City of New York. We run the composting facility on Staten Island for them. Everybody remember what Staten Island was famous for? Fresh kills. It's now closed, and it's now a bird sanctuary, and there's a bunch of recycling going on there. So we run that composting facility for them, and everything that comes out of there goes back to the residents of New York City. So we work every day about how do we recycle food, how do we collect it and recycle it. That is our mission. Protect the environment by converting resources into valuable products. That's what we do every day. 25 years serving communities, like 48 states that I said, we've recycled over 7 million tons of organic waste. We have about 1,500 people that do that every day. Here's a real problem. I'm 56 years old, and I lived on the left side. Basically, we got it from the store, we used what we used, and then we threw it away. And that's how we grew up, and that's how our parents grew up. Now, my kids talk about this whole circular economy. What are we doing with it? We've got to change the mindset. Somehow we need to get everybody on the right-hand side here, thinking about, do I need 2 of those, or can I get away with 1? Does 1 satisfy my needs? We have to be thinking about circular economy. So what do? Feed, fuel, and fertilizer. You've been hearing it all day at this conference. We do all 3, and we are looking to do more and more. We just need more outlets to help us. So that's what we're looking for, to develop more outlets around the country. So here's what I've been asked to really talk about. I had to get the propaganda out of the way about Denali and what we do. But collection of organic waste, non-donatable food. Every retailer we deal with, donate, donate, donate. First use of food should be to feed humans, right? So donate, donate, donate. The waste streams that are coming out of there, packaged or depackaged. you're going to hear me talk a lot about labor. So the organic programs that we have today, the majority of them, everything is taken out of package and put into the bin, and then we come pick it up. There's less labor in retail. Retail has about 35 to 40% turnover. So those people go away that you've trained. So they don't remember the new people that are coming in. So we have to retrain. So they want to have a program that the product just gets thrown in the bin, packaged. We call it 0 DPAC. So they don't have to touch it. 0 times they touch it, throw it into the bin. But there's not enough outlets around the country that are prepared to take packaged product. So we got to work through that. We need more machines. A DPAC machine now is probably 4 months waiting period in order from order time to get it on a site. So it depends on which one you're buying. We've got 2 on order now. We've got a couple coming in. Buy-in and training. All levels of the organization from the top down. If it doesn't start at the top with the people that we work with, it never gets down to the bottom to make it work. There's got to be commitment. We have to train, retrain, that turnover thing. Locations. Finding the right receptacle that meets the needs. This is our standard receptacle that we have, a 3-yard bin. Usually there's 2 behind each grocery store. Do they want totes? A lot of stores want totes because nobody wants to walk out back. You know what happens when people walk out back that are employees? It turns into a 15-minute smoke break, right? So they would like to have totes to come into the store and go out. There's a lot of different things you have to work through on that also if you're bringing that inside the store. Where is it? Can we get our trucks in there? I love that little picture you have, that little pickup truck. That is awesome. We have big trucks, trailers, 53-footers, that are around the town with a forklift dumping the food in. Can we get into these places? When a customer starts an organic program, where do we put our bin? Are there enclosures already built and we don't have a place to put it? And there's city ordinances that say it has to be an enclosure? So we have to work through all that. Lots of things to work through. Matching the waste stream with the recycling options. Like I talked about, packaged versus depackaged. Meat is a big deal. Meat rendering is a real challenge in this country. There's only 1 or 2 operators that are basically controlling everything. And it's been very difficult. So plant, I heard somebody talk about plants before. What do we do with that green waste? Sometimes it's difficult to work with. And there's challenges with regulations. Compostable eatware. Yeah, I want to be there. But the compostable eatware that's out there today, does it match up with the technology that's in the compost outlet? Can they get it done? You know, yes, this is compostable, but it takes 4 years for it to be gone. Some of them are much better, right? But we got to get better at it. 2 minutes? Okay. Risk to animals, contamination of food, that's a real problem. Regulatory challenges, cost of doing business, cost of landfill versus recycling. In some states, it's cheaper to still put it in the landfill than to recycle. So we've got to talk them through how that works and what the benefits are. Consumer behavior is huge. I talked about the circular economy thing. We got to get everybody there sooner rather than later. And I just wanted to talk about some horror stories. In Florida, we had 2 cows die. Food was contaminated. They ate some dough that was put in to the bin. It never got sourced out at the farm, and the cows ate the dough, and the dough expanded, and they died. So contamination is a huge problem. In Texas, we had 1 cow die from eating glass. There were shards of glass in there, and the cow ate it, cut them up from the inside. Now, you can compensate the farmer for that cow, right? But you've lost his trust on what's going to happen in the future. So it's extremely important that we train, retrain, and understand the risks of what we're doing. So that's it for me. Thank you very much, and I guess...
Thank you. So next is Andrew.
Thanks. Sure. I have to put my glasses on so I can see this clicker. Good afternoon. I think I'm handing the baton off to one other person before we can finish this race. So, Andrew Cashley, Bioenergy DevCo. I was told that I was not allowed to talk about legislation today. And that's hard for me to do because I really feel all the progress that we've made in Maryland is largely due to legislation. I mean, I met Brenda in 2017 at an organics diversion task force, not because we all said, hey, let's do this. It's because legislation established that. We didn't just all of a sudden all get environmental conscious and stop using styrofoam cups in Maryland recently. It was because legislation made those changes for us. So I feel very passionate about really putting in the regulatory environment, establishing a regulatory environment that allows us to be successful and capitalize off that. So the company that I work for, they design, build, and operate anaerobic digesters. If you've been in organics diversion for a while, you know it's not a new technology. It's been around for over 30 years. Our sister company in Europe has like 25 years in design, build, and operation of these things. And we have like over 250 plants in different countries. But in the United States, we just started our first one in Jessup, Maryland. Why? Because of legislation. I'll get those plugs in as many times as I can. But when I was thinking about this today, I thought, okay, really let's make sure we're being genuine. Really what we need to talk about is comprehensive 100% organic waste diversion. Not just food waste, food processing residuals. There's organic material that you would never consider eating that still should be diverted. I literally just had a meeting yesterday with BWI Airport talking to them about their plane de-icing material and saying, listen, it is organic based. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a sample. We really want to look comprehensively across the board at diverting all organic waste. So I know this is the third time that you've seen this. I was so happy when the EPA came out with this because they put digesters on there twice. And oftentimes when people say, I know, let me tell you why. Because a lot of times people think of digesters as the last digester because we've been putting digesters for a little while on wastewater treatment plants, which is incredibly important because we should be capturing methane gas that's being generated. But they separated the difference between if you're just processing food and food processing residuals, the material that you produce is going to be different than if you're processing like solid municipal waste. So in Maryland, we thought enough of that legislation codifies that if you're running a digester and that's all you're processing, it's underneath the Maryland fertilizer law as a soil amendment, which if you're doing like human waste, it would not fall into that category. And that's going to be really, really important, especially when we start ramping up regulations and looking at putting in regulations on PFAS, heavy metals, and things like that. So why did this all of a sudden happen? Again, we all know what the issues are. We're running out of landfill. Landfills and incineration have the same issues. As we continue to expand our population in rural areas, the process of land application is becoming more challenging. We're looking to put in a facility in Delaware that's going to process DAF material from the poultry industry. The number one thing driving it are the folks that are populating that area do not like the smell. They do not like the flies. And because what was mentioned earlier, a vessel-to-vessel transfer allows us to process that material. In Maryland, we also codified the term organics recycling, which is inclusive of any technology. So it includes composting, it includes digesters, but here's the beautiful thing. It includes any new technology that somebody invents down the way. And there's a heck of a lot of real young, smart people out there that are looking at how do we take this material and how do we process it in an environmentally sustainable way. And the way that Maryland has set it up is once you develop that, you're automatically under that umbrella. But the point is, some materials just lend themselves better to different processes. So if you're in an area like in a rural area, like you can see in the center, if you have over 150 acres, you can set up a digester and a composting facility and bring all types of material in. As Justin already said, he's not going to process yard waste. It'd be silly, I'm sorry. You could process yard waste. It's not economically practical for them. For us, we could run yard waste through a digester, but it slows up the process. So it's actually, it's not something that's valuable to us. But we could send it through a composting facility. On the other hand, fruits and vegetables, we'll take them. They're nice. They have a lot of water to them, and water is very vital for composters. We extract a lot of water out of our material. Fats, oils, and grease, the same stuff that gives you gas, gives our machines gas. And we love that. And so if you're trying to process that material through a composting facility, you really have to know what you're doing, stay on top of the piles, or they can turn south on you. And doing a vessel-to-vessel type transfer gives us somewhat of an advantage in that. My point in bringing this up is we have to be talking about 100% comprehensive organics diversion, and we have to be providing facilities across, considering all technologies, because not one is going to win over the other. I always tell this to Justin, there will always be gardeners out there that want his foo-foo compost. I'm one of them. I want to know if I'm going to grow my tomatoes in this bed, I want him looking at me saying, yeah, you can do this, because I trust that. But we also have to be processing a lot of material, and in some cases, some of that material is just going to be to grow grass on the side of the highways. And so, to what degree are we successful in allowing multiple industries to address those pieces? The urban design model is the one that we have in Jessup, Maryland. So we bring in food waste and food processing residuals. We get three things out. We extract the water. We recycle it to whatever degree you want us to. If we were building in Arizona, we'd be pumping it out for irrigation of farm fields. It's in Howard County, so right now we just clean it up and put it right into their sanitation system. We produce an organic soil amendment, which you can see at the end. We also extract the methane, clean it up. It's a very flexible fuel source. You can use it to generate electricity for homes, generate thermal heat for industry, generate transportation fuel if you wanted to bottle it and use it for fleet vehicles. You saw that we just opened the first RNG transportation fueling station in Baltimore. You can even use it to develop green hydrogen if that's the end goal. So it's a very flexible fuel source. So my last piece, contamination. Contamination is always going to be an issue as long as we continue to battle all the things that were already mentioned. Justin did a great job covering those things. I think the answer to it, I have to be honest with you, we have a little bit easier process because our material, we have a liquid suspended processing system, so the contamination can float to the surface and we can remove it. So it makes it a little bit easier for us to process. It's manually intensive when you're doing a compost because we have manual separation at the start, but because our material is immersed in water and it's a liquid slurry, it allows that contamination to separate a little bit. But once the least of that you can do, the less of that you can do, the better the final product is going to be. So I think I'll just end right there.
Thank you. And our last presenter, Kyle, come on up.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Kyle Weich. Can you hear me in the back okay? Awesome, awesome. My name is Kyle Weich. I am the Chief Operating Officer at Ecotone Renewables. These are my co-founders, Dylan Liu and Elliot Bendit. We co-founded Ecotone Renewables in 2019. And what we are doing is taking this food waste and compostable items and turning it into electricity and organic plant fertilizer. The issue here, between 33 to 40% of all food produced ends up in landfills. That food can go elsewhere. It can go composting. It can go to AD systems. What we are seeing now is that governments are putting these food waste to landfill bans in place, and now we are noticing that businesses need solutions. So what we have started doing is creating a hyper-local, fully enclosed system, which I'll show you in a second. We are taking that food waste, taking the nutrients, putting it back into the ground, and taking the revenue and putting it back into the pockets of our customers. We build these Zeus anaerobic digestion systems. These are modular AD systems inside shipping containers. They're mobile. We get them up and running in about 15 minutes once placing it on the property, and they can start processing their food waste the next day. These systems take in about 12 tons of food waste a year and produces about 2,600 gallons of fertilizer each year. Now, the thing about these systems is that they're fully automated. I can manage these systems from my phone. For our customers, what we provide to them are waste diversion reports, and I can understand the pH of these systems. I can understand the EC concentration and the fertilizer that we produce from them. We then bottle up and sell it, called soil sauce. I have a little bit of it with me today in these 4-ounce containers. So we work with retail stores, we work with farmers, we work with restaurants as well. And for an example, up in Rhode Island, a place called Plant City. This is a 3-chain vegan food hall. They have a retail store and a plant store, and they also have these vegan, which has amazing food, but these vegan restaurants. Now, they have a system right outside their restaurant where they're processing their food waste. From that food waste, they're producing this fertilizer. Some of it they will take in-house and sell it on their property and use that as an additional revenue stream. The rest of it comes back to us, where we then sell it to farmers and other retail stores in that area. So we're taking this humongous issue of food waste and bringing it down to a hyper-local level to build out these systems in different regions. These are just a few of the systems we currently have. We work with locations. The black system here is at Plant City. We work with hospitals. We work with grocery stores. We work with corporations and coffee shops, and we actually just brought on 2 universities. So this will be very exciting to see how we're expanding with the university model. But for each one of these systems, our customers are already looking for additional systems to have up and running. My ideal customer is somebody who has the food waste and the need for the fertilizer on site. It reduces the amount of fertilizer I have to haul, but it also shows the benefit that they're turning their food waste into nutrients to grow new crops. Now, in terms of competition, the thing we've seen the most with the people we've worked with is that they're looking for solutions where there is no odor and there's no pests. And so this is why a enclosed system like the Zeus digester is the option for them. These systems have ventilation, so the food waste going in, I wish I could show you a video. It looks like an industrial kitchen inside. And so we're blending up the food waste, we're processing it, it's sitting inside a humongous stomach where the bacteria is eating up that food waste, breaking it down, the bacteria is burping, releasing that methane gas. We trap that and use it to help run the systems so that they are run off grid, and then we can place these pretty much anywhere we'd like. In terms of our customers, we have seen that depending on who the customer is, they might want to use the capital from CapEx or OpEx. So we have started this leasing model similar to a car lease, where the customer does not have any huge upfront costs. They have a monthly subscription base that they can pay for about a 3 to 5 year contract. And then once that is up, we can rerun the contract or pick up the system and move it elsewhere. So that is something we've noticed for our customers, and it's been working very well. But a way to reduce that upfront cost for like restaurants who don't have the additional capital to spend on something like this. I did mention this in the beginning. The systems themselves take about 30 days for us to build and get out the door. And then once we're on the property, we can set them up in about 15 minutes, and the next day you can be processing your food waste. We come on site, we'll bottle up the fertilizer, we'll take it off your hands if you don't need it, or we'll show you all and train you how to put the food waste in and how to take the fertilizer out to use it on the property. So this was my quick presentation. I'm looking forward to any questions you have. Happy to answer anything. And I'll hand the mic back to you.
That's awesome. Thank you. All right, everyone. So we wanted this to be a lot of discussion. We still have about 35 minutes of discussion, so I'm very excited about that. While my panelists, if you don't mind bringing up a chair and all getting a row so you can face the audience for questions. I'm going to get us started with a couple prompt questions. Today's organics recycling panel was meant to talk about what are some of the struggles that we go through. So even though we're not really the legislation side of it, we as the end product users love to have the platform to tell regulators what would be great for us. So here's my question for all of our panelists. First off, amazing panelists that presented very quickly. Can you another round of applause for these amazing panelists? Great job, everyone. First question for all of you is, if you could be the EPA and create a national regulation that would allow for whatever you would want it to be in association with what you do, what would that law look like? And of course, this could be a very broad question. Let's focus on like top 3 things you would want it to look like. Starting with you, Justin.
We're going to start at the other end. Is this going to be like a snake draft for the next question? All right. No, I think what would be I think any help we could get, it's tough. So like my 4 challenges are very much local issues. So like when we bring these things up and I say, hey, it'd be really great to fix zoning, everyone says, well, that's a local jurisdiction. I can't really help you. So I think nationally, there's only so much the federal government can do because a lot of these challenges are really at the local municipal level. I think the largest global federal issue, like I said, not technically EPA, so I'll take a cop out, would be the USDA and the organic petition, because I think if we can open up more markets for compost and for farmers, then that'll really get the numbers to work for a lot of composters out there.
Thanks. It's a great question. I have a few different answers. I think one that just popped to my mind right now is thinking about fertilizer regulation. So we are in the organic fertilizer sector, and there's not really, from what I've seen, there's not really a separate subtitle for organic fertilizer from fertilizer. So in terms of fertilizer production, there's a lot of chemicals that can go into that, whereas for Ecotone, we don't really work with different chemicals, so I don't think we need to be regulated the same way. I think over time, though, maybe there can be some different categories for organic fertilizer production as opposed to main majority fertilizer production. But that would be something I'd like to see more about.
So I'll stick on the fertilizer theme. So to the point, like the EPA or the USDA has a bio-preferred program where you can test your product to become bio-preferred. But because there is no federal level definition for the fertilizer, you have to get certified individually from state to state. And what the EPA could do is provide uniform, I guess, guidelines, if you will, across the board. And probably the most urgent piece is just to develop a unified term of definitions. You've heard people today talking about, I hate the word food waste, I like wasted food. New York City just passed legislation that's going to require 100% curbside diversion by 2024, by the end of 2024. And when I spoke to them about it, it says that it has to be diverted to a compost facility. And I said, well, I heard people testify during the hearing that you could also send it to an anaerobic digester, and they're like, yes. So we said composting. And I was like, it's not the same thing. And that's why developing those terms at the federal level to really codify organics recycling is this, and this is what a facility is, would stop the kind of disjointed efforts that are moving forward from state to state. I think it would be a relatively easy lift, and I think the states would follow it pretty easy. I will say this, because I don't want to bash the EPA. I was thanking them today. They did agree to use that term in their reports. So that you'll notice in their reports, they're starting to use the concept of organics recycling. And I think that's important because the states look to the feds for direction on this. It's new to a lot of people.
Stole mine. I'm thinking about, the overarching guidelines that people can work with, because we are running into, county, federal, state, city, all the way down, different things that we have to turn those dials. So if there was one set of guidelines, that would be great. And the big thing that I would love is how to enforce this. How do we get some guidelines around how we're going to enforce this? I'm sure you talked about it earlier. You're starting your enforcement soon. How are you going to do that? Punishment is pain, right? So is it more coaching and learning how to get there? How do we get better at enforcement so people are actually doing it?
Awesome. And then I'm just going to add my little bit for it too. I mean, this is an amazing panel because you have all sized locations, small, large, medium, of composting and AD. I mean, such an amazing reference point. And a lot of the similarities is one for us especially is funding, right? We have a lot of specialized equipment. We need land. We need supplies. I mean, funding is a huge source of that to be able to create this type of work. But also regulation, zoning, a lot of the ability to actually make this work. So that's from me. So now I'd like to open up to questions. So anybody want to start us with a question? And this is being recorded, so I'm going to give you a microphone to talk. We have so much time for questions for you all. This is the time. Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Lisa Pellegrino. I'm with the Center for Ecotechnology, often abbreviated as CET. And it was already sort of touched on like the business case, right? And I think I like thinking about systems and levers, right? What are the levers driving the system, particularly around the economics? And this is one where I've brought this up in other spaces, and I just am yet to get an answer that I feel like is satisfactory. So I would love to hear what y'all think about tipping fees as drivers, because in my opinion, so long as it's cheaper to bury a ton of trash or mixed materials, which is how you make trash, where you mix a bunch of different material types, we're not going to see the system change that we need, right? So tipping fees, your thoughts?
Anybody like to jump on it? Yeah, that's right.
I mean, tipping fees for food waste here in the state are dramatically less than the landfill. So, I think what I was trying to say too earlier is I think they're too low. So I would like to see the tipping fees for food waste come up because that would allow the economics to work. I've been in business for 14 years. I just always think about someone who's in a basement right now, cooking up their business plan to get started. The numbers are really tough. So I think if we could bring up the food waste tipping fee in the state to where it's still a discount, so it's advantageous for companies. When we try to talk about food waste, I'm sure other panel mates is, I try to sell on financial sustainability, because if it's financially sustainable, that makes the environmental sustainable pitch a lot easier. So I think we probably have some room to grow in this state. But like I said, I don't get to set the food waste tipping fee in the state because I'm not the largest facilities in the state. So it'd be great if we could find a price that's still advantageous for food waste generators, but allows facilities in the private sector to have more money, because our goal at our company this year is health insurance for all our employees. So that's my goal as a leader. And, that's how we build a career and a talent pipeline, is to make our job better and more attractive every year to our staff. And so when we can make more money, I can share the treasure with my crew. And that's our goal. So I think we could grow a little in the state, actually.
That's a good answer.
And we have a bit of a unique situation in Maryland because the tipping fees, we have entities that it's a public-private partnership that's in the industry to help keep the industry running. And so if we're setting the tipping fees based off of, in some cases, taxpayer funding, that makes it really hard for the private sector to compete if you have that edge. And so really, I think an analysis of what is an appropriate tipping fee and have a minimal tipping fee that everybody, like this is the bottom level piece that you could go to, would be an appropriate measure.
Clearly, what we do is a cost to our customers. And so how do we remain competitive with other things that they can do or process? Tipping fees are an important part. But those places that are taking this material have to operate, and everyone's costs are coming up every day. So I love the idea of how is it more of a process or an analysis of what's the right amount. to charge for tipping. How do we get there? Who's going to do that analysis? I don't know, but it's
legislation.
There you go.
All right, any other questions? I have plenty if you don't, but I don't want to go too far. Brenda?
Since you brought up fertilizers and standards, and Andrew with legislation, when we were talking, Sophia and I, to the state chemist recently, in a bill, we wanted to have something on like to drive the grant program towards projects that have high quality soil amendments. And he's like, you can't put high quality soil amendments. There's no standards except for compost. There's no standards for digestate from anaerobic digesters in the state. So one question I guess I have is that, well, I guess two parts of the question. One is that your understanding? And two, would those of you in the ED space welcome like having some I know you were saying you want federal standards and not a you know, but just like can we level the playing field between compost and other soil amendments so that there's standards for both?
Sure, and I think that isn't my understanding. There was legislation that was passed, and I want to say in 2019, that codified if you are digesting food or food processing residuals, then it classifies under Maryland fertilizer law as a soil amendment. But you have to, look, we all know this. It's like an oven. What you put in is what you get out. And so the technology, the science remains consistent, but it's the materials that you're processing. I think, though, that we have to be careful. We don't want to discourage the processing of organic material. We want to process all organic material, but we also want to be careful about what's the end uses of that organic material. And to be honest with you, some of the processing, it's a far more sustainable process, but the remaining material is still not what we would consider environmentally sound. But the good news is there's really smart young people that are out there working on technologies to inject into that processing line so that we can eliminate some of the issues the environmental issues that are with the existing product. It's never, we're never stagnant. We're always going to keep moving forward in improvement.
I'd just like to say, I think, so we're based in PA, Pennsylvania, but we have operations in Rhode Island as well, and California is soon to be. And so back to your point earlier about having a uniform understanding of fertilizer regulations or composting and whatnot would be very helpful, because in each location where we kind of move into, it's, again, looking at the legislation, whether it's state or federal or whatnot, to see how we can operate and how we can sell fertilizer and whatnot in that area. So it would make it a lot easier if it was a uniform overall understanding for that.
All right, any other questions? Yeah, come on up.
Hi, I'm Elana Goldstein from EPA. I just wanted to comment on and reflect on a few things that were said, specifically about the question that you asked about to the panelists about what EPA can do. Just for everyone in the room to keep in mind, if it's, and many of you know this, but if it's regulatory, if we don't have the authority to do it, Congress needs to give us the authority. So I think Justin made a good point about if it's fertilizer based, often that goes to USDA. One of you also mentioned the bio-based program, that's USDA. I don't know if Sarah's in the room. I don't think so. She's the USDA point of contact who's here today. So it is a bit tricky, I think, to the point that I think Justin made about a lot of it is at the local and state level. It's true, there are things we can do, but there are things where we don't have the authority to do. We do have definitions for some things on the website, specifically regarding wasted food and food waste. We put up definitions on composting and compost. I think a challenge is getting USDA and the huge agency that it is to use the same definitions so that we're all on the same page. It is something that we've talked about at a headquarters level and something that is definitely on our minds. to Andrew's point, right, a compost facility is not an AD facility. I also saw that when the news stories came out about the New York City composting program, and I thought it was very strange that they were calling it composting, but it was going to an AD facility. You know, I don't know the basis behind why they did that, but we hear you. We hear you on the definition, the terms, and that is something that we can do because obviously that doesn't require Congress to tell us what to do. So
I didn't mean to beat you up too bad.
No,
I
it's
do
ours.
appreciate, I will say in my conversations with the EPA, they agreed and started using, I think, terminology that will go a long way as people start reading their reports. The reason people use compost, because it's what you grow up with. It's, you know, like if I say anaerobic digestion, it sounds like something nasty. But if you say composting, people understand what that is. So it's used as the term kind of like Kleenex is used for a tissue. It's like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, like processing. They use that single umbrella. And that's where we need the EPA to enlighten the world for us.
well, I will say we don't use composting for AD. And you know,
No, I wasn't saying you. I was saying everybody that's ignorant, not you guys.
Okay. To that point, I was wondering about Ecotone Renewables. Are you producing compost by the definition set by USCC, or are you producing a soil amendment that is not compost?
Right. So right now it is looking more like a soil amendment. And so that's where we're understanding more of the regulations in terms of how we produce it. But yeah, that's something I wanted to talk to you as well more about while we're here.
That is, I know some of us in the room, and it came up this morning at the session that we had on composting, are very aware of the terminology being used differently. And I know we're trying to make sure that what's called compost is compost so that we protect that industry, and what's called digestate is digestate. So, you know, we don't confuse the two. So thank you.
We prefer the term soil amendment.
Yeah, and thank you. I should have phrased the first question as anyone at a federal level, just seeing scope. So I apologize for saying specifically EPA. It wasn't intended. Okay, great. Any other questions for our panelists? Okay.
This is more for the Maryland-based folk, but have you seen any uptick since the law went into effect, went from 2 tons to 1 ton per week? Has that affected your business? Has it affected your contamination levels? Or have you not seen anything at all?
So and I'll pass it around, but from my experience, we were happy to see what I consider a lot of voluntary compliance, and that's really what a lot of recycling legislation does. I mean, there's a lot of people when they hear, okay, there's a law, they just voluntarily comply. And so we got a pretty good influx of folks when the law enacted with the 2 tons. And as it shifted over to 1 ton, there was a whole flurry of interest, and I think that's probably because there was some level of media coverage that folks were reaching out to MDE and getting more information saying, I know this is changing, how does it impact us? And people were coming to us. So I wouldn't say it was a dramatic, like an increase, if you will, but I will say there was a lot of discussion about it. And it did go up a little bit, but not as much as what we had with obviously the first round.
I'd say like over the last 12 months, our volume of inbound material is probably similar to what it was pre-pandemic. So we have had people mention the legislation when they reach out to us, but I would say that like I don't know what it was for other folks, but like we took a significant hit during the 2020, 2021 timeframe, but I'd say our growth for inbound food waste volume is about what it was in 2018 or 2019. So kind of got things back on track. It's curious, like I just think it's interesting as I drive around town, all the places that aren't composting as I drive around. Like we're based in Hartford County, and that is certainly not the largest county contributing to our facility. So, and we cover all of Baltimore City. There's a lot of places in Baltimore City not currently composting. So I'll be curious to see what happens over the next 12 to 24 months, you know, so.
Yeah, and I'll just add as well, I have seen like at Compost Crew, definitely a little bit of an uptick, but nothing drastic. a small percentage that we've seen. I know Prince George's is here too. I don't know if you've felt anything on your side. Yeah. It's been pretty relaxed. So I'd love to see more. Maybe there's ways that we can continue to promote and educate more for that. It's a great question. Anything else from that? Yeah.
I could tell you that we've had a lot more inquiries on our website, people looking for information in the last 6 months. A lot more of the how do I do it, what can I do, where do I go? So that's helpful. We just have to close the deal, so to speak.
Great question. Any other questions? Yeah, sure. Why not?
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. This has been such a great offering. I'm learning so much. I don't know how many of y'all are familiar with like the whole idea that each of the chasing arrows actually represents like a part in the supply chain or the system, right, for it to work. And the last of the chasing arrows is procurement. Right, of recycled content. In this case, I would love to hear what you see as the opportunities for how to stimulate demand for compost or soil amendments. I know of some programs that are happening, like mandating Department of Transportation projects incorporating a certain, amount of compost getting, procured. And so I just wanted to hear where you see the opportunities of stimulating market development.
All right, I'll start us off on this. Is Emily still here from DJS? She ducked out. So one of the things that we worked in partnership with several stakeholders, specifically the aggregate industry. 2 years ago, we helped craft legislation that would allow the state procurement, working through their green team, to purchase recycled content construction material. And that's where a lot of people's eyebrows go up, because they're like, what are you talking construction material? Because traditionally, we all grew up with recycling being paper, aluminum, glass. But as we get better and better with technology, we're starting to recycle concrete, 2x4s, asphalt, and there's a whole new plethora of new types of products that are available. The challenge is, for example, if you take our soil amendment and you mix it with subgrade compacted dirt, you can actually make a recycled topsoil. The problem is it's cheaper to just harvest virgin topsoil because you just go out and pick it up and put it in the truck and then sell it. For a recycled topsoil process, you have to go pick up the subgrade soil, bring it back, process the soil amount, mix it, and then you sell it. So it costs a little bit more to make the recycled product, but at the end of the day, it's far more environmentally sustainable. So we passed legislation that allows state agencies to spend a percentage more on recycled content aggregate, like ground up. There's all types of new products. Wallboard, green board that they're using for like your interior wall coverings, like drywall. So there is a way that we can put in incentives that will give the boost to the industry to keep moving forward. That's just one example.
For us, it's a circular economy that we're going to put into the grocery store. A lot of grocery stores, I'm going to pick one, Meijer supermarkets in the Midwest. They have massive stores, right? Walmarts. They're selling compost at those stores. Now we can tell a story of the food that was here has moved into a potting soil, and we're going to sell that, and we're going to promote it, and hopefully consumers are willing to pay a little bit more because of the process.
Okay, I'm going to start with another question for you all. What is the main cause of contamination that you may see in your feedstocks, and how do you handle it?
I'll go, Chris. So we move. So we look at it like there's 3 levels of processors. There's the processors. We get very clean, no contamination whatsoever. We're right in the middle of the Maryland Food Authority, so we're getting tractor trailer loads of fruit peels from Dole and Del Monte and things like that. That's awesome stuff, but it doesn't exist in a wide range. Then there's the distributors. After it's already been packaged, that's where we're getting a bulk of our a lot of people would think, oh no, it's the 3rd tier, which would be residential or small business like restaurants. Believe it or not, because that's largely voluntary, they do a pretty good job at at separating, because it's all the people that you got, the people involved in the game that want to be in the game. Now, if you mandate that, that's going to change that whole piece. The processors, we get stuff that comes right from, we got 5 tractor trailer loads of expired, I think it was expired, I don't know why, but it showed up at our facility, could not be sold, of dog food. And so we have to process that, we have to eliminate the packaging and things like that. So, but fortunately, the technology has come along where it's made it much easier for us to depackage and process that material. But I think at the processing level, where it hasn't even, there's not even been any attempt to unpackage it, that's where your heaviest level is going to be.
Yeah, I think for Ecotone, we're on a different level in terms of building these hyper-local systems. So for a restaurant, as you mentioned, with a restaurant, we can, first off, we try to train the individuals who are in the restaurant and putting the food waste in the bins for us. But again, that turnover is very rapid. So what we're doing is a lot of back of house that we're picking up. For the front of house, that's where we're seeing majority of our contamination. And the thing is, the easiest way for somebody to put the food waste in the right bin, or at least compost their material and whatnot, is for us to take care of all the contamination. So what we started to do is making more of an automated system where we have a waste separation press. I can monitor these systems from my phone and pretty much understand what kind of contamination levels are going into the system in the first place. And we remove all of that. And then we provide this feedback back to the customer with these data reports showing how much food waste they've diverted that month, how much contaminants were in there that month, and then trying to have this whole feedback loop going with the corporation or restaurant that we're working with, showing them that these are the steps that we need to take to decrease contamination ahead of time. But since we are on these hyper-local levels and each individual Zeus digester is at a different location, it's easier for us to kind of manage the contamination levels that are going in.
Yeah, I'd agree. Residential is probably our least contamination. Folks that want to be part of it do a really good job. I think for us, we haul and we process. I only accept post-consumer that we collect. We accept pre-consumer from other haulers. And that's so that we have a direct connection to the generators. Schools are definitely our biggest challenge. We do a lot of schools. I love doing schools because I like to think that we're teaching the kids that will one day grow up to do more composting as they get older. But everything in a lunchbox is packaged. Everything in the school systems right now is packaged. And I got bad news. The kids aren't eating the carrots in the little plastic bag because I'll give you back all the plastic bags. So we deal with a lot of contamination there. We have really stepped back. Pandemic put a huge dent in our restaurant business. And restaurant is probably our least sought after customer because of contamination. We have started to do a lot of manual depackaging. So we do a lot of depackaging work, but it really has to be the right items for us. And we see a lot of growth there as distributors, warehouses, folks start to figure out what to do with that material as the next step. The challenge, I think, is with the depackaging machines that are out there. They are expensive, but I think you could figure out the numbers. It's the microplastics. I think that's the biggest the two biggest things in our industry for soil products is PFAS and microplastics. And we make our living on our finished products. So as we look at depackaging, I'll buy the first depackaging machine and I'll spend any amount of money if you promise me there's no microplastics. And I think that's the challenge, like in places like Vermont, where the machines have been shut down because of microplastics. So I think the contamination,
Biggest problem with contamination is people, right? People training, understanding. Look at this. We work with some airports, and you see this every time you come through the airport. There are pictures in here, and people still put it in the wrong place, right? So it's just adoption, training, thinking, and the whole process of people understanding. So I talked earlier about when we take food to farmers and when there's too much contamination and we hurt one of their animals, the trust is gone. If we lose the trust, our programs are going to slow.
Yeah, and I'll just add too, we handle a lot of that as well. So for us, we have a lot of bins that are outside. A lot of times it's not even our own customers. There's open top dumpsters or bins, and someone just walking by with their dog will put their dog poop in it and not see it, right? So like you said, it's just adoption at a larger scale will be very helpful. Also for us, we get a lot of material that's broken down. So what we do at our sites, we decontaminate by hand. We have people directly in the food scraps, just like you saw us with gloves. I mean, we're directly in the pile of food scraps. And we have to we use compostable liners for our bins and our bags. So we have to open up every single bag to look at it. So if you work with a collection system that has compostable bags, please don't tie your liners, first off, because we want to be able to mix that material homogeneously with the rest of our feedstock. So if it's tied, it gets trapped in that material, and then if it gets put immediately in the pile, it just shrinks and doesn't get actually broken down with the rest of the material unless you shred it, which is a whole other thing. So please don't tie your liners. Also, we pull all of our compostable plastics even from our on-farm systems because material is so broken down, we can't see the labels on every single piece. So we can't assume that that is a compostable material, even if it might be, right? So if we can't see a label, unfortunately, we're going to put it back into our truck to go processed at a larger facility than our on-farm systems. So we remove all of that decontamination by hand. Then at the end side, we also have a sifter that will also help us take out any of the larger material as well. So it's a lot of work. Okay, we have enough time for a couple more questions. Anybody else? I have plenty more if we need. Yeah. Great shout out, Shannon. Thank you, Shannon.
Yeah, Toby Alves, Eco Products. Justin, where was that coffee shop? Just wanted to get that taken care of if I can. Okay.
Well, actually, my question is kind of related to you, Justin, about the labeling suggestion you wanted to see. I think we can act on that. We should. As the chapter, we should take that up. I'm not committing us on behalf of the chapter, but, you know, I worked on that. There is a bill in Maryland, as you know, and it looks like it needs to be looked at based on you. So the bill in Maryland that we passed, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago? It wasn't. It basically says you can't, so that bin in that store with the box, you're not allowed to label something as biodegradable or compostable unless it meets, I think it's third-party certification, not just ASTM, although maybe, unfortunately, ASTM. And we based that on California, which was the first state, so Maryland was the second state. And then Washington State approached us to see how we got it done in Maryland, because it wasn't California. And now you said Washington is re-looking at it. And I think one of the biggest problems in Maryland is that there's been no enforcement. So, like, yeah, it's one thing to have a law, legislation that says you can't label things, but nobody is out there enforcing it. Well, that's a problem. And the reason we got that law passed was because Steve Birchfield at MES in Upper Marlboro was getting all these green plastic bags that look like compostable bags that weren't. So it was like all the stuff was flooding the market, these fake compostable bags that didn't meet any certification. So I don't know.
I always feel really bad.
Yeah.
I always feel really bad when folks really want to make a difference. And like, I can't say who, but we work with a major aquarium in Baltimore. I can't speak who it is for NDAs, but they had an event and they had compostable spoons, knives, and forks. And they were very, very proud, and we like working with them. And they were heartbroken when they figured out that the distributor had sent them the wrong forks. And on the back of the fork, on the spoon and the knife, it said compostable. On the fork, it said not compostable. Like, why would you go to the extra step of putting not compostable? Just don't put anything. So, like, you know, I feel bad when people are taking that extra step. And how do we protect the consumer and the composter? And it just seems like a good bill. And a lot of manufacturers are going to make the changes because of the changes in the BPIs that have come out over the last year. And then if enough states are making changes, manufacturers are going to do it across the country, because if I got to meet the Washington and the Maryland standard, well, forget that. We're going to change all the forks. And it makes a big difference, I think.
Brenda, I would say if you pair it with counterfeit legislation, enabling them just to go in and confiscate it, if there's a financial loss, if somebody walks in and just clears out your store because it's mislabeled, there is quite an incentive there to deter that. But you'd have to partner it with the counterfeit legislation.
All right, so we have 1 more minute, so I'm just going to throw out the last thing for you guys to just, yeah, sure. You can be our last question.
It's one for Justin and one for you, Christy. Question for Justin is, so you had mentioned that you accept BPI, and actually I think I might have seen online, maybe you had shared, that Michigan, Ann Arbor, Michigan decided just recently that they only want to accept CMA, not BPI. This may be too technical for some folks in the crowd. I was just curious, how does, something we've been wondering, like how does each composter choose one or the other? How did you decide on BPI versus CMA?
Oh, it was bound to happen.
Okay, we can avoid it
with me and
since it's the last
Denali on the
question.
panel together, wasn't it?
We can talk afterwards if it's easier.
Yeah, we could talk
Okay,
afterwards.
okay.
That's pretty
I'll
inside baseball.
I'll
so,
ask
yeah.
a simpler question for Christy then. You had mentioned that you have some sites that are now partnering with cities like Greenbelt and others. And I also read in BioCycle this week or last week that you're also now selling compost. And I was curious at those sites if the compost being produced is being sold to the municipality, given to the municipality, and or used in the municipality. It's a more simple question.
Yeah, no problem. And we're right at time, so I'm going to make it as quick as possible. And if you want to connect more, we can. To a simple question, we have multiple sites. Every single site is different. Every partnership is different. So we might have one site where we own all the material, we pay a lease to the farmer to be able to use that space, and we sell it back to the farmer and to our consumers if we have the registration required for that. We have some sites that are, completely owned and operated and paid for by the municipality, and we're just a vendor able to process. So we have a complete different scale depending on the site. So hopefully that answered your question really fast. That we're good. All right, so that's 4:20. So thank you all so much for coming. Big round of applause for the panel. I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference.
All righty. Hello, everyone. Did anybody lose an iPhone? Now that I got most people's attention, let's get this closing remarks done. So first off, I just want to thank Towson University for hosting us. Having them host and this partnership really helped us do some things that we weren't initially planning to do. So just want to thank them, and if we could just give them a round of applause, that'd be great. So, closing remarks. I developed two sets of jokes. One for if my boss was here, and one for if they weren't. So I don't need those ones right there. So again, Bradley Baker, Program Manager for the Resource Management Program. Obviously, this picture was pre-COVID right here. I've now acquired a COVID beard. Yeah, there's been a lot of changes. But on a more serious note right here, and there were points where we talked about this during the day. So this is something that we actually report in our yearly report every year. We have a table in there, C1, if you want to go to our 90-page or so report and do some light reading. And where we talk about the landfill capacity in the state of Maryland. So as of last year, and just to, well, I'll get how we calculate it a little bit later. But as of last year, based on the self-reported information that we get from the permitted landfills, we only have about 21 years left of landfill space. Now, that number is calculated by taking the current capacity and dividing it by the the amount of material in tons that went to landfills in the previous year. So it's a linear rate. What it doesn't take into account is population growth, which is what I tried to do. By charting a time series as opposed to just looking at the previous year. So as you can see, the number of, and this is just MSW, I focused it on MSW since we're talking about food and organics here. We have charts, or we have tables for the other types of landfills like construction debris,
industrial, stuff like that. But this is just MSW right here. So as you can see, there's a pretty large, or it's trending up, increase in the tonnage of MSW disposed. Now, when this gets reported to us, there's what they call a compaction factor. So it's taking into that in terms of like how much space you have left in the landfill. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at this. And then we also report the years. So back in 2011, we estimated that there was about 39 years of landfill capacity, whereas 11 years later, and keep in mind our reporting is delayed by about a year, we're at 21. And that closing of the gap is largely due to population growth. As what Tyler said in his opening remarks, Maryland is a popular state. It is a growing state, which means we're going to be throwing away more, which makes the conversations that you heard today that much more important. So since we are delayed by a year, I just put a reference point on where we are today. If you just look at the trend, we will be getting a large portion of that data in the coming months. Yeah, hopefully we can get an updated chart for that. There was some reference to our 2016 waste characterization report. So in that, organics, which includes what we were calling at the time food waste, now wasted food, about 24% of our waste stream. And food waste was our most prevalent material in the waste stream at about 17.9%. Now, I just received a waste characterization study from one of the counties, and I think the percentage of their waste stream for food was closer to 22%. So and that's what the EPA reports nationally is what they're seeing across the waste stream when the EPA does their own waste characterization studies. So we have a very similar chart in our report. So this is the MRA recycling rate. Now this is the recycling rate for only the things that are allowed to be counted in the recycling rate. So there's a slight decrease or trend over time in the MRA recycling rate, but when you look at the recycling as a whole, we actually had our best year at about 56%, and so recycling as a whole, we had our best year, but in terms of looking at recycling in Maryland, there's a slight trend down. Now, this doesn't include some of the upgrades that you saw at some of the MRFs. It doesn't include what we heard with HB 264 with the organics diversion. We should be getting in that data, and we heard, at least in the first year, there were some large increases in the amounts of organics diversion. So hopefully this next this next reporting period we'll see an increase in that. And just based on some of the anecdotal evidence, we've heard that there is, especially if you were in the last organics recycling, the last organics recycling talk, there was some talk that there was some increased supply out there, but there hadn't been seen a lot of increase when we went from 2 tons per week to 1 ton per week. Although there are a lot of questions that are out there, and we're planning on doing some more site visits as well to try and help people through the compliance process. So this is from our December 2023 climate change plan, or climate pollution reduction plan. And in there, they have a section which talks about greenhouse gas emissions from landfills, which is largely methane. Now, so there's some new policies that are going to be taking place. We are expecting to see a larger decrease in those emissions, but a lot of that comes from organics and food. So there's a huge opportunity. So the great thing about diverting your wasted food is not only do you have climate change impacts, but because you are creating oftentimes an organic fertilizer source. When organic fertilizer sources are land applied, you are introducing carbon back into the soil. You are increasing the bacteria that's in the soil as well. So you are getting a healthier soil. If you have a healthier soil, you get less runoff as well. So the really great thing about investing in organics recycling is you kind of get this twofer. You get less greenhouse gas reductions, which is a major priority with this administration, but you also get Chesapeake Bay impacts as well. So, that's I find that really compelling, and a good sign for the future of organics, because each dollar you invest, you're getting a twofer in terms of value out of that. So, I should note that I started composting this past year, and have a home garden. So this is going to be my first year of having compost. I didn't hear anyone talk about that, but it makes your trash not smell as bad. So that's been a real benefit. And now I don't complain as much when I'm asked to take out the trash. So if you take away anything from here, composting or diverting your organics from your waste stream can save your marriage. Just keep that in mind out there. Yeah, exactly. So, Tyler, do you compost? Yes. So do I. So it's Tyler is newly married. He's still in the honeymoon phase right now, but he's on a great trajectory because he is already composting. So I actually modified this chart a little bit too. To now that I am not composting, I modified this chart to incorporate the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Did you notice the difference? So I think the point is, this isn't just one person who is going to make the changes here. All of the talks that we heard today, including the people that left and didn't know that they were going to get this material, there's a lot of really great stuff that is going on in this space. And we actually had to deny people. We had a set limit. It's mostly because of our budget, even though we clearly had the space. So that's something that we're going to maybe take a look at the next time that we do this food summit, because we want to include everyone that we can. We want to have this be a bigger event. And Tyler doesn't know this yet, but the next one is I'm going to ask for 5 days. Does that sound good? Because I think we could. I think we could have enough material to fill up 5 days. So that would be great. So there's some other things that have gone to try and promote the diversion of organics, especially around the donation, and reducing some of the liabilities that could be associated with that. Liability protection, so if something does go wrong, wouldn't necessarily be liable for that, because we really want to encourage people. That's the first thing, is you want to feed people first. Organics recycling in Maryland. These are our permitted facilities, and I think we have the one Jessup facility in here as well. We want more organics recycling in the state of Maryland. Now, what this doesn't include here is we are working with multiple people who want to set up, who want to go through the permitting process. I think there's like 4 out there where we've gotten questions. There's someone, I think, in Cumberland. There's obviously the Baltimore City. We heard of a potential site in Anne Arundel County. And then I can't remember the other ones, but there's definitely been more out there. So there is definitely a need and a want, and even businesses that are wanting to jump into this space. So I should just note, if you do want to get permitted with us, it only takes 3 months to get a permit. Now that's the composting permit. There are other permits that are associated with this. And we even have one entity in here that got theirs in 32 days. Now I wanted it to be 31, just so I could say that we got it in a month. I would like to humbly apologize to that individual that we didn't get it within a month. But this going through the permitting process and getting permitted, we don't want to stand in the way of getting of that. And Tarek, who has probably worked with, he's over there, can definitely help you through those conversations. I should note, getting a high quality application, which the one that we did in 32 days was an excellent application, and it really helped us process that that much more quickly. So more coming soon. If you want to get access to all of the presentations, we will have those posted. If you want to learn more about the Food System Resiliency Council, which is a fascinating council, it was set up after the pandemic, because there was right when that happened, there was a shock of like, hey, where are we going to get our food? And I don't know if you all remember the lines, and people, and at the retail stores and groceries and stuff like that, where there just wasn't enough supply out there. It's a very important question, especially when it comes with food. And when there's food insecurity out there, that also disproportionately impacts some populations over others. So, and then if you want to learn more about what my team is doing, we have a link here as well. And if you just want to talk about organics recycling, I just got my cards. I can give you one of my cards and we can talk about organics recycling, because there's a lot of really cool stuff that's going on in the state of Maryland. So I believe there's a happy hour. I'm not exactly sure where it is. So if someone can let me know where that is, that'd be great. I was just told that there was one. And I won't prevent, I'll stop talking now, because I can see that I'm losing the audience. I had you in the beginning, but this is a very well-lit room right here, so I can definitely see some people nodding off. So, all right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for joining. If you want 5 days of jokes that are not about recycling next time, then yeah, definitely come to our, I think it's our would be our third food summit. So thank you very much.